Hello, hello. Welcome to the Voice of the Colonization radio show. I'm the Color Genesis, guiding through the next couple hours. It's some interesting conversation and discussion and stimulating debate. And we get down on the Colonization radio that like nobody else has, broadcasting here and throughout YouTube. Tonight we got a good topic for you. Like I said, we always like having fun on this channel. What I like to need people to do when they come into this live stream or when they rebroadcast, hit the like button. It's not hard. Hit the like button as you come in and stuff like that, and pay your dues. Hit that like button. I'm not asking you for a lot. I know most of you are broke and dusty and whatnot. You can't afford to contribute. I get that. But you can hit the like button. That's your contribution. Like, share, and subscribe, Make sure you subscribe to the channel too, So we're like blowing this channel up. This channel is a ground zero of a revolution, The nationhood is a revolution, folks. And like I said, this channel is ground zero of revolution. I have a vision that this channel is going to take over, be the number one flagship of the Black nationalists Black Power movement online. I believe Colonization is going to lead the way with the leading organization, leading movement. All this, I have seen the energy on this show is unmatched anywhere I've seen, anywhere out in blogosphere and the video vlogosphere, whatever. So like, share, subscribe, hit the like button, and like I said, get yourself comfortable tonight. It's a Friday night. We're going to be here a long time tonight, so get yourself comfortable. Night before last, we had ice cream night. Last night was fruit cup night. What can we have tonight for a theme meal? Last night was fruit cup night. I say get yourself some fruit cocktail and stuff like that. Should we do another one, or should we go ice cream night or make like that? No, make this a chip night. Go get yourself some potato chips, munch on some potato chips and everything. Forget the bowl or cereal. Wait, how about this? Let's make tonight cereal night. Go get your favorite cereal. My favorite cereal back in the days was Apple Jacks. I used to love that shit, man. Apple Jacks was delicious. That was my favorite cereal out of all of them. Okay, all of a sudden when Apple Jacks was so good, all of a sudden you could drink them when you're done. You drink the milk. The milk was so good when it's sweet and it tastes like Apple Jacks. The milk. Get yourself some Apple Jacks. Cut some bananas up. And I used to love that. Cut bananas up in my Apple Jacks, whatnot. There's some nice cold milk, whatnot. Oh, man, that was my favorite. So let's make this cereal night, Get yourself a bowl of cereal. Another thing is Frosted Flakes is good. Raisin Bran is good. I love Raisin Bran. What's that other one? Honey Bunches of Oats. That's freaking good, But tonight is cereal night. Get yourself a bowl of cereal. Sit back and relax. It's a cereal night and everything. So it's going to be a tradition here on the Colonization. We have one special thing that we're going to eat tonight while we're watching and enjoying the show, But when you have topics like buffoonery remains an all-time high, things are going to get hot tonight. It's going to go down in Cololand, No, tonight's not hot wings night. Black women always gotta like hot wings. Why is that? It's not hot wings night. Tonight is cereal night. Cereal. We'll do hot wings some other time. For black. Tonight cereal night. Grab yourself your favorite bowl of cereal and sit back and watch the show as we give it to you live. But tonight's show is called "The Buffoonery Remains All-Time High," and I got that from my good friend O'Shea Duke Jackson. And more, I'm starting to see where he's coming from all these years, right? Buffoonery and the black man in America, it goes hand in hand. The thing is, now we got females who join the buffoonery. Look at our entertainers. Glorilla. What the fuck. Megan Thee Stallion. What the hell, Cardi B. The buffoonery remains at an all-time high. Everyone's some sort of clown or some sort of buffoon or some sort of entertainer, Why? Because it pays. People want attention seeking, The buffoonery remains an all-time high right now, No one's basically serious about anything. We saw this last election, man. People basically, if you really thought after looking at that Glorilla concert and everything like that, you really thought they were going to basically look at the buffoonery out in Black America, right? Steve Harvey, Ply, LeBron James, and all these people, Al Sharpton, Roly Poly Martin, and everything. Did you really think the public was like, something? I know these Negroes are entertaining with their buffoonery, right? But can we give them the presidency and put our lives on line? The answer was no. No. I mean, Black people think because they get up there and they could rap or they could sing or shake their ass, that's going to translate the votes or people's respect. No. You're a buffoon. Look, let me tell you, I'm going to talk about the history of the minstrel show and why they portray us as buffoons and everything like that. If you could portray somebody as a buffoon, right, through the minstrel shows and stuff like this, what happens is it discredits your humanity. It makes it so that basically they in their mind fix their mind that they don't have to regard you, your opinion. They'll dismiss you because you're a clown, you're a buffoon, you're an idiot, you're an imbecile, you're a jokester and everything, you're a sambo, So this is what they do with our culture, right? They samboize us to the point where they could just look at us and not take us seriously, So all these Black people get up there running their mouth, blah, 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 blah. Such as us make these fiery ass speeches, Umar Johnson. The bottom line is this. Every one of them, the white man sees you as a clown, a buffoon, because you have no real power. And and not only do they don't respect you, they know your own people don't respect you. So this is what we're talking about tonight. The buffoonery remains an all-time high. Every aspect of Black America is actually in buffoonery mode, And like I said, what I always said is buffoonery, it was a way to survive at one time in our community, It should be a time where violence and could spark any time, right? If a white Black man walked a certain way or had a certain suit and tie on and walked upright and whatnot, he was targeted by white mobs or whoever like that who just didn't want to see Black men upright. So when you're around white people, you tap dance and act like a fool, and they will leave you alone, It's just like I on the job right now. The dude that basically will never get fired on a job is the dude that always tap dancing, always basically dancing, is always basically singing, always rapping and everything like that, always beatboxing, acting like a buffoon, always acting like he can't go to a trash can and put a piece of paper in there, right? Like he's civilized, right? He got to ball it up and make it like, I'm gonna go for two and make it seem like he's basically some basketball player. Like I said, the buffoonery remains at an all-time high. It's in the workplace, it's on a job, it's in the media, everything like that. The bottom line is this: it seems like Black people are settling for just our role as America's clowns, buffoons. Something to laugh at, something not to take seriously. While we're acting like buffoons, other people are sitting down doing business. They don't sit down and do Black people. They're out there, they're sitting down with the Latinos and the Asians, and they're getting shit done. The Black community, all you want to do is be liked and patted on the head. You want to fight racism and everything like that. And they have this nonsense about we're gonna solve racism by getting rid of the orange man and whatnot. Orange man bad. Democrats good, orange man bad. Why? Because they consider you nothing but a clown, a buffoon, And as long as we have the buffoonery around and whatnot, they're never going to respect us. Don't you understand that? What part don't you understand? Nobody respects a buffoon. Nobody respects a clown, a joke, an idiot, a moron, And that's what our community's turned into. I was just watching, look at all the people that I know I watch on YouTube, TikTok, and everything. Everybody's turning into some sort of clown, They're just sad, I thought I was wrong. I was on the internet when I first got on. I said, "Oh man, it's gonna be a game changer. Black people with intellect are gonna get together, and we're gonna show it." I was never wrong about wrong in my life or not. For the last how many years I've been online? 16 years, whatever I've been on. All I'm seeing is friggin' just stupidity, buffoonery. and all this stuff like this. And I'm fed up with it. I'm fed up of seeing the worst aspect. Why do you think these so-called Africans think they're superior to us, right? Not because of what we are. Excuse me. It's because what the clowns that they give a camera to and friggin' able to get online are able to put out. That's not real life. 99% of black people do not post shit online, their daily life online. So when people get up and say black people do this, black people do that, no, those are the clowns and the buffoons that put images out there and whatnot, so stupid people could look up and say, "Oh, that's how they are." I don't know what the solution is. Should basically positive black people put more content out? Most people basically, basically like this. And Chuko's an idiot. It's a permanent victimhood mindset. Chuko, but you're a buffoon, so with that basically thing like that, you're a buffoon, Chuko. So how do you explain yourself, the permanent victim mindset, including buffoonery? No, Chuko, you're a buffoon, you come from a buffoon culture, So the bottom line is the buffoonery basically is just some black people, right, who basically get out there and make a fool out of themselves, right? And that basically, let me tell you something. I don't care what people say. You can go out there, it's not the ugly truth. You're the ugly truth. No, you're ugly, but I don't know about the ugly truth. So Chuko's a freaking clown, Chuko's a deadly clown, Oh, Africa, look, man, my opinion of Africans have gone down because Africa is a home of the buffoons, so Africa is a home of the buffoons, right? I used to be a staunch Pan-Africanist, right? But after all the antics I've seen from Africans, Chukwo, online, I'm like, nah, I think I could go. I think I'm good what I am. I think I'm good what I am. I don't want to eat fucking grass cutter rats. Dollar Bill sent me a thing with his rats. They're fucking huge. Grass cutters like huge, giant rats. They had them on the friggin' thing. Chuko, you eat grass cutters, Chuko? And people basically make excuses why they do do open defecation in public, or not pissing in public and shit like that in Africa. And I'm like, damn, man, these guys are a bunch of buffoons, one country in Africa doesn't receive foreign aid, but this, and also the latest thing is the Africans. Since you asked Chuko, you brought up the African. I hate to go into these diaspora wars, but you come up here. If anybody listen to the show, right? And if you wonder why Kala goes in on check us out. Why Kala goes in on Africa sometimes, you could blame Chukwo, because he starts it right, and I just have to check him and put him in his place, Another thing is, when I say about making a fool out of yourself, I like Afro beats. I listen to Afro beats. Matter of fact, my next live show, when I'm gonna play some Afro beats that night. My next show on Wednesday, I'm gonna play you guys some Afro beats. I got a lot of good Afro beat artists. I love it. Good. But instead of just staying in their lane, right? They went around talking about how they were gonna replace, be the new face of black music and take everything over. Burna Boy is this. Now come to find out that Burna Boy could not sell. Now I'm a fan of Burna Boy. He couldn't sell 1,000 tickets in South Africa, so they canceled his concert. Right, and this is what Nigerians basically talking about. They're taking over the black music and all this kind of stuff like that. Like I said, buffoonery. Instead of just making their music and shutting the hell up, right? They gonna piss enough people off that basically people turn and get. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I love Fela Kuti too. But I was just talking about these stupid Negropean Nigerians like Chuko and whatnot, who really thought they were gonna freaking you're gonna basically overtake Black America's R&B and hip hop and everything. Are you crazy? Are you nuts? So basically, they said hell no. They didn't give a visa. Some other Nigerian artists they give it. Now Chris Brown comes, right. He sold out the stadium, 180,000 within hours, 6 hours. He sold out stadium, and they're paying like $1,200 per ticket. Burna Boy was only selling his tickets for like $20. That's why he had these back in the Netherlands and everything. He had these big venues because his tickets were so cheap. They said, "Oh, Burna Boy had more." The Nigerians get online with their propaganda shit online, and Nigerians are looking like buffoons right now all over the world. They went around the internet talking about how Burna Boy had sold out better more than Beyonce. Yeah, but Beyonce's tickets are $33,000. Burna Boy is only like $10. Of course, he's going to get a bigger crowd. But this time it didn't even work in South Africa. With $20 tickets, he couldn't even sell 20 of them. You know, so Nigerians look like, and I hate seeing how people embarrass themselves like that, but at some point in time, man, you guys got to step back, man, and shut up. You Nigerians got to shut up because you guys look like the global buffoons of the black race. That's the thing. You can't sell your top artist can't sell 1,000 tickets in a country. Well, that's sad. That's sad. South Africa hates Nigerians. Why do they hate Nigerians? Why? Could it be just you guys are a bunch of clowns? And they don't take you seriously? Like I said, when people don't take you seriously, they're not gonna respect. They don't gonna like you, and they don't respect you. That's what's called. Why don't they respect you, Chukwo? What is it about you that they don't hate? They envy. They hate. Is it no? They envy you. Why would South Africans envy Nigeria? I don't know. Get it? If somebody come up here and tell me why would South Africa? I wish Lozy would call in, man. Lozy, where are you? Are you out there? You know, why would black South Africans, be jealous of Nigerians? What in the world would they have to be jealous about? You know, you know. So the bottom line, nobody hates you, Chukwo. Nobody hates you. Nobody hates you. We just think you guys are a bunch of buffoons. Like I said, I hate you guys buffoonery. So buffoonery remains an all-time high, and Chukwo's proving my point. The buffoonery remains an all-time high. Bottom line. Oh no, G's here to check me tonight. Oh Lord, I'm in trouble. She said, not that we're arrogant, just either bitter, just better at what? What was it? South Africa is a way more developed country than Nigeria. Nigeria has less than 10,000 people on the grid. South Africa supplies almost half the continent of electricity. Half the electricity generated on the continent comes from South Africa alone. What the hell would they have to do with Joe as a Nigerian? What? I don't get it. South Africa got the hot women. They got really hot black South African women are very beautiful. What do they got to be fucking jealous of fucking Nigerians for? You know, they all got a high standard of living and everything compared to the rest of Africa. By African standards, South Africa is a first world country. So what would they be freaking jealous of you for, Chukwo? Maybe they don't see anything of value in you. I don't know what Chuko be talked about nowadays. Chuko's a goofball, a buffoon. I think Chuko's getting his feelings hurt tonight. I used to date a Cape Verde woman, man. She was bad. Oh my God, she was banging. She was banging. I love Cape Verde women. They're beautiful. Really beautiful. And she was very Afrocentric too. She was a light skinned chick. She had cornrows in her hair, but she was very African centered. She basically was like, I'm an African woman and whatnot. She was very, very African centered. I was like, that's what made her so attractive. Cape Verde women are very beautiful. There's certain people, I'm like, yeah, when we talk about the African stuff like that. Yeah, some people, yeah, we don't mind mixing our bloodline with, because we know we're gonna produce more beautiful people. That's important, to the self-esteem of a nation. How beautiful the people are. So, in the translation, man, some of us don't act right, Chukwo, but hey, we're producing beautiful people, in the process, you know. Brazilian women are good too, man. But what I like about Cape Verdeans is they're real black people. They may light skin, right? But they're real black people. Brazilian women. When you actually look at Brazilian women, they're not friggin'. Most of them are not really black. They're Indian. And mestizos and stuff like that. Hey, that's if that's your thing on that. But me personally, I like black women. You got to be African women. I love African women. That's what I'm attracted to. And Brazilian women are just too. I think majority of them are just like mostly Indian. They're more Indian than they are black. That's what I'm saying. Indian and white more than they are black. That's what I see. I could be wrong, but that's what I see. I don't know what Broody is. Somebody got to translate for me for Broody. I don't know what the hell he's saying. Kali, here's a pathway for people, Africa, you wish to help intertwine of expanding Afro hegemony, intercultural loophole, Ubuntu. What the hell? What about Bukisha? Bukisha's hot, man. Chuko, Bukisha's hot. And basically like that, she pulls out, she gives us pretty children, man, Chuko. So what the hell? So she, as long as Bukwisha's giving us pretty children, I'll give her a pass. I do love Bukwisha's. They give us beautiful children. So so it is what it is, man. It is what it is. I wish I knew what Broody was talking about half the time. I don't. You know, I wish Broody would call in and explain himself, man. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about, bro? Bro, what the hell are you talking about? You know, what are you talking about, Broody? I don't know. All I know with Broody is this, right? I'm just waiting for Broody to say, something. We so like 10 countries just formed the Ubuntu Bank and whatnot, and they're giving low interest loans to Black people from America that want to invest in Africa and whatnot. When is that conversation gonna happen? When are we gonna have the Ubuntu International Bank? Broody. No, we always get lip service. Broody has to understand. I'm sick and tired of lip service. I'm sick and tired of babbling and friggin' stupid talk and whatnot about that goes nowhere. You know, all I know is from the African side, y'all better start coming up with something. Because you get no respect around here. Broody wants me to respect people that don't friggin' produce shit. You ain't producing nothing, you ain't getting no respect from me. Don't respect my love, don't respect my unity or anything. Don't respect my respect. I am sick and tired of friggin' people friggin' talking right around people like, yeah, we're Pan African. Dr. Mumby, Dr. Arkan, just dumbass people wasting our time with their nonsense and everything. We're gonna waste another 20 years talking to friggin' these dumb people that don't do shit, don't do dick, you know. What do you get when you cross a million lesbians and a million Pan Africanists? Right? Can anyone answer that question? That joke? What do you get when you cross 1 million lesbians and 1 million Ubuntu Pan Africanists? What you got is 2 million motherfuckers who don't do dick. Can I say it? 2 million motherfuckers who don't do dick. That's what the Ubuntu Pan Africa is. Somebody who doesn't do dick. And that means what that means is, in layman's term, you don't do a goddamn thing but talk. I don't want to talk no more. No more talking. I got a YouTube show for talking. I'm about doing. If you get doing or producing, I don't want to hear what you have to say. You know. Or yeah, I'm a dad. Ooh, somebody taking shots. Kyle, I guess you wanted to keep the buffoon. No, I'm here to expose the buffoonery. Yeah, I'm here to expose the buffoonery. And Bertram, you must be a buffoon yourself. You hit dogs holler, You must be a buffoon. You hurt by what I said, Don't take things personally, If you're a buffoon, change your ways, Bertram, whatever your name is, you know. If you're a buffoon, say you're a buffoon. Wow. Brucey, with all the respect, all I know is, man, the bottom line is until I see tangible results, whatever like that, all that stuff you're talking about means absolutely nothing to me. It really don't. I am sick and tired of elevating people with their ideologies. Hey, let's try this, man. Years ago, it was Kwanzaa. We're gonna have the 7 things of Kwanzaa. What happened? Nothing. You know, the 7 principles of Kwanzaa or not. Blah 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 blah. Imani, faith. What the hell did that do for our community? Not a damn thing. Now it's Ubuntu. Ubuntu's gonna save the world, man. Right. Does Ubuntu got an investment bank? No. Does Ubuntu got industries? No. Does Ubuntu got a nuclear weapon? No. Is there Ubuntu railway services? No. But like I said, all this buffoonery, and Chuko's all, Ubuntu is not, what we need for build the Afghanistan, bro, is land, infrastructure, nationhood. I need STEM. I don't need Ubuntu. I need STEM. I need friggin' I need MBA, black people who are MBAs. I need scientists. I need lawyers. I need people like that. Not no damn Ubuntu, I need engineers. I need construction workers. I need all stuff like that. I need factory workers, to build, So I don't need no damn, and I need farmers. I need all these things like that. Agriculturalists. I need all those things to build a nation. Not no damn to kumbaya Ubuntu shit, Ubuntu is basically no. What we need for hostile neighbors is we need guns. We need GATs. We need AK-47s. We need howitzers. We need fucking tanks. And everything. So if a neighbor's hostile, we could just take it and just level them. I would love for a neighbor to be hostile, so we just go in there, just run right to the capital, take them over, and make them a province of what we're talking about. So yeah, so we'll be looking for that too. That's the future of Black America, nationhood, having our own army, and be able to impose our will anywhere in the world we want to. Anybody who doesn't believe that is a fucking buffoon. There's only 2 ways. If basically you got the black man in America, if he doesn't want a nation of power, a man who doesn't want power is a buffoon. A man that doesn't want to be taken seriously or feared is a buffoon. When we're here in America and whatnot, yeah, people say, "Oh, it's the greatest country." Look, first thing black people have to do is stop listening to third world people who come here. Of course, if you bring somebody from the third world like Chuko, America's paradise. Yeah, America's a great country, right? But we were here when it was nothing. We understand that we're capable of building better than America. We're capable of outdoing America. To put somebody like Chuko, this is as best as he ever going to get it. Because look where he comes from, Nigeria. We who were here when this country was nothing but woods and rocks and rock and wood, and when that built this country or not, no, we're capable of building everything, building our shit ourselves again. So I don't know what the hell Chuko's talking about. Chuko's a goofball, know. But anyway, buffoonery remains an all-time high. Do you mind being a joke? Do you mind not being taken seriously? Do you mind being the laughing stock of America? You know, then call in and tell me what you think. Here's a link in the chat room. You want to call in and talk to the College Genesis? You can. The buffoonery remains at an all-time high. Black people basically are gonna think they're gonna laugh their way and shuck and jive their way their problems into the future and everything like that. And no, these problems are not gonna go away. So you're gonna be a Negro today, and you'll be a Negro tomorrow, and you're passing down Negroism to your great grandkids, whatever like that. At one point in time, you say that we've had enough. It's time for us to basically rule ourselves. Time for us to set our own course. I'm only asking a few questions, folks. You know, the buffoonery remains at an all-time high. You know, we have way too many buffoons in Black America. I look at Roland Martin, right? This guy is an absolute disgrace. Al Sharpton and Roland Martin, these type of political buffoons, right? Roland Martin really is just FB says we're American. That's another. I say what I mean. This is what I mean by the buffoonery remains at all time high. We are. Who's we? You're not an American, fool. If you're not white, you are not an American. As simple as that. So it's like this. So bottom line is this. Yeah, they're all buffoons, Chuko, but so are you. So are you. So I put these people in the same category as Chuko. Chukwo, Chukwo Igwe. It means king or whatever the hell it is. King of what, Oh, man. The buffoonery remains an all-time high, man. You got people going over there becoming chiefy weefies in Nigeria and whatnot, The buffoonery remains an all-time high, you go in some dusty part of Nigeria one night and some raggedy chief gives you a thing. So when I travel, have more followers than you do, Colin. The fools have more followers than you. Why is that? Hey, I just got on friggin' line, man. I'm new to this. And also, Chukwo, my radio show broadcasts that reaches millions of people, So, speaking of, I'm an American. For righteous black, don't get it wrong. You're a Black American or African American, right? Or an American Negro. You're not an American, period. I'm sorry. It just doesn't work like that. An American, period, is a white person. Everybody else is a hyphenated American or a suggestive American. You're not an American, period. When I think of an American, I think of Teddy Roosevelt. I think of George Washington. I think of Abraham Lincoln. I don't think of somebody who makes sweet potato pie and fried chicken. Oh, now Principe's coming in. I'm the domesticated slave babble. No, I'm not domesticated. Principe. I don't know what you're coming up with that for. Now that's what I said. The buffoonery remains an all-time high. Welcome, Principe. To the show. So, Chukwu Iwe means God is king in Igbo. Oh, Lord, man. Lord, man. Yeah. And, the fun never stops, man. The fun never stops. Only whites are American. Yeah, only whites are real Americans. Everybody else is a fucking hyphenated American. I'm an African American. I'm hyphenated American. Only whites are Americans, period. That's what I've said that and I mean it. And I mean your second class just means I'm just here, whatever. I'm not second to no one. But the bottom line is in their world and everything like that, they're the real America. They're the ones that's gonna die for this country. If this country ever invaded, it's gonna be the white American who really do it. No, I got Elvis on. Can never get a night off. All right, Elvis, what's on your mind?
What's up, Colin?
The buffoonery remains an all-time high. What's your opinion? Are you a
Did you
buffoon?
did you did you mention my name today in your monologue?
No, I didn't.
Okay, good. Because you don't go at night
But
without mentioning
I
me.
was thinking about you though.
I
Topic, this
guarantee
topic,
it. I guarantee it.
buffoonery
But
means an all-time
hey,
high.
invite for Black Righteousness up here.
She won't come up here.
Know,
She won't come here. She's too
invite
scared.
her, bro. I mean, you just
All
making
right, four black
assumptions.
righteous, come up here and state your case. She's up here.
Yeah, we critiqued her video the other day, and I think I agree with her on a lot of things that she said. We can interact with her. I don't think it's gonna be hostile.
She
She
goes, I
sounds like a
can't
smart
wait for
lady.
you to
We
go to
can.
Africa and fail.
She sounds like a smart lady. We can engage her. So for
Yeah,
Black
so
Righteousness,
she knows we got a foolproof plan. She's angry.
the link is in the chat. You can come up. I want to hear you. I think
Four righteous, we're not gonna fail. Trust
you
me.
have
It's
a lot
not.
of smart things to say.
And one thing I don't do is fail. When I get ready to do something, I wouldn't be trying to do this if I didn't think I could do it. You know. She goes, I don't like talking to college. What did I do to you? I ain't do nothing. I ain't do nothing. I ain't do nothing. You know? Come on, four righteous. I ain't do nothing. Come up here and state your case. I won't talk over you. I'll mute myself. I'll let you have the floor. Tell me how stupid the African idea is. I can see right now, man. We're gonna have a no, I'm not gonna talk over talk you. I'm gonna mute myself. I won't say a word. I'll drop myself down. As a matter of fact, I'll take my top off the stage while you're talking.
Is that a promise, Carla?
I promise. I'll take myself off the stage. You know,
Okay, promise her. Give her 3 minutes to say what she wants to say,
that's like I
uninterrupted,
give her. I give her 10 minutes. Just say what
and
you want to
maybe
say.
we can engage with her
I
too. I
know
mean, I
Four
want to
Righteous is
engage
gonna
with her.
come there. She's gonna join this movement, right? Man, we're gonna have a big
All right,
African
post the
convention.
link again. Let her
And
come.
see,
Give her 4 minutes or
Four
five
Righteous.
minutes uninterrupted.
I know Four Righteous. She could throw down some chicken. She's gonna be cooking that chicken and that potato
Yeah,
salad.
I'm all up for debate and discussions, man. So if
Uh,
she agrees, let her come up and we can drop and let her state her case and we can come back and interact with her. I would like to do that. You agree to that, Kyla?
I mean, whatever. She will come on. Hey, I put the link up in there again. You know,
Come up for righteous. You'll
never
be protected.
Somebody may say give Colin some straightening.
Yeah, she was going in on your ass on that video when she was
Oh
critiquing
man. I was like,
us against Afrodamas.
unfair. I was like, I didn't know she found me, man. I was hiding all this time, man. I
Or
was
you was
like,
hiding from her.
and next thing you know, man, I was like, oh Lord, she found me, man. I'm like, oh Lord, she's going in, man. For righteous is too much, man. But I love that sister, man. She's a good sister, though. Good sister. Good sister. She be accurate, man. She was, she basically exposed Dr. Arcana. I like that. I was talking about that on Romani's show. Here she go. Oh, here she is now. Here she is
All
now.
right. When she comes up, let's drop so she can have her say. Put
All
us in
right,
the back
all right.
column.
Did you want us to drop down?
Yeah, because you don't know how to be quiet.
All right, I'll be quiet.
Hey, what's up?
How you doing? Carla, drop me too. Let's give
No,
her the
I'd
stage.
rather talk to you because you wanted me to come up here. I don't want to talk by myself. There's no
Okay,
reason.
okay, all right, fine. But go ahead. What do you want to say about Carla and his plan about
Well,
the Afristan?
his plan is just a dream. I don't foresee anyone really that's going to follow him because he's going to lead people to the desert to die. Ain't nobody wanting to go to no desert and die. He doesn't have people that's on board that wants to do what he wants to do. And so you guys entertain his dream. So it's interesting sometimes to just check in and see what you guys are talking about. I pretty much only stay for the monologue and maybe the first 10 minutes after that. I don't stay past that because I can never listen because you guys are always talking over each other, and I don't like how you guys treat women, especially Miss Chantel. I didn't like that. So that's why I don't come on your guys' platform and talk.
Okay. No, I get it. I mean, we have been not the best with the ladies, and that's something that we have to work on.
Yeah, what
But
happened to that one lady that just was up there a couple of days ago? I was confused on what happened. What was her name?
the Mystic Dime.
Yeah, what happened to her? Because it seemed like you guys liked her before,
Oh,
and
I
then
like her. I
and then
like her.
something happened to where she felt offended, and I don't know what happened. I was kind of a little bit late on what happened, on why she left. the platform and whatnot. What happened?
No, I think people just kept attacking her, her belief, her religious belief, and making sly comments about her, you know, her her choices, when it comes to dating, and she felt uncomfortable about it. I think she brought it up to Kyla multiple times, and he did nothing to mitigate it. So I think she just felt
Yeah, I think
this wasn't a
Kala,
safe
one
space
thing
for
I
her.
don't like about Kala is that he does not have nothing to say against Aphrodite, but he does attack women, and he doesn't have a problem clowning women. And I think that that's kind of a coward move for men to be like that. If you're going to be a man, you need to stand up mostly to men, because otherwise, how are you going to exhibit your power or leadership or whatever type of thing that you think you got going on to lead people? Um, I think Aphrodite has dissed him like 4 or 5 times to his face. And he's never stood up to him and said, "Hey, you're not doing that on my show. I understand you could diss me over on your show, but on my show, you're not doing that, coming over here with that." But he doesn't stand up to him. He stays in the background like a mouse. He doesn't want to say anything. He lets Aphrodite run and say that we're what did he say? We was inferior. And I remember Aphrodite turned me off one time when I caught him on Khazaran Empire's platform drunk, and he said that he would enslave us again. He said that if the white man needed him to enslave us, he would do it. He would. He has the power. He can conquer us, and this and that, and this type of conversation. And I told Khazaran Empire to put that video back up because I wanted to showcase it, and he never does. But he went on a tear talking crazy about conquering us and enslaving us again. So Aphrodite can never come back from that, as far as I'm concerned. Never can come back from that.
Okay. I
Can I
mean,
join?
we
Can I join the conversation now?
just don't talk, don't over talk it
I'm
too
not
much,
gonna
Carla.
go
You
into
can
like,
engage.
she got the floor. But I would say like this, for righteous, right? My whole thing with
Just
Aphrodite,
call me for black, because you never say my name right. Just call me for black.
I thought it was for righteous.
For Black
No,
Righteousness is
it's
her
for
name.
black.
Black
It's
righteous.
for
For
black
black righteous.
righteous folks.
Okay.
Oh, for
For
Black
black
Righteousness.
righteous folks. Okay, good, good. All right, now I know. Okay. Well, anyway, for black righteous folks, um, the thing is, though, my whole thing is, first of all, Aphrodite is a freaking joke to me. I don't take nothing he says seriously. If anybody else was talking, I'd be like, "Hey, look, blah 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 blah." But this guy, man, is a complete buffoon. Why? I want to understand something. How does anything Aphrodite dumbass says offend you? He's a freaking clown.
It offends me because we look really, really weak in his presence.
Well,
In,
hold
in
on. How can we look weak? Let me
Carla, you're
ask.
doing the same thing. Let her finish her sentence, man.
Okay, all
Because
right.
men are supposed to be the ones that you claim to be a leader. You're supposed to be the one standing up against him. I would stand up against him, but as you know, I've been kicked off his platform before, and I've been working on my blood pressure. My blood pressure has been too high for the past year, and my doctor told me I need to calm down. So I do not want to come on platforms where I have to like yell and scream. I don't want to do that no more. So I've decided to not let myself get triggered by seeing him. I mean, I see him sometimes, but I can't watch his shows like I used to, because it does trigger, because he's very disrespectful, dismissive, and all of that, and I don't never see a man challenging him.
Hey, hold on. For black righteous, check this out. Now, I want to play semantics. I'm not trying to be disrespectful to you or nothing like that, because, like I said, I appreciate what you did with Dr. Arcana, and I agree with you on a lot of stuff about the Pan African world. I agree with you on a lot of stuff. But this guy Aphrodite, right? You gotta understand something. When it comes down to it, right? Um, in the scheme of things, and people don't make mad when I say this, right? Um, uh, in the last 300 something, 400 years, whatever, like that, right? Africa lost, right? Now, out of that came Black America, the most successful group of Black people that ever lived, bar none. It's not even a comparison. He comes from a country that is freaking dirt poor. People barely survive. They just nothing, you know. And so therefore, to him, he's like a proud Sonike warrior. So I'm basically I have a little more. I feel sorry for him actually, you know, because he comes over here and it's like a cultural shock. These people that he was told were slaves and everything like that, they're doing so well and whatnot. They got their women are so beautiful. Everything he's obsessed with Black America, right? He's living in a country where we're around it, but he's tormented. You know, can you imagine? I can only imagine being him. You know, he knows he can't go back to the Gambia, right? Because he'll die, whatever. And he's frustrated because he has to live here with us. So really feel sorry for him. So when he sits there and talks, he can talk till he's blue in the face, man. Because the bottom line is nobody in Black America wants to switch places. You know, nobody. Do you know anybody that want to switch places with him?
But he is doing good right now. I believe
No,
him
no, he's not.
because
He
no,
says he's doing good.
I think personally he is doing well.
Hold
But
on. How do you
I
know? How
think
do you
that
know that?
I could just tell by how he talks, his confidence is too
Yeah,
high.
I know. Hold on, but you look. Let me tell you something. For righteous, right? Like I said, have you been to the African continent?
I ain't going. I don't have a
Right.
desire.
Okay. Well, I've been there. You know, and let me tell you something, right? Let me tell you something about my African bros, right? Man, they are. You think black men in America are slick talking and bullshitters and whatnot, and know how to front? I realize, you know, that's where we learned it from. You know, putting on airs, putting on fronts, and everything like that.
Well, I'm gonna tell you why I believe he is what he say he is because he's never really done anything to help his continent out. So he's abandoned Gambia,
Yeah,
and
but that's most of them, though.
I mean, he's self-centered. He's probably dedicated his whole life in America, really trying to prove, Gambia wrong or his environment wrong or the people that said he couldn't do something, and make something out of something. And I think that he really did focus on trying to change that. And I think that he probably is successful in his own way, but that still does not mean because he's successful that he should have the right to kind of
Hold
clown
on,
us
hold on.
for
Here's another thing for Black righteous, right? First of all, I'm successful in my life. You know, I'm a high level business person and whatnot in the field I'm in and everything. I'm successful. I got everything people say. Everything. As a matter of fact, I come from success. My family's successful. I have all those things and whatnot my whole entire life, right? So therefore, I'm not one of those type of people that basically who have hard times, whatever like that. That look, a person could come here from Africa, right? And he could be a millionaire. I'll be like, more power to you. You know, look, I would not trade places with nobody. You know, I would not trade my life for anybody. You know, if you're not Black American, I don't want to trade life with you. You know, that's the way I feel it. I'm like this. I'm like so privileged, right? I can go when I go to Africa, just having a U.S. passport. I'm giving friggin' special treatment over the people that's already there. You know, that's the truth.
Okay, Colin.
No, but it is the truth. You know,
All
you
right.
go there and they know you're Black American and whatnot, and the bottom line is watch the doors open for you. You know, how people treat you like you're God.
that's because you have money and you're probably paying
Well,
for
I know it's
the
just no, just where you carry yourself. And the bottom line, and people know our story. People know our story. Everywhere you go in Africa, whatever like that, we're not we're the topic of conversation. Our music, our movies, everything. You know. So therefore, when you got somebody like
But
Afrodamus,
I don't
nobody knows
like
his
that though
story.
because people are jealous of
Nobody
us because
knows
they
his
think we
story.
have
Nobody
more
knows
than
his
what we
story.
Colin,
have.
don't talk over her.
I don't think a lot of people realize how bad off we're becoming these days.
How?
It's not because I mean our culture is changing, our music is becoming uh, garbage
Well,
more and more. I listen to old school music though only,
yeah, but
but
whole thing is this. Me personally, I'm like this, right? Like I do my radio show, and on Wednesday nights when I'm a simulcast this last week, and I'm a simulcast this week. I'm gonna show you what type of music I listen to on my radio show. You know, it's all what you listen to. I don't listen. Look, everybody, look. When
What you listen to, Colin?
I come from a
Afrobeats?
time period, right, where black music was black music, right? If somebody, if you was a black artist, right, and you basically was favored in the mainstream, people will start looking at you sideways. That was called a crossover. Now there's no crossover. Black artists come out here and everything like that. And they're the one white audiences are the ones that
Carla,
supported.
I got a couple questions for the sister. Right, I want to get
Go ahead, go
some
ahead.
clarity. Are you do you consider yourself a FBA,
No, I
ADOS?
don't. I don't like Tariq Nasheed and what he's been doing. I think that he is grifting the people that are supporting him, and I don't like seeing that abuse of manipulating people like that. So, I mean, I like the concept of FBA. I think that naming yourself is powerful. I think that because the government has always given us names every 20, 30 years or whatever, it kind of like makes our self esteem not the way it should be. And so naming yourself and claiming your name is power behind it. But he's
Okay.
just the wrong person to lead the charge for it because he doesn't
Okay.
have the right intention for us. Because
All
he's
right.
only about gaining his own, amassing his money in his mansion and his cars and whatever he's got going on. So I don't think he's the right guy for it. But the concept is on point. We just need to get another person to replace his ass. But I don't claim to be the FBI. I claim to be Indigenous Black American.
Okay.
What's indigenous Black American?
I have another question, Carla. One second. And what do you think the current state of the relationship between continental immigrants, Africans in this country, and Black America?
Well, right now it's not really a relationship right now. It's just kind of like a tug of war going on and trying to I think a lot of Africans, not all, but a lot deem us to be less than and they feel like we should be following their lead, that they should be regulating us. That's the impression I get from listening to them, like Afrodamus and others that I have heard. They feel superior to us, and they feel like they should be the ones dictating to us our money and what we should be like. And I just don't agree with that.
Yeah, but
Okay.
hold on.
And then
No
last question.
Will. No, hold on.
Last question, Carla, before you come in. What do you think African Americans should be named or designated as? What is your own opinion on that?
I would say indigenous Black Americans, and the reason why I say indigenous is because America would not be America without us putting our building and the slavery and all the things that we had to do to help America be where it is. The beginning of America, we were here. So and also we have other ancestries to this land. Black Indians were here, misclassified, relabeled, called colored, mulatto, and all these other things, freedmen, and all this other stuff. Why they keep changing the categories if we were one thing? You know what I'm saying? If we were just one thing, couldn't they just left us with that one thing and stop changing our names over there's a reason behind changing our names because there were other groups of people intermingling into that and they decided to just call us by our skin tone and categorize us into categories. That's what I feel like they did.
Okay.
Yeah,
Back to you, Carla. That's all I had to
strongly
ask.
disagree with that. But hey, when people look, well, I make this. Whatever makes people happy, you wouldn't believe that you're native, whatever like
I
that.
didn't say I was
I
a
know.
Native Indian. I'm not a Native American. I said Black
Me
Indian.
personally, I'm like this. I just happen to be one of the few black people who know my history, right? I know my ancestors right there from the Carolinas to Georgia. They came to this country from West Africa, Central Africa in the 1600s, and I also have Scott Irish, and English blood in me. I did my DNA. I already knew that before I did my DNA. I already knew about Irish ancestry and my ancestry. So the bottom line is this: that's all I have. I'm not, and I got 1% Native American. I don't know anything about no indigenous. When I know for a fact that my blood is not indigenous to this country.
Okay, but see, the thing with you and some other people like you that are Pan Africans, to me, seem like they put.
I'm not a Pan African.
Well, you kind of lean still on that.
I'm not a Pan African. I'll tell you what a Pan African. Hold up. Let me
But
say
let
this.
me finish. You cut me off, and
Right?
now I forgot what I was about to say. But I think that people like you and others they put Africans on a pedestal like of worship,
I
and
know.
it's not healthy because you're letting us down, and you're telling us we're not good enough. and your
Hold on,
tone
hold
is
on,
being
hold on. Have you really
outworthy.
listened? Have you really? Are you really listening to my shows? Now, after people tell me I'm just opposite. They say I'm always putting
No,
Africans
I
down.
do listen to your show, but I listened to you before you started doing these shows,
No,
and
I
before
know that,
that,
but
you
I'm
were.
saying this. No, look, look.
I've seen your change from when you were really into worshiping Africans,
No,
and
no.
I've
I
seen your.
was basically. I'm like this. This is what does for me, right? I was always a black nationalist, right? I said that I for years I thought, in my opinion, was that Pan Africanism was a way for us to be. My goal is Black America, and right, and basically Black America having the choice if they want to, right? I believe Black America has just as right to America as white people do because we help build this country, right? I'm not going to take that away from Black America, right? But I also believe we have a right to have a sovereign nation if we want to on the ancestral homeland that we were brought from. So both could be this. If you don't want to be part of that, that's fine. Stay in America and do your thing, and we can work together. But the bottom line is this: when you basically, this is what I'm talking about, the buffoonery. You got people who really don't. There's no real plan for Black America in America. This MAGA people just taking over and stuff like this. The bottom line is this: Black America have nothing. Look, I did a map the other day about how Kamala lost. Black people thought that reparations would come if they can get the right Democrats. Then I did a map the other day with the map thing. I said if let's say the only reason why Kamala lost, right? Is because when they asked about reparations, she didn't say fuck no fast enough. Had she said fuck no about reparations, right, real fast like that and deliberate, and said not only that I don't believe in reparations, I think Black people owe America. She'd probably be going to the White House right now. You know,
No, she wouldn't have won.
no, she would have
No.
probably won because there were enough white people be like, you know something, I could be like that. The bottom line is the fact that even think about reparations for Black people, white people really feel in their heart and hearts that they did us a favor of bringing us here.
I don't
There's
think
no,
about
hold,
reparations.
hold,
That's not
hold
my whole
I
focus.
know
Is
that. Hold on, but what I'm
reparations.
saying is the people who basically talk against nation building, right? Like I do, the only thing they say, okay, what's your end game? Their end game is reparations, and I prove that you don't have a path to reparations, no whatsoever. You can never get it through the Congress. You can never get to anything because you don't have the numbers. You
Well, let
know,
me ask you this: before you can have a nation, you got
but
to
yeah, the
have
nation has.
respect. And I
I'll
don't
give
think
her a chance to
Africans.
ask.
I don't think Africans and Black Americans respect one another. So how are you going to have a nation when there's no respect? First off, to do any, we can't even talk about like at all. Can't even talk
Are you
about
kidding
love at
me?
all because
You
we
know,
don't
there's
even
almost like a
respect one
million
another.
Black people, Black Americans that live on the continent, around the world, and whatnot. You know, and the whole thing is, we did this before. I tell them about the history of Liberia. We did this before. We
That's
set
Before
there's
up
no
before
such
black.
cities.
thing as we, Kala. Those ancestors weren't yours. They
Those are
stayed in
my
America.
ancestors. What are you talking about?
Our
Those are my
ancestors,
ancestors.
our
I'll
ancestors stayed in America. We
Don't answer
never
the way I'm
left.
talking.
The only people that left are the ones that can say that they left. They're over there now, or they
No,
came back
look, hold
over
up.
there
My
later.
wife, hold up. My wife is descendant from the Black
Well,
people from
that's your
North Carolina
wife.
that came
That
there.
has nothing to do
Hold up.
with you.
Hold up. I know all my friends. I go to Liberia and I'm around people. They'll say, yeah, my ancestors go back to Georgia. My ancestors go back to Maryland. You know, I got people from friggin' there's a Virginia Beach in Liberia. You know, there's Arlington. The Hogarth family in Virginia Beach, right? Founded Arlington in Liberia. The Hogarth family right here. I go to their family union every 2 years. The
So
Hogarth
you
family
adopted
is a
their
big
family
clan
as
in
your
Liberia.
own.
And what?
You adopted their family as your own.
No, I adopted that family. I got my own Liberian family,
But
you
Kyla,
know?
what she's saying is, have you traced any of your lineage to any of the families that migrated from the United States to
I
Liberia?
don't know. Like I said, I know that I did have people that were close to me in my family. I don't know if they were related
Right.
that did go to Liberia, you know, but I don't know if they were related or not. But I know my father talked about him when he was a kid. He said, yeah, he had he knew people. They were Johnsons. My family's name is Johnson on the father's side, right? They were Johnsons, like my father John. He said, how did you come from Africa one night in Johnson? Then I learned about a part of Africa where they could have came from. It had to been Liberia. That's where it was my father's family, you know.
Okay, for black, can I ask you another question? You said you think Africans and African Americans don't respect each other. What do you think is causing that rift?
It's a tug of war of one wanting to be more superior than the other. It's just that belief that's
Yeah, that's
there. It's
bullshit.
hanging in the air like that, and it's thick like fog, and you can taste it, you can sense it, you can see it. And until y'all let that go, not you but whoever has these ideas, if you don't let that go and also respect our identity as we want to be called, and respect the fact that we don't want to be you, we want to be who we always been. It's like I'm 50 years, I'm over 50, all of a sudden I'm going to turn into African now. I've never classified myself as African. I never considered myself African. And all of a sudden, now because I'm talking to an African, now I got to consider myself African suddenly?
Yeah, but hold,
It doesn't make
but the
sense.
thing is, what African knows, they see your phenotype and they say you're another African person.
No,
That's what
but
that.
what I'm saying is that's a form of a manipulation. That's a form of trying to direct and dictate to me something that they shouldn't be trying to do. It's not
How
their
much is
it's
self
not
hate
their
in
place.
that?
It's not their place to do. Just like I don't tell them, hey, you're not really who you say you are. That's not really your tribe. That's not really where you're from. I don't go through all that with Africans because I just take them for what they tell me. What they tell me, I take it for what it is. I don't say, okay, let me dissect what they said. Let me try to research what they said and discount what he's saying. I'm just going to say, okay, I believe you and thank you for the information. That's it's called respect. But y'all
Right. And
can't but they
I
can't seem to give that to Americans when we say we're American. They're like, well, you're technically not because you, a long time ago, 400 or 500 years ago, you had a descendant that came from a boat, and that's what you are. It's like, no, we're mixed race people at this point. We're not one thing,
okay.
and
I
we
you know
are American.
I agree with you, right? I agree with you on that point. But even on this very panel, on this channel, we have conversations, and when we try to delineate ourselves as African, some African Americans get offended and they think we're trying to strip them away of their Africanness. So it's like everybody don't have that same idea that you have, that you're a different, separate people. So sometimes when
I
I
don't like those black Americans that are like that. I clash with them all the time. You're talking about Afro Think Tank and Pan African Strikes Back again. Those
even
are
our brother
examples.
Dollar Bill on the panel, sometimes he doesn't like me to,
Yeah,
to call
that's the
myself an
examples of
African.
the people that I would clash with because they are trying to be something that they'll never be, and they won't acknowledge the fact that their ancestors did enough for them to be manly men and their own skin. And how can women revere and respect men that are too scared of their shadow? We can't do it. We can't respect men that are too afraid of their shadow and want to break away from being who they've been all this time
Well, hold
to
on. What
now
about the
try to
whole?
be
Let me ask you a
something
question.
else.
What about the men who say they want to break away from white America? That's a real thing. You see, it seems like you want to delineate from Africans, right? And
I
there's
was
so
never
much.
connected to
No,
Africa,
but
though.
hold up,
That's the
hold up. But
problem
I don't
right
see. But I
there.
don't hold up. I would buy that, right? But I don't see you trying to delineate against the people that really enslaved you, white people. Why is that?
I have not never been connected to Africans before,
I
so
know, but hold up.
there's no need for
I
me to
know that, but there's
delineate.
not that many Africans in this country. You
And
know, why are you worried
talking
about?
about white people, I don't even think about white people like
Yeah, but
that.
they're all around you. You
They're
can't. You
not on
come
my
on,
radar of
come on,
thoughts.
come on.
You
Let
guys
me
bring
say
them up
something.
all the time, a little
Hold up.
bit
My
too
whole thing
much.
is how you can't. I don't buy that because a lot of stuff you're saying comes by talking points or stereotypes you talk about Africans and all that.
Because you're not listening, Colin. You're looking to criticize, is what you're doing. You're not accepting my answer, and that's part of not respecting me. And that's what I'm
I do
talking
respect
about.
you. I do respect you.
You don't want to respect me. And I'm trying to tell you the truth. I came up here. I didn't have to. I didn't want to. I came up here because he asked me to. And I'm telling you the truth. And you still refuse to accept my truth. That's your problem, not
It's
mine.
your truth, right? Yeah, you're right. Your truth.
So,
It's my
Carla,
truth.
yeah, it could be subjective, right? Because some people feel attached to Africa, even though their ancestor has been here for 400 years, and others don't. So, those who don't,
Right.
you shouldn't impose your idea of what
I
it
would
means to
never.
be
I
an
never
African
did that.
American on
I
them.
tell others. I never did that. You know. I tell people all the time. I said, look, my whole thing. I did a
So,
show.
what's your beef with the FBAs? You disagree with them
Hold
that
on.
their
No, look,
foundation is
hold on.
Black American?
Hold on. Let me tell you what my beef with FBAs is. This. I did a show 2 weeks ago. Said it's either MAGA or nation building, right? So in other words, I said there's no in between anymore. I said what I don't like is when people I go to people and say they keep talking about how racist America is, blah 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 blah, white supremacy, all that, and then I say, okay, I agree, okay, even though that's not the reason for the African, right? I say, yeah, another alternative is we should have build our own nation for the future. No, man, we put so much time in this one. Well, you just said, white people are this side. So what is it? And so then you got other black people, right? They'll say, I acknowledge racism and everything like that. But you know something? And I tell you right now, right? I tell people all the time, look, if we don't friggin' basically get what I say the African, like for Black Righteous says Kyle's gonna fail. If I do fail, you know what I'm gonna be doing? I'm gonna freaking go get my American flag, right? Go get my red MAGA hat and say, "Make America great again," and say, "Fuck anybody," whatnot. And I'll be the most right
Well,
wing.
here's my problem with what you're doing.
Well, it's either
You
or.
have a big dream to leave, and you expect us to follow you.
I don't expect
I
everybody.
don't
I expect the
understand. I
people.
don't understand why you just can't get with like-minded
I
people who
expect the
agree
people
with you
who want
and
nation
do what
building.
you want them to do. But you are persistently thinking that somehow we all got to be on
No,
board
I
with
don't want
what you have
everybody. I
in
never said
mind,
I wanted everybody.
and we're not going.
I know that. I don't want everybody to go. Hey, well, let me get Big Black on. Big Black. Oh, God, hold on, Abraham. Let me let you talk then, Big Black. Go ahead, Abraham. Make it quick, brother.
Yeah, I want to know what percentage of this Irish, Scottish, and other stuff in your genome you have.
Oh, me?
Yeah.
I'm about 15% European.
Okay. And how much Native American do you have?
1%.
One. Okay. Snoop Dogg has something like 27.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, you can look at his nose.
And his hair.
I'm basically yeah, he has straight hair. I basically
So you agree there are people who have a large percentage of native
I mean,
ancestry.
look. There's
Many,
some people have
many
a Native
African
American,
Americans
but that's
have
fine.
large.
Look. I say like this: if you feel connected with Native, go, like I said, Holt used to say all the time too, right? Go get your peace pipe, go to the TP and leave us the fuck alone. I'm for people who
But
still
they could be black and Indian at the same time, Connor. Don't
look,
you agree? They
bottom
could be
line is this.
mixed.
Look, if you're hold up, if you're basically you want to have an affinity for being Indian, go out there and be an Indian. Smoke your peace pipe. Leave me the fuck alone. That's all I'm saying.
I like
And
smoking,
that's the
so I'm
same
with
thing
it,
we
man.
feel
You
I
know,
like
you
about
know,
you
smoking.
Okay,
you know.
leaving
I
us
just want
those
to
of us
alone
ask
who
you
are
and
those
dragging
of
us
us
into
I
your
like weed
dream.
color.
those of us
Because
who are
that's all he's doing is daydreaming.
let me give you an example. Where I live at in Virginia Beach, right here. We have SeaTac. It's the oldest African community in North America. Oldest African community. That was the original community in Virginia Beach. SeaTac. It's really an African community. Of course, it's African American now. But when you look at the way the people are and everything like that, these people are pure Africans. And SeaTac and whatnot. So you go down there, SeaTac, a beautiful community. People always smiling, friendly and whatnot. They have the cookouts, family reunions, barbecues and whatnot. They have the kinsmen come down and whatnot, the children, the elders, everything like that. You think you was in Lagos or West Africa somewhere when you go to SeaTac in Virginia Beach. And
Hey,
everybody
color.
down there, everybody in SeaTac will talk about the
Yo, color.
Africans when they know that they're Africans, right? And there's some people SeaTac got some Native American blood in them or not because Indians mixed with them because they lived in refuge with them and everything. But mostly it's basically they're pure Africans. They don't really have the admixture most Black Americans have. So you go to SeaTac in Virginia Beach and these people, you look at the history, you go to the archives and everything like that, to the cultural centers down there. They know that they are Black Africans where they come from. And that's what.
Well,
Amen.
thank you for having me
Let
on.
me
I
say this
gotta
real
go.
quick.
Wait,
I
color.
Let me say
gotta
Hey,
this
go.
real
Oh,
quick.
don't leave because
Colin,
I'm
Colin,
going.
moderate the show. Go in the order that people came on the platform.
Okay,
Let,
hold
let
on.
me
Wait,
say
no, I
this
just
real
got one
quick.
question,
Yeah, somebody
please.
just dropped off.
Hold
Okay,
on.
Ibram, I hope that answers that question. Now, Big Black, you go.
Let me say this, man, because a lot of us don't have any
Nah,
mixture, and some of us the only mix that we do have is from the slave plantation, and I don't honor that mix because that was rape. So I don't honor that blood. So I understand that's your point of view as far as what you said. We're a mixture, but I don't honor that. I don't honor.
Hey, can Black Americans go to Africa and get a loan or no?
Not right now they can't, but in the
All right,
future, if we're
that's
gonna
all I
build,
wanted to
look,
know.
if we're gonna
Cause,
build this African, we're gonna have
but not,
access
but if I'm
to.
saying though, if you think about it
Well,
though,
we gotta
Tyler,
build
like,
Africa first, you know.
but wouldn't that kind of show us that we're not them? Because I know every other
No,
country, listen, like
Dark
I know
Ego.
So most
Asia, right? Like, don't they
Africans
got the
can't get a loan in Africa. Doug Ego.
Come on, but you could, but you still eligible though. You know what I mean? Because I know like the bank of like in China, like they are allowed to just get loans because they know
And
Mandarin and
African
shit like that.
Americans can get a loan in Africa if you have the collateral and you have established yourself in the country that you're asking for that loan. You can get a loan. It's the bank's discretion on who they give loans to. If you have a lot of collateral and you have a good credit rating, they'll give you a
So you
loan.
don't
So
want
it's
a
not
loan
like
But
in
you're
like, but
barred
like,
from
Africa.
but
getting
like, I
loans in
would have to
Africa.
like actually be an African citizen in order to get that
No,
loan.
It all depends on the bank, what their policies are. You got to go to the
and you
bank and
wouldn't
see
want a
what their
loan. You wouldn't
policies
want a
is.
loan. Dog Migo, you wouldn't want a loan in Africa.
I know, I wouldn't want a loan, but I'm just saying though, like the
If we
fact
call,
that
you'd be
they
paying that
wouldn't
shit
even
back because you wouldn't be able to
really
recruit.
have us eligible to get loans. That kind of make me think like we might not
Yeah,
be
your
African. You know what I
eligibility
mean?
is not
Because
based on
like,
being African or not. I think it's based on what you have in assets
nah,
that
I
you'll be
know,
able
but
I
to
I'm just
saw.
provide.
I
saying though, but
came on
like the
because
Chinese have that, right? The Arabs
yeah,
have that. You know what I
yeah,
mean? Like they could just be
because they're
Arab and they had
established.
go to their bank and they could just get a loan. You know what I mean?
They're
So that's
more
why I'm like, I don't
established.
know.
Their communities are more stable than most African communities
Nah, yeah, but
economically.
their money comes from their actual country where they get the loan
Yeah,
from. But they could just bring it
exactly.
here.
Now,
But I'm
hold on,
saying
not
though, like we don't have
necessarily.
that.
Hold on, do you know a lot of Lebanese business in Africa gets financed by the African so-called development bank and whatnot? You know, because they got the right
Yeah,
collateral and paperwork and
yeah,
everything.
there you go. That's what I was going to say because they have actual tangible
So the
collateral.
bottom line, Africa doesn't even the Africans don't even benefit from the so-called banks or not, because the bottom line, when they do the underwriting, a lot of Africans don't qualify for the underwriting part. You know, so
And it's just too high, and
yeah.
the interest rate would be too high. You know what I love? Good evening, first of all,
What's going on, good
gentlemen.
dog, Bill?
I was happy that the sister came on, but I know she saw my name and she started to flee because she likes to have this her and now she's in a powwow with brother Elvis, explaining my identity and how I feel the way I feel, and that was just one of his little underhanded tropes. First of all, most African Americans are not an admixture of anything. Most of us have over 80%
That's what I'm
African
saying.
DNA.
85, me
The only
85.
people that have this admixture are the people who voluntarily, who know their grandmother or whoever who happens to be white, because that was a volunteer relationship. Okay? So stop the cap, Elvis, and stop the cap, the other sister, about this admixture garbage.
Let them know, Dollar
Like
Bill.
me,
Let
that's
them
like
know.
Culturally, we're
bullshit.
different, but our DNA, after 400 years, is over 80% African.
It's amazing, ain't it?
It's
You look
But
at
like,
amazing.
how
Brazil.
come we don't
Every
have
other
the
It's
place
same
you
because
went, the
mindset
African
though?
DNA
You know
was
what I
bred
mean?
no,
out.
it's
Like we don't
because we're
share
in
We
the
two
same
different
survived 40
mindset.
places.
years and we're still black. You know,
Because
that's
we're
crazy.
we're in two different geographies, and but our DNA is definitely African. And so I don't want these Africans who think that they're entitled, like because they know their parents and can trace some of their ancestry, more than I can, to feel that they're entitled to de-Africanize my DNA based on people who come up here with this admixture tropes. Those are not the majority of us.
The
The
majority, like
majority
I
of them
said,
have less than
let me say this: so you
20%.
go to Virginia Beach, SeaTac, or not, beautiful black community, or not. Everybody knows. You go out there and talk about I'm an admit. They'll say no, we're Africans. They'll say this is an African.
Tyler, to the
We
contrary,
started
even
with
as a
African
kid in
I don't
high
know.
school and middle
Elvis,
school,
I don't know where you come
many
from.
of my classmates
I don't
would
know where you
scorn
come
at the
from.
You're
idea
in
of being an
Minnesota.
African.
Maybe
You're in
because you're
Minnesota,
around
man.
ignorant people who
You're in a
just
white.
No, I'm
thinking like
telling
you.
you, this is not something
You're
new.
in a white
In high school,
geospace.
If you call an African American an African, they will tell you they're
We're
not
not Elvis. We're
African.
not Elvis.
We're not
Somebody mute
African.
Elvis.
You talking about
We know when
brainwashing,
you
though.
African.
I'm just saying there
Elvis
are
is in
different
Minnesota.
there are
You're in
different people who
Minnesota.
think different, right?
You're
Like
in
the lady that came
Minnesota.
up here, or Chantel, even Lisa in the chat, they say they're not African. And I
You're in
seen that even as a
a
kid.
white
I
man.
heard a lot of
Hey,
African Americans say they're not Africans.
You're in
Elvis,
Minnesota.
how much African history did that school teach?
In Minnesota?
I'm telling you
Come on,
right now in our midst,
you
if
never
Chantel is
watched me.
watching, Chantel don't consider herself African.
Who cares what
Lisa in the
Chantel
chat,
does?
Lisa Nicole
Mexican?
Jackson, don't
She's
consider
married to a
herself
white
African.
man.
The lady on the
Nicole is
panel,
married to a
Fort
white
Black,
man.
don't consider herself African. And I guarantee you there are a lot of people like her.
You
And
consider
on the
yourself
opposite side, there are a lot of people like Dollar Bill and Collar who do think they're African. So there is a divide.
You don't think
Elvis,
we're African. We're
Elvis,
no
I don't want to have to drop you down. But they get look, the lady for black righteous, love her right here, but she never had a relationship with her father. So you deal with dysfunctional people.
I mean, Collar, what does that have to do with her identity? You think? Oh man,
you probably know her black side. Come on,
check this out, yo, Dollar Bill. By the way, I saw that video that you did, man. I almost brought tears to my eyes, bro.
Thank you, brother.
That was that supposed to be you?
Well, what happened was, man, my daughter came and picked me up today, and we were just having a conversation. And actually, I was creating the video. I told her I want to do a little dedication to her because I'm trying to get her to come to Liberia. You know, I really want to get her.
Dollar Bill, I mean, that brought it home, right? When I was talking about last night, when I'm gonna tell you a story about myself, right?
Yes, sir.
I would have been married with kids 30 years ago. But you know what I listened to? Oh, you're not ready. You got to have the perfect job. Oh, you can't bring in a kid in this world without the right thing like that. Bullshit. You know, like you said in that video, you just knew there's something in you. Like when you had that child, you didn't know where the money was gonna come from, anything like that. But the love in your heart, right, made you get out there and find a way. You know, that's who we were back in the days. You know, my father. When I was a baby, my father he didn't have a job when I was born, you know, but somehow God provided a way. So there's nonsense about, oh, you got to wait until you have the right degree and better. That's bullshit, you know?
I tell people all the time, I would have never, by today's standards, I would have never been able to get married and have children because the way women look at men today, I certainly didn't have any money. You know, I didn't have any of those things. So I understand what young people are talking about. But the whole idea, yes, sir.
Let me ask Elvis this real quick. Because Elvis, you said you went to school with African American children, right?
Right, of course.
When did you start school? When did you start going to school? Like first grade, second grade?
Nah, I started school in like I think I was in New Jersey. I wasn't even in Minnesota. I don't remember, but it was early in middle school.
Early in middle school. In the United States. Now, as far as African history, did you get a lot of African history in middle school in the United States? When did you receive your African history in schooling in America?
Like I said, you got to understand what I'm saying.
No, I'm just asking you a question. Did you receive any African schooling?
Listen to what I'm saying, and I'll call her name, right?
Do you understand where I'm coming from, though?
Listen to what I'm saying.
I get what you're coming.
In my history. Hold on. Let me answer your question. In my history class in high school, we had a black world history teacher called Mr. Brown, and we had a project, right? And I did my project on Liberia, and I gave the history and summary of it. And I had his friend, African American girl. She's a little heavy set, light skin. I think she might be mixed. Her daddy was she lived in my neighborhood too. Her daddy was lighter skin and her mother was darker. And she really liked me and she liked African people. But there was a time in the class when I referred to African American as Africans, and she stood up and said she's not an African. And she's not African. And usually what I see is usually the lighter skinned people who try to devoid themselves of being African. But that wasn't the only person in my schooling during my high school years who told me they were not Africans and they were African Americans. So this idea that these people are off base because they don't consider themselves African, I don't agree with that. I think culturally we're very different people, and somebody who doesn't feel culturally connected to Africa is entitled not to consider themselves African.
But how
But
much?
on this panel,
You're missing my
on this
point. You're
channel,
missing my
every time
point.
I say I'm an African or a continental African, Dollar Bill will say something snide like, "Oh, I'm not an African too. I'm a Martian." You know, and then anytime I try to talk about, anytime I try to
like
talk about African American issues, he's like, "You're not us. You don't understand us." So he wants to be African at the same time be African American,
I
be able
don't
to
want
talk
to
on
be
African
African.
issues
But I
and
asked the
talk on
question
African
for a
American
reason.
issues, but Africans can't
Yeah,
talk
yeah,
about
you
African
Yeah, but I
American.
asked the question for a reason. How much African history did you get in these United States school as compared
Actually,
to
we got some
European?
history, the basic
No, no, no.
history in my.
As compared to European history. As compared to European
Oh
history.
yeah, of course. This is a European, centric country, but we learn about the Sungir Empire,
So you
the Mali
understand.
Empire in
So
ninth
if you
grade
could put
history class.
yourself,
I definitely remember that. We learned about some African history,
so if
of
you could
course.
put yourself in African American shoes, yeah, you're gonna have some brainwashing going on. If all they learning is how good the history of white
No,
folks is.
all the schools that I've been in, there've been no history teacher that tell African Americans they're not African. It's usually
No,
from
Big
the
Black.
home.
you're not understanding what I'm
Big
saying.
Black, let me
All you,
get Big Black. Can I say something to him? Because
Schools don't teach African Americans whether they're
directed this.
African or not.
He
that's not
directed
what I'm
me.
trying to.
Hold
Hold
Big
on.
Black.
So
Hold
who
on a second, Big
brainwashed
Black.
them, Big Black? Their schools or their parents?
Listen to what
Black,
I'm
Big
telling
Black.
you.
Could you yield to me for a second and let me get
Go ahead,
clarification. Brother. First of all, Elvis, you were raised in a town. Really, it's called they're twin cities. Okay, that is predominantly white. Predominantly white. So the majority of the individuals that you encountered who were African American were essentially mixed people.
Not the majority of them, no. I mean, you make all this wild assertion and you don't even know Dollar Bill. What are you talking about?
Because I know Minnesota.
No, you don't know what you're talking about. Stop the cap.
How many African Americans do you think live in Minnesota? Do we have to pull it up?
I mean, you saying this as if. No, I'm talking about my own experience.
No, and I'm telling
I went to high school with a lot of African Americans,
a
lot of Somalis, a lot of Africans.
Somalis are not African Americans.
Did you hear what I said?
How many blacks?
You're not here, Dollar Bill. You have this mindset that you know everything that goes on in every little nook and cranny of this country. You're not here. You don't know the population. Right, that's what you think. I'm telling you, I heard this very sentiment as a child, as a high school kid, even a middle school kid. I heard this sentiment that some African Americans told us they're not African. So this is not new.
Let me get it back real quick.
So stop this, man.
Hold on one second. In Minnesota, hold on one second. In Minnesota, with all of the population between African Americans, there are less than 300,000 black people. It's less than 400,000. Okay, 382. Okay, thousand people lived in Minnesota. Do you know what that? Okay, that is
and where are they concentrated?
Hold on one second. Hold on one second, brother. You know what? You're right up there with Minnesota is 7%. That means that they're 93% non-African American. 7% of Minnesota's population is black or African American, according to the 2020 status. This is the 28th highest percentage in the United States. However, when black people who identify as a combination of black and another race are included, the number of black residents in Minnesota is close to 450,000. Minnesota's black population has grown in recent years due to an influx of East Africans. The black population has increased so what it shows is that the native black, and these include people from immigrants from Ethiopia, Kenya, Somalia, and Nigeria. So I could say that you have a very small population of African Americans. You've got a 93% population of white people. And so the idea that most black people in that particular state, okay, are somehow either an admixture or they can probably trace their grandparents or great-grandparents to white people. I can pretty much be sure that I can say
You're making wild assumptions, Dollar Bill.
I'm looking at. I'm not making.
That doesn't tell you anything. I can tell a mixed person by looking at them, and I can tell a black person by looking at them. What do you mean?
I could say this
That's
by
not
being
true.
in the Midwest.
You cannot.
That I could say this by being in the Midwest is that Minnesota is like the OG of interracial dating as far as like
it's an interracial place.
I mean, I get it, right? Big Black, you don't think I can tell a mixed person when I see them?
No,
you cannot.
But
no, you
hold
cannot.
Hold on, Dollar Bill. Let me get
some
this
mixed
real quick.
persons.
Dollar Bill.
It all depends on the DNA. Some people come out looking all black, and then they can have a brother who looks like a white man.
I want to see a person who looks all black and their daddy is half, and their mom is white and their dad is black. I want to see that person.
Okay, Judge Bruce Wright. Judge Bruce Wright.
I know a bunch of people
Frederick
like
Douglass,
that here in Virginia.
Jesse Jackson.
They check us out. The mother's white and the father's.
You don't know African American.
The kids come out looking like they're completely black. That happens a lot.
When you say completely black, you mean lighter skin with black features.
I had people. People just my complexion, whatnot. They were mixed race.
Judge Bruce Wright.
I had a friend named Craig in high school. He's dark, and his sister Anisha. She's dark, and they didn't consider themselves Africans. They consider themselves African Americans. So come on, man.
His baby.
You want to put your own spin on people's personal experiences, Dollar Bill. You can't do that.
No, I'm not.
They may not consider themselves African, but back then, African American, when you was going to school, African American was wild.
Kala, in your life, have you heard people who are African American told you they're not African or they have no attachment to the continent?
Let me put it to you like this, right? When people say when you get black people down and they're serious, not buffooning, right? When we get down to a
no, I'm saying, have you heard it? Have you heard it in your life at all?
Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying, Elvis, right here. When you get black people and when people get their nigga prees wake up moment, whatnot, because a lot of black people are like this. I'm a little Irish. I'm a little. It was like nigga please, right? We all know, like back in the day, we used to say joke with each other. Yo, I said when you get your hair wet, see that Africa's coming out, them naps are coming out, whatnot. You know, we know we're Africans. You know, whether we.
I'm just saying, you've heard people told you they're not African when you know they're African American. You've heard it. Many people have heard it on this platform.
Elvis, right?
Well, see, you're Generation X.
People, because we live. Look, Elvis. Let me say this, right? Because we live in a country, Elvis, that literally taught us to hate anything African. The state of Texas said the African race is condemned to slavery. Every state basically put the African under the Indian, under the mulatto, everything, right? So it's not any coincidence that people are gonna be like, do you know? I'm gonna tell you a story. There was a case where there's one guy, there was brown-skinned black guy, right, who put a turban on his head, right, and escaped slavery because he passed himself off as a Hindu, you know? And I call it the Alibaba culture. That happened, right? And then remember that story about the prince among slaves, Dollar Bill? Remember that guy? He was a Fulani who got kidnapped, taken to Mississippi. Remember that?
Yeah. Yeah.
When his case, what happened was the Moroccan government said called him a Moor, right? Even though he was a Fulani, they called him a Moor, right? That kicked off the Moorish movement in America, the Chuko like that.
Yes, it did.
Why? Because calling yourself a Moor was something better than calling yourself a black African. Do you understand, Elvis, what this means? What being an African means in America?
Elvis,
he doesn't.
Kyle, you're talking BS, bro. You didn't answer my question. In your personal life, you know people who are black people and don't consider themselves Africans. You know this, right?
Hold on, Elvis. Hold on. Let me say this to Elvis. And then you're talking about that mixed girl. Her mother probably didn't want to be black. That's probably why she was.
No, her mother was black. Her father was lighter skinned.
I thought you said she was.
You think everybody who's lighter skinned?
You're not hearing what I'm saying. It's not just the light skinned people that say that shit. I'm telling your friend named Craig, who's dark, short guy, dark. His sister Renisha. They don't consider themselves Africans. They're African Americans, and I was friends with him in high school.
Elvis, let me ask you a question.
Everybody feels that.
Stop the cap. There are people who are black that don't consider themselves African, and that's fine.
Elvis, let me say this. Listen to this carefully. I need everybody to listen to this, right? Have you ever heard a Chinese person say they're not Chinese?
I mean, Chinese is a nationality, but fine.
No, Chinese race.
Race.
No, there's no race that's a Chinese race.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. The Han race.
The Han people are ethnic.
So have you ever heard a Chinese person say that? I had this one friend of mine. His name was Buddha.
I don't know, Kyle. I don't interact with a lot of Chinese people.
Let me finish what I'm saying, right? I've had a friend of mine, Buddha, right? And every once in a while, he was me and my brother's friend. This guy, Buddha, he's Korean, but he's cocky as hell, man. He could fight though. He's in the martial arts. So me and him used to mess around and fight all the time one night. Anyway, one time he made a comment to me and my brother, right? Because he goes, see us white boys, and we looked at him like, what the fuck is us white boys? So he was like, well, technically, I hang around white. No, you're not white, Buddha. You're yellow, And so, but it's the only time I said. But for the most part, you don't see Asians. You have a lot of self-hating Asians, but they never deny the Asians. So ask yourself this question, Elvis, right? What is it about Africa that has Black America? Do you think Black America is a victim in this? I think they're victims, because America has done such a good job in demonizing and degrading the African because of the slave trade. They blame Africa for the Atlantic slave trade.
People have colonialized minds, and this is why.
Kyla, do a poll real quick, right? There are people in the chat.
No.
Ask them how many of them who are African Americans consider themselves African.
Do
do that right now. Right. People in the chat who are African Americans, how many of you consider yourself to be African?
Elvis,
let me say this, right?
A lot of stuff.
Look, if I look at you, right, I look at your hair, your phenotype, I don't care what you say. You can be talking in Greek, you're African.
Exactly.
Like if I see four righteous,
you can't impose that on them, Kyla.
Oh, please.
You can't impose it on them.
Please.
If they don't feel African culturally, if they don't identify with the African culture, they can think they're American. They might have a black skin. You think a European from Netherlands can go live in Iran because they're both Aryan and considered Caucasian? You think that's how it works?
So the Liberians, distance Liberians that they feel like they're not Liberians, they're not Liberians.
I don't understand what you're saying.
I doubt
what's your name?
Crew, man.
I'm saying, look at your comment section, bro. Look at the comment section. A lot of African Americans in the chat don't consider themselves Africans. That's plain blank.
It's because of colonialism.
10 years ago, let me say this. 10 years ago, I remember there was a controversy with this Liberian lady that had a daughter that was born here, right? Mm-hmm. And the daughter, she told her daughter one day that she's not Black American, she's Liberian. The girl started bawling, crying. So she goes, "This is where you're from, Liberia, and we're gonna go back there." And the girl started bawling, crying. No, I'm Black American, I'm African American, whatever like that. So the bottom line is, it happens like this: when you're taught to hate your own people, your race, it happens, Elvis. But the problem is, Africans have to do is make Africa so great that people want to identify with it. How come that's not?
Colin, you got about 6 people in the comments who are African Americans who say they're not African.
Oh, these are freaking goofball FBA trolls.
They don't know anything about themselves.
But they trolls. You know they trolls.
You see, I put that collar.
You like to play the nut role, Elvis.
I'm saying, bro, people can identify how they choose to identify. You have to respect it, bro.
Like that.
It don't work like that.
So somebody can choose to identify as a billionaire.
Colin, are you African?
Racially, yes, I am.
Okay,
racially,
so you're distinguishing it, right? Racially, but not culturally.
Culturally, yeah. I'm an American.
But you said
African American, but racially,
all those people, when it's time to choose something, if they want a job application, or if they vote and say Black/African American, they choose an African American. Every single one of them.
Race is real.
You got to listen. There's race and there's culture. The two are not always the same. And so when you say to me, "Oh, I'm African wise, I'm not culturally like you, but DNA wise, I'm very much." That's why I was trying to explain to you. Culturally, I mean DNA wise, I have more in context with a person like Michael Mawali, or even unbelievably, even a fool like Chukwu, than you do. You don't share as much DNA markers as I do with him. You don't.
We don't honor brainwashing.
And so what you're trying to do is, this is what you Africans on the continent try to do. You come and you talk about people who try to delineate themselves, but you are the original delineators. You are the ones that come up here and tell us that we're not African. You come up here and tell people that they're mixed race because they're light skinned. All of which is a lie.
They say that. A lot of times,
Bill, you're talking bullshit right now. You're talking
I'm talking
complete bullshit.
facts.
No, it's a
No,
lot
that's
of
what you're
Africans.
talking.
A lot of
When
come
I
from a
come
state-
up here
you come from a
and I
state
try to
where
align myself with you, what you tell me?
93%.
You're not African American. You're not
You're
African
not African
American.
American.
You're telling me
You're
that
not
from a
talking-
cultural
You
standpoint.
don't.
You're
you
telling me
don't
that from a
understand my
cultural
culture.
standpoint. So when I
You're
tell
not
you you're
from
not
a
African,
racial.
I'm telling you that from a cultural standpoint. So
No,
accept
you
it.
don't
No,
distinguish
you
that.
don't be
Accept
right.
it. I'm
don't-
telling
you
you
don't
that you're not
distinguish
African
that.
from a cultural
You
standpoint.
right to say
Just how I'm
that.
not African American from a cultural standpoint.
not a-
Accept it,
You
Dollar
don't
Bill.
tell me-
You
He's not
can't
a-
be
he's
both,
not-
bro.
He's
You
not a
can't be
continental
both.
African. He's
I
not a
can be
You're
whatever I
continental
African
African.
want to
American
be.
But he's
culturally. You're not African culturally.
Nonetheless,
Period. So get
nonetheless,
over it, bro.
he's an
Elvis,
African.
you don't get
He's
to
not
say that
continental
because
African.
Oh, I don't
He's
get to say that, but this
African
motherfucker get to tell me I'm not African American.
race.
You're not African
No,
American.
I'm not African American. I agree with that. Just how he's not African culturally.
No,
There you
can't
go.
say
Accept it.
no.
Hold on. So what
I'm
is
not
that?
culturally
African American culture is just
I
another.
never said
It's a
I was
unique culture that my people is separated from hundreds of years. Just how my culture, your people have been separated from it for hundreds of years. So accept it, bro.
Wait.
We still been separated.
But you know what?
but
We gotta be
still
real.
got
We
the
gotta be
DNA.
real. That's
And
not
y'all
Elvis.
hate that.
No, that's not Elvis'
Y'all
fault.
hate
We gotta
that.
be real. When he comes over here, they do label him African American. Let's be real. We gotta be real across the board. Now,
But Dollar Bill and Collar will tell me I'm not African American, which they're right. So when I tell them they're not African, accept it, bro. Don't be insulted by
I
it.
don't have to accept anything that you
No, you have to accept it.
on paper,
You have to accept it because it's a fact.
he is African American. Let's be real now. Let's cut the bullshit. On
Nah,
paper.
don't tell them that. I'm not African American or a big black. They tell me that all the time, and I accept that. So they're not African.
I mean, on paper, on paper, in the United States, you is on paper. That's what I'm talking
And
about.
I agree with that. What makes me not African American? Why? Because I don't have the unique culture experience. I didn't grow up in the culture. I agree with that. You didn't grow up in the African culture. You don't have the unique African experience on the continent, so you're not African. So accept it, bro.
You have the Virginia Beach, right? And go to the
telling me I'm not African.
Those are
That'd be a
African
lie.
Americans.
My
Those
race
are African
is
Americans.
Well, y'all he can't get peeled out for that. That's a conundrum that the
And
government.
even a lot of African American people admit to having ethnogenesis in this country. So that means they are a new ethnicity. They have a new, ethnicity in this country. And Dollar Bill have even professed that in this on this panel that there's the ethnogenesis of African Americans that detaches you from Africans, bro. Now, come on, man. You can't talk out of both sides of your mouth. You can't be African American at the same time, bro.
When
That's
black
how it works.
immigrants come over here, they label African American. Y'all can't penalize Elvis for that. Y'all can't.
Because
when black immigrants come over here, the government categorize them as African Americans.
Big black, they're not African Americans, bro.
In America.
They're not
well, they get labeled that by the government.
I know they get labeled. That's the whole thing. That's why we have someone like a Barack Obama being called the so-called African American president. That can't happen no more.
First of all, Miss Chantel,
I'll tell you what.
I'm not a Caribbean.
Until we
You're
come
a liar.
with a new
You're
name
a liar. I'm not a Caribbean.
from them, they is African American.
Bottom line is this. Look, let me tell you something, Big Black.
Let's be real.
That's why. This is why we're talking about. If you're a liar. Why Black Americans are screwed right now is because nobody basically stands on this square when not. I'm like this. Even my good brother Bomani, who I'm partners with, right? I know for about him and I talk about this a lot too. He knows that even though we're both Black Power, Black nationals, whatnot, this other thing, there's a line that separates us. He's Jamaican, right? And
that has to be done politically, though. You can't just say that. It has to be done politically.
I don't look, Big Black. I do not go by what the white man labels and everything because they don't have it right. I don't go by what they
Geechee, baby.
Well, all we doing is battling because we can't. Ain't nothing on paper. Ain't nothing on paper. We can say they get African American.
I'm saying the fact of the matter is, if you ask me, I'm like this. If people basically say, Colin, what do you think about Barack Obama? I said, first of all, the only thing that I liked about him was he had a Black African American wife. Second of all, if you look at him, his speech, everything like that. There's nothing even Black about him, much less African American. Nothing less Black. He's nothing but a white liberal.
He never even called himself Barack. He grew up being called Barry.
He was Barry Soloto, whatever his name is, And so the bottom line is this: how is it? Look, Big Black. This is what's dangerous, right? He got the most coveted thing in our history, the first Black president. Do you understand how significant that is? In other words, basically, the people who came before him, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, Medgar Evers, Paul Robeson, all these people that broke down doors because white people basically said, okay, it's time to give the black man a shot. And this guy's not even come from that lineage. There's something wrong with
you
that.
know who sold my ass? White people and you Indians, you fake Indians sold my ass, sold my family's ass. And we ran off in the Gullah Islands. That's who did it. The ones who got those, like you call yourself, and put an R on my name. The ones who are going around here with less than 2%, okay, of Native American, also, they also sold my ass. So you're mad with the Africans who sold your ass, but you're not married to you're not mad with the
like
people
I told Poor Righteous,
who sold them too.
Right, they had slaves. They had slaves.
I asked for Righteous. I said, look, why are you mad? You want to delineate from Africans so much, right? But yet I haven't heard you say one thing about separating yourself from white people. You know
why? Because she liked being a slave for the cracker and a bed wench like Lisa is. That's why.
So
you don't own me. You Africans from the continent can't tell me nothing. I'm an African American. Africa belongs to me as much as it belongs to you. And you can't tell me because you feel I'm not this and I'm not that. We go back and get an Africanistan. We're going to take our rightful place, okay, that you guys work together with the crackers to send us here to America.
That's right. So all
okay, Dollar Bill, you go and take your inheritance.
You damn right.
We'll
ask for it. I'm not going to beg for reparations. We're going to take that shit.
Of course.
There shouldn't be this level of divisiveness, you know.
We didn't bring it. Check this out. We did not ask for any of this. We didn't ask to be brought here. We did not ask for any of this, right? People that basically will act like, oh, you black Americans. Well, say, well, first of all, no one asked, did the black people in America ever want to be in this position? No. What group of people, what same group of people, as brilliant as black America is, brilliant people, brilliant, beautiful race of people, why are they basically sacrificing what other people never did? Everybody else in opposition, right? You know what it says? It's time for us to have a nation. Time for us to be free, a free people. It's time for us to have our own, let the world see who we are and stuff like that. We sacrifice all that just for a little comfortable place to the white man's feet. No, it don't work like that. And also, I want to say this, and I want to offend nobody, right? I said we got to stop taking advice from African immigrants and Caribbean immigrants, right? Because they're coming from third world countries, right? Of course, America's paradise compared to what they came from. But we built this country, So Americans are a big deal to us.
I don't know the ones with their mind.
That's why you're not African, Kyle, because you didn't grow up in a third world African country like we did. Your experience is different. Ours are different, right? Accept it, man.
Put him on mute. Put him on mute. You know what the hell he's talking. I'm gonna read a quote.
I'm gonna read a quote.
Hold on a second. Big Black.
That's what these guys do, man. Big Black. They like to talk out of both sides of the mouth, like Dollar Bill. He wants to be African one day, the next day he's not African. He's full of bullshit, bro. That's why I don't respect him, man. You talk all that shit, and at the end of the day, you want to come back and say, I'm not African. I'm an African American. I like living in New York. I like living in the first world country. You talk shit about people who want to go to Africa and experience the African life, but at the same time, you want to claim to be an African. You ain't no damn African, bro. You're an African American. Be proud of that. I'm an African. I'm proud of that, bro.
I don't see you saying, I'm going to burn my American passport and go to Liberia when you're sitting right here.
Can I say something, Colin? This is the kind of bull crap that I'm tired of hearing Africans say. So you mean to tell me that being in a place that doesn't have the regular amenities affordable to a human being is the African way?
I never say I was better for being African. I'm just telling you what I am. I'm not saying I have a better life in Africa than you do. I'm just telling you what I am and what you are.
You're the biggest hypocrite.
So you can talk about the living standards all you want. That's fine.
You're the biggest.
It has nothing to do with me saying I'm superior to you because I'm African. That's not what I'm saying.
You're the biggest hypocrite on the show because you don't want to live the African way of life. That's why your black ass is here in America. You don't want to go back and suffer.
You're talking about standard of living. I'm talking about ethnicity. Those are two different things. I'm not telling you that I want to live the African way of life. I'm not telling you that. I'm telling you I'm African. I'm African, and everything that comes with it, that means that I'm African. I'm not talking about living standards.
You a
Yeah,
run
you
star like
always want to hit
you're
the
a
low hanging
runner.
fruit because you want to
You're a
make fun of
runner.
Africans. Oh,
You're a
you guys are
runner.
shit hood countries. You guys are
You're
doing
giving
this.
up
Wait,
on your
I
Dollar Bill.
own
get
Wait,
all of
land.
that,
Dollar
Dollar
Bill.
Bill.
You've
All I'm
given
telling
Dollar
up
you is
on
Bill.
your
I'm an
own
African.
land.
Let's
Ethnically, I'm
Now
calm
you
it
African.
down,
coming in.
Dollar
I
Bill.
We're
don't
not
give a
the
damn.
same, bro. You
But
said it on this
Everybody ain't
platform many
about
times.
themselves and
not the
everybody
same.
Your
speaking, bro.
experience
I'm
as
a
an
runner.
African American is
If I
different
was
than
in
that of my
Africa,
experience as an
I
African
wouldn't be
on the
running.
continent. So
If I
get it
was
right,
Dollar
in
bro.
Africa,
Bill.
I wouldn't
What are you
be
complaining
running.
about, man?
I would come
Stop
to
fetching, bro.
America. I would come to America, get an education, get my skills, get up my money, and go back and take my place as I supposed to be, a man in my own land.
Come
But
on,
Good for you,
people like
Dollar Bill.
you,
You go ahead
people
and
like
do that
you,
back on your
people,
African
I don't
continent since you
respect
claim to
you.
be Africa.
I don't
Get your
respect you.
education and go
I
back to
don't respect
your home
you.
continent.
You
No, don't
got a
claim to
whole.
be African
I
and
don't
then you
respect
don't want to
you.
go back to your home
You are a
African
rock star.
continent. Exactly. That's because you don't see yourself as
Living
an
in states
African. So
with
you don't have
Mexicans and crackers,
you
and
don't
you
have
trying to
any
tell
allegiance
me
to the
about our
continent.
culture in
So
America.
I agree with you, bro. You're African American. You're American. Be here. I'm an
I'm
African,
not a
right?
liar.
That's it. Why you
Why'd you
want? What are you
take your
crying about,
African
Dollar
ass to
Bill?
Africa?
Elvis,
What
Why
are
listen,
you
did you
crying
take
about?
your
white
African ass?
Europeans
Why
don't
did you
have a
take
What are
your
you
problem.
crying
African ass?
about, Dollar Bill?
Why did you take your African ass
I
to
could be
Africa
African
then?
and live in America, bro. There are
Okay.
many Europeans who are Europeans and live in America, bro. There are
Well,
many
you know what?
Asians who are
You
Asians
don't
and
have
live in
enough
America, bro.
nuts.
You're just
You don't
mad
have
that I'm
enough
an
All
African
nuts.
who's living in America.
You don't have
Be
enough
mad, bro.
nuts.
That's the
Get out
difference.
there.
I'm
You got
African, you're
all the
African
advantages
American. Accept it.
anybody in this
End of
world could
discussion,
have.
bro.
You got family, you got influence, you got all that. But you know what you don't have? You don't have any fucking nuts to be a man and go back and get
Dollar
what you
Bill,
want.
stop being emotional about what another man is doing or not doing, bro. Stop being emotional about it.
So we're never
Live
Hey,
your
like
you
life.
know
Let me
what?
live my
no
life, bro.
nuts.
Wait, Dollar
listen,
Bill,
Let me
Dollar
live my
Bill,
life.
Here,
When I want to go back to
put
Africa,
your
I'll
hat
go
Dollar
back to
on.
Africa on
Put
my
Bill,
your
own time.
hat on.
Worry about your life, dog.
Dollar
Worry
Bill,
about
he
your
ain't
life.
over here shitting on African
Oh
Americans. We
man,
ain't gotta do that to him. He ain't over here
you
shitting on
got a
African
Exactly. I mean,
vagina.
this is dollar bill. I
He
stay in
ain't
my
just
little
a
corner.
white
I'm an
man.
African. I stay in my African corner. I
He
don't tell
ain't
African
just
Americans
living
they're
in
this
the
or
white
that.
man's
I
he
don't.
land.
ain't
I don't
Living
spew
on
hate
white
against
man's
African
he
Americans.
farm,
ain't talking like
living
Afrodamus. He
amongst
don't
the
deserve that
crackers,
shit, man.
and calling
If he was talking
yourself
like
a special
Afrodamus,
Negro.
that would be
That's
warranted. But
what
he ain't over there talking shit, you know what I'm saying, and talking
that's what
down
you
on
want to
African
do.
Americans. He's
Tell the
not talking
truth.
down on African
That's what
Americans.
you want. You don't have enough nuts to get out there and do something for your people. You want to sit up here on the
Dollar bill.
white
I'm
man's
sure you're
nuts.
doing a lot of things for your people. You got all the
Come
nuts
on,
and
All
you're
my
man.
doing other
life.
things for your people. You're
All
just
of my
angry, bro.
life.
You're always angry. Don't
All
be
of my
angry
life.
and emotionally attached to
I'm not
another man's life.
no.
Don't worry about
You
what I'm doing in my
telling
life,
me
Dollar
about
Bill.
my life.
Hey,
That's
I'm
a
telling
feminine
you
trait.
why.
Don't worry about what I'm doing in my life.
You're the feminine
If
one.
I
You're the
want to
one
go to
with the
Africa, I'll go to
nuts.
Africa. If I don't want to go to Africa, I
You're
won't.
not going. You got no
You know,
nuts.
you shouting and getting high
You're a
blood pressure
pussy.
over that doesn't mean a damn thing to me, bro.
You're a
I'm only
pussy.
telling you simply, I'm an
You're a pussy.
African, you're African
Where
American. That's
That's
all.
all you're gonna go.
You can be
You got a
emotional about it,
pussy.
that's on you, bro.
You
Your
got
blood
no
pressure can go
fucking
up,
nuts.
that's on you. You
Don't
make
worry
that
about
choice.
my blood pressure. You ain't got no nuts. That's why you can't go. Just tell them
You
that.
got all the
hey,
nuts, but
hey,
you got all the
let me
nuts,
put
dollar
it
bill, but
like
you
this.
You
never
got no
visited your
nuts.
mother continent, the
You
continent
got
that you
no
claim to
nuts.
be from. You never
You
visited
got
it.
no nuts.
No,
You
he
got no
wrong,
nuts to go
man.
to
You a
Africa. You never
straight up,
been there in the
Hold
65
on,
years of your
Pan-Africanist.
life.
man.
Never been
You're
there.
a straight up
man,
A
coward.
listen,
little
this is
over a
part
year.
You're
of the
a coward.
buffoonery, you know?
Over a
Drive
year,
your
he'll be there.
German
This
car
is part of the
and go back and
buffoonery.
live under your
Dollar
crackers.
bill, relax, bro. No need to be mad.
Hey,
You
hey,
say you're African? Go back and
listen,
visit your mother continent, bro.
I
You never
told you
been.
listen.
You never
stop.
been. I guess you're not so attached to your
You
Africanness, right?
are a
You're
freaking
not so
coward.
attached to it, dollar bill. You
That's
never been
why
there.
you're a coward.
I'm not the
Bottom line,
Coward.
coward. You're the one that says you
bottom
from a
line,
place,
Coward.
but you live for
African
60
Americans.
plus years and you've never been there.
Hold
I
on.
go
You're
to
a
Bottom,
coward.
Africa
I
every
wasn't
now and
born
then.
there.
You never been.
Africa was born in me. I wasn't born there. I've helped my
hey,
people
hey,
here, and I've
Elvis, let me
helped
just
your
say this
people
real
here
quick.
too.
Bottom line, those Africans, right? The African Americans that claim they're not African, they can't rock the vote. Period. We African
Oh, here,
Americans.
trying to
Bottom
sneak
line,
this me.
that shit is on and
Always
politically,
trying to
that's what
sneak
we
this
are.
me, but you don't respect me. Respect yourself. You don't have no respect on yourself.
Dollar
While you
Bill,
walk
let's
around,
not make the
you got a
entire show
whole
about us,
country.
bro. We settled it,
You got a
right?
whole
I'm an
country.
African, you're
You
African
don't have
American.
no
We
father.
settled it. Let's not fight each other all night. We can move on with the topic, Carla. I don't want to bog the show down. Let's move on.
Okay, the topic is buffoonery remains all-time high. And basically what I was talking about tonight was the fact that, we've settled. Look, when people aren't serious about the future and they hand over the major things about life and everything like that, the decision making to another race, we're relegated to friggin' entertainment, court gestures, clowning, and stuff like that. That's what you see in Black America right now. Why do you think most of the people are doing the FanDuel sports things and entertainment. But black people think seeing all this black people entertainment is a come up. It's not. It's not. Anytime when white people look at you and they don't think of David's what's his name, David Stewart. But I bet you anything. I would say not even 10% of white America knows who he is. The richest black man in the world probably don't know who he is. But
white people know who he is, and you know what the problem is, Kala? I get impassionate because I was in here, right? I was listening to the show. I was in the back, and I was listening to the show, and once again, Elvis is sneak dissing, brought up my name and is sneak dissing, telling me how people. When he gets upset when I tell him and I point out that you live in a state that's predominantly white, that black people only have 7%, and they have to share that with immigrants. So really, African Americans are probably less. They're probably less than 5%, and the other 2% are shared with African immigrants. It's a state, okay, that was made by Vikings, Norsemen. And so for him to come up here disingenuously to tell people that he knows so much about African Americans and our way of life is a lie. It would be like me trying to tell him I know about being in Liberia when I have no knowledge of Liberia other than the books that I read. And so when I'm saying to him, what he can't get between his thick crew head is that you can be, okay, in your DNA, one thing. You have Chinese people on my job who DNA are Chinese people, but culturally, they don't know nothing about Chinese other than what they know from their grandparents. They've been socialized to be white people.
Yeah.
They live amongst white people.
Let me just say this real quick, though, but the Twin Cities, Elvis probably do see a lot of black people because there's a lot of
only 7%.
Let me say something real quick.
Dollar Bill doesn't understand what it means by concentration. Most of the people, the black people, are concentrated where I live, Dollar Bill. So stop the cap. Minnesota is a pretty big state. They're concentrated where I live, so I interact with a lot of black people on a daily basis. You live in New York. You're just talking shit because you think you know everything. You're not here. I live here. I have personal experience with African Americans in the state. So stop the cap, bro.
This is what I'm saying.
You don't even know who's an African American.
Chicago and Milwaukee, they go straight to the Twin Cities. That's what I'm saying. He probably does see a lot of black people.
Big Black. Let me say this.
7%.
You haven't asked him a question. I say like this: who's like when you said just African American, most say the African, whatever like that. And I told you that that no other race of people does that. You don't see Indians say I'm not Indian. Like with Vietnamese, like don't call me an Indian, like it's an insult, whatever like that. Why is it that the African American, right, is the only group of people that do that? Is it their fault? Or could it be the society that you love so much taught them to be like that?
The society that they love that.
Well, who taught the Africans that to exclude us?
And then you got that dynamic too, right? So they probably do, but and secretly they like, damn, when some continent Africans come over and say that they're not African, they're looking like, damn, you sold us, now you tell us we're not y'all. So that has a play in it too. So not only is the brainwashing, there's a double effect of brainwashing.
But
right?
but Big Black, in that same vein, right? Do you think an African just coming off the boat from Africa is an African American culturally?
No.
Of course not. So let's be honest. So if an African who's telling you as an African American you're not culturally African, you shouldn't be offended by it. It's a simple fact.
Elvis, the point I'm trying to make is this, bro. Like what Dollar Bill said, look, culturally, we're African Americans. Racially, which that's what let me tell you something, Elvis, right? If you don't know anything, understand anything about the country, right? The white man don't give a fuck about what you could see culturally. All he sees is your black face. That's the only thing that really counts when it comes down to it in this country. What your race is, you may be African American. That's what for us to decide among ourselves. When it comes to the white man and his system and everything like that, protecting his place on that, all he sees is you're black. That's all he sees.
Principe, stop hating.
I agree. We're of the same race. I agree with that. Do you also agree that there's an ethnogenesis in this country of African Americans, right? That's a new ethnicity that was formed over hundreds of years.
My point about that is the fact that as far as like this, what complicates, like I told you the other day, I don't know if I hurt your feelings when I said this one night. I said that I forgot who asked me, Frenchie. I thought somebody asked me, do you think black immigrants should be coming here? And I said, for real, no. Why? Because look, there's a very dangerous relationship between blacks and whites in this country, right? White people are doing everything 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to discredit us, to erase slavery and make it seem like the blood they have on their hand does not exist. They got blood all over their hands when it comes to Black America. So therefore, hold on, let me say this. Therefore, what they do is they reach out to black immigrants and say, "Hey, look, come over here one night," and they treat them a little better or whatever like that, or make them feel at home one night. And then to the black immigrant, it's like all the history of America was completely erased. All they know is they got a job for the first time, they got running water for the first time, they got a refrigerator or stuff like this. And next thing you know, it looks like black people in America can't get their shit together. And that's exactly what it is. They don't understand the history of this country.
Listen, Colin, people don't understand that we have been at war with these crackers.
We're at war. Big Black. They're not at war with white people. We are.
Right.
So
let me say this, Elvis. Now, culturally, real quick, Dollar Bill. Culturally, you can say I'm not Nigerian. Culturally, you can say I'm not Liberian.
Yeah, but the difference is I'm not Ghanaian.
But I'm culturally African,
Big Black,
just like any other
right?
Any other group of black people in the quote-unquote New World.
Big Black, in this country, right, there's a demarcation line between black and white, there's a delicate line. Now, for the most part, basically, like I was talking about this topic tonight, Buffoonery remains an all-time high. Look, the bottom line is this. No matter how much racism you say is in the NFL, you're going to be seeing these same Negroes up there giving their commentary during tour. Am I right?
There you go.
Everybody's going to be cheesing and everything like that because it's like, nigga, you better get up there and say something and whatnot. You better not take no knee. You better like this, like that. And the bottom line is the black man says, something, to feed my family, to maybe I could bargain later on and whatnot. I'm going to go ahead and do what the white man tells me to do because the bottom line, it's about power, right? The white man got his foot on our neck, right? Still.
And we haven't had an ethnogenesis. Ethnogenesis is a process by which a group of people develop an ethnic identity, either through self-identification or external identification. We have not completed an ethnogenesis. Now, people are trying to. They're in the middle of trying to make themselves an ethnogenesis, but there isn't. Mostly people, are basically 80% African DNA. And so when you say these things, you don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Tariq Nasheed. Tariq
Nasheed
brought in that word to bring forth the word FDA.
Look it up. We have not. What they want is to develop. And it actually came from the Greeks. It's the ancient Greek word, or it means ethnos, which just means a group of people. So now if you want to say we're ethnogenesis, then I'm going to have to go back, to my man Baruti and say that all of the black people, whether they're in Africa on a certain part, who have been involved in the Bantu expansion, are Bantu people. How about that for your ethnic genesis?
Yo, check this out. Miss Chantel says all black Americans are 80%. Yes, you are, Miss Chantel. I saw your picture. You're like 90% African.
You know what it is? It's these people like her and Lisa who are bedwenches for white men who want to ethnically cleanse themselves from their blackness.
Bad, man.
And they feel part of doing that they feel good by hating Africans. So that's part of their ethnic cleansing. They want to marry white people, have white mixed babies.
Why do people like Elvis keep egging that on? We're trying to deal with this.
I know Elvis seen many African Americans
Elvis,
him.
Bro, I just told you from my personal experience. And I've seen it on this platform too. It's not isolated. For every 10 African Americans who consider themselves African, there might be 4 who consider themselves not to be African. I'm telling you that. We see it on the platform, and I saw it as a kid in high school and middle school. I'm just telling you that. I'm not trying to propagate anything. I'm just telling you what I saw and what I experienced.
But if you understand the brainwashing that's been going on in America, right, and you understand the history, why does it even matter? We still going.
It's not just America.
Big Black, you saw I got in an argument with a lady on this platform when I said she was an African. She got real mad at me and we went at it, right? We went at it. So the point here is sometimes if an African go to another African American and say, "What's up, my African brother?" They might be offended.
Why don't you?
They might be offended.
Why don't you open up your ears? Big Black.
Because you guys are not, African Americans are not in unison that they're African. That's what I'm telling you, and we see it right now on this platform.
Big Black.
It's not a unison mindset that you guys are Africans.
Francis Fanon wrote it in his book, Black Skin, White Mask. And for you Haitian brothers who don't want to read it in English, Francis Fanon was from one of these French Antilles countries, and he has it in French too. So people from the Cameroon, people from any Francophone country can read how you can have black skin but wear a white mask. In other words, that's buffoonery.
But why is that? Don't you understand that comes from the same mentality, right? Of a continental
buffoonery.
That was 1, 2. I'm talking about you, Dollar Bill. But does that come from the same mentality, Elvis, as a continental African that wants to whiten their skin? You don't understand the self-hate going on there?
Look, Big Black, like I said, right? If I came to you and I said, "What's up, my African brother?" What would be your response to me?
What's up?
Yeah. Right. If I went to somebody else, like a few people on the panel, and I said that to them, they'll be like, "I'm not African. I'm not no damn African."
Because they don't have the information.
So you don't know who you're interacting with, right? So I could go to a Dollar Bill or a Kyle and be like, "What's up, my African brother?" They might not see any issues with that. If I go to somebody who professes to be an African American or just an American, they might be offended by it. So I'm telling you, my larger point here is that there's a separation. Whether it's 20%, whether it's 30% of African Americans, they don't consider themselves Africans. And you have to respect those people's views. That's what I'm saying.
We don't respect this brainwashing.
I respect it. If a person said they're not African, you can make a case. They've been separated from the continent for 400 years. Culturally, they're not attached to the continent. I can accept it. If you also say you're African, I can accept it. I can accept both sides of it. What's the point? What's the point of arguing?
Double thousands of years or not. We get there back there, right? You know.
Listen, could you do me a favor, Kala? Could you put up a little video of Bamboozled so we can show him what the buffoonery looks like?
I mean, come on.
Could you show that? I got it in the back chat.
I love that movie.
I love it too. It says it all.
I'm not accepting no brainwashing, man. Elvis, you can accept brainwashing. I don't accept brainwashing.
That movie was ahead of its time.
But you saw, that's what I'm saying. When you try to impose your thought on other people, it's going to be a conflict, bro. If I tell an African American who tell me they're not African, I try to impose on them that they are African and tell them you're brainwashed, they're gonna look at me. What the fuck you know about me? You African from Africa, and I don't want to have that fight with them. If people tell me who they are, I believe them. I'm not gonna argue with them.
The network does not want to see Negroes on television unless they are buffoons.
Have you ever thought about just quitting?
I have a contract. The only way I get out of that is if I get fired, and that is what I intend to do. I know you're familiar with minstrel shows, variety shows, like In Living Color.
Right. That was dope.
Man Tan, the new millennium minstrel show. We're gonna need a little more money for this.
This could be bigger than Friends, Ally McBeal, even my boys Amos and Andy.
Yeah.
You're putting white actors in blackface?
We're using black actors with blacker faces.
Show
this fall.
Right on, man.
Yeah, great show.
You won't believe what's coming to your television.
Sleep and Eat and Mantan are lazy and unemployed.
Do your stuff.
But we are certainly not saying anything about the entire African American community.
What's sweeping the nation? And what's coloring the way you see the world.
Yo, we can't let this injustice go by, man. Not this time, man.
You know what I'm saying?
Nah, man. You know what I'm saying?
You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying?
That shit was, yo. That's what most Def man. Him and Jada, right? That was the fucking funniest part of the movie.
You notice that everybody white want to be black. How about raising up? We all act better, sound better.
When are you going to come into the light?
The light.
The light.
Your hands are just as bloody as mine.
Cousins, I want you all to go to your windows. We talking about revolution. Go to your windows and yell out, I am not gonna take it anymore!
Yo, that
I
movie
don't want
was
anything
so
to do with
deep.
anything black for at least a week.
But I have to say that was Spike Lee's best movie. You know,
Bamboozled.
Bamboozled, right? That's why I said I think a lot of Africans need to watch that movie. You know, before they come to this country. You know,
put that on. We need to get a playlist for Africans, right? And I'm seeing these new Haitians too, and new Caribs. We're gonna get y'all a whole playlist.
What America's all about, with how they sound to us when they come over here talking all this stupidity and whatnot. You know, it's bamboozled. You know, buffoonery.
Yeah, see, you know, this guy, Afro Dumbass, he likes to come up and play
he
all
might
the
be
stuff.
a man-tan. He is man-tan.
But he doesn't explain the context. See, it's the certain
the
cultural
context of
nuances that we understand as African Americans in this country. And so when you don't understand those nuances, you can have your little individual things with people, but you don't understand us as a collective. One, because you were not raised to do so. And two, there was, you didn't have to. You came to a white area, you go to white schools, you get a little privilege, and you become the model Negro, and you don't have your Negro wake-up call. So it's easy for you to say the blacks and go on shows with ignorant people like Afro Dumbass and listen to Chuku. He's telling you about bumquishes, but he got bumquishes in his own family. He wants you to believe that everybody in his family is a talented 10th.
Everybody in his family is rich, and like they people like For Righteous. I can tell she's living in poverty, everything like that. So that's why she basically feels intimidated by someone like Afro Dumbass. When you got money, like you and I, Dollar Bill, do you feel intimidated by someone like Afro Dumbass?
Listen, even when I didn't have any money, I never felt intimidated by white people
or African immigrants, whoever.
Well, African immigrants never even. First of all, I didn't meet African immigrants until I was maybe 17 or 18 years old.
I didn't meet them until like about 6 years ago.
And so when I did, it was never, nothing that I feel intimidated by African immigrants or anything like that. So I never did. I've helped quite a few people, over the years. I remember getting into some conversations and discussions with some Nigerians when I first started working with them. When, after I graduated from school, I had to smack one or two in the mouth because they say stupid shit. They don't know what to say out of their mouths, because what they do is they learn from looking at movies about African Americans. So they're bound to say, and then when they come here, they go to the ghettos. And so they assume that everybody is like them that they deal with to get their green card, so they can have a conversation and talk to us any old kind of way. So you got to slap them in their mouth to come to reality. Okay, let them know, that's not your behavior is not acceptable. And if you do this and you go out into the greater community, you're going to get your ass whipped. And a lot of times that happens. A lot of them end up getting their ass whipped because not the ones that are cool and understand the culture, those people tend to do very well. It's the other ones who got hard heads like Michael Mawali and talk shit. They liable to get twisted up. Stop doing
that's
it.
How it is. But they have no idea the context of America, right? Do you understand that America has waged a 400-year war? Literally outright war. that we had communities that burned down with massacres and stuff like that happened in this country. They know about the Indian massacres, but they don't know about Black Wall Street, Wilmington, Rosewood. These were peaceful Black communities, thriving Black communities that were burned to the ground, and people were massacred, genocide in this country that calls itself the.
They call that we're just we're being victims. We're doing victimhood.
Just telling like it is.
We're making excuses. This so the thing is, right? I listen to I look at the brother like Principe. He's he gets upset and rightfully so. You get upset with African Americans because you think that we supposed to cow down to continental Africans and kiss their behind because they're the true Africans. They're the true Sonagay warriors.
And check this out. Not only that, brother Dollar Bill. Check this out. I put up a thing. Look, I said if you want to know what's going on in Black America, download some black business apps. And so he said, we need to do this. Come together. We're already doing that.
I sent you one, right? Blacklisted.
Yeah, I joined, man. But something, is that connected to the clubhouse?
No.
Hey, Carla, who's the buffoon today? Who are the buffoons that's buffooning today?
No, it's not. Don't take person. It's not the African. It's just people that act stupid. People don't know reality. That's who the buffoons are. If you're walking around with
I say two buffoons. Afro Dumbass and Tariq. They're two polar opposite buffoons.
Umar Johnson's a buffoon.
And your boy, what's his name?
Roland
African Strikes Back. What's it?
Brandon, oh come on, don't
Brandon's a damn buffoon too.
I thought about that, but leave my boy Brandon alone. He's gonna come back to the senses.
He's a big old wrestler buffoon.
Come on. Brandon will be all right, man. He'll be all right.
I don't know, man. I gotta treat him like you treat my boy brother Baruti, man, who got on me again tonight before the show.
Yeah, man. Baruti was giving it to me earlier, man.
And then he got on me, told me
pause.
I wanted him to come up, and he's telling me, that if I get in his way, he's gonna get on me too. As soon as we cut him off. But you know what? The brother is really a brilliant brother, man.
He is, man. He was saying some stuff I don't even understand, man.
He's an author. He's a brilliant brother. And like I try to explain to him that my only issue with Brother Baruti, and I've been telling him this for a long time, is that there's a danger of us naming everything that we've done to Africans.
Yeah, I know.
And it's not because they're Africans, okay? It's because even though we are an African people, I feel, and I could be wrong. I'm going to stand because I don't know everything. I could be wrong. But his thing is he doesn't want the things that we've done to be attributed to white folks. For instance, people say that Southern food is not soul food. Soul food, okay, it's soul food. It came from us, our experiences and culinary experiences that can be traced all the way back to Africa. And I don't care what he thinks, or I don't care what the crewman thinks or any other African. I don't have to ask you. Okay, all you have to do is look at the High on the Hog, okay, in Netflix, and that will explain everything that I can't eloquently, okay, explain all the nuances where all of the food came from Africa. I have no problem. But what happens is, I think what we haven't done an ethnogenesis. I think Latinos have. Latinos who eat African food, right, have attributed all of what they've done and given it Hispanic names, even though the Spanish don't eat those foods. The Spanish don't eat those bananas and the sancocho and all of that African food.
Even salsa is African.
Okay, all of the food that they eat that is African food, they've attributed, okay, linguistically, to Hispanics. So they are in the process of coming up with an ethnogenesis, right, where they have excluded the African diaspora. They're the ones who have an ethnogenesis. They have got a complete. They do not, for the most part. A few Latinx people do, but for the most part, most Hispanics will not acknowledge any of their Africanness and have tried not only an ethnogenesis and ethno-cleansing of their people that was done first by their governments in which they live in, and then now doing voluntarily by them, breeding themselves out culturally to become lighter and lighter and whiter. And we've accepted that. My problem with people who are FBAs, okay, and people who are ADOS, that's not where I want to go. I'm not interested. I know we are a rainbow of people in various colors, okay, various shades of chocolate. I'm not trying to breed myself out to white folks.
Facts.
People like Lisa Marie, she's accepted that she wants her progeny to be white. And that eventually that's why she wants to constantly come in on these shows and tell people how un-African she is to justify her being a bedwench to a white man. We don't want to stop you. Go on and ethnically cleanse yourself out so your grandchildren can be white boys and white girls. Go ahead, but leave us alone. Leave us alone. We want to continue our African identity. We're the African story here in America. Not the Nigerian, not the Liberian who came over here, not those. We're the African American, and we're the African story. And then in doing that and understanding what we have done, okay, in the modern world, we're not going to go to Africa to live like Elvis would say, the African way. We're going to live the African American way because we made inventions so we don't have to live your so-called the African way.
Yeah, Elvis, we went from color to Negro, and we still made a correction and said we African American. You understand?
Like, but Big Black, everybody don't agree with that nomenclature.
It don't matter. That's the census. That's the census, right?
That's why we here.
African American.
That's why the Colonigenesis comes on.
Check this out how strong
That's
we
why
are.
Dollar Bill backs him up, because he's got a vision for black people that he knows, okay, that what we have been doing is not working for us. That the brothers, it's good for the FBA brothers to want to delineate themselves. That's fine. But they have to realize that these crackers here on this will only let us get to a certain point. We have to have our own piece of land, and Africa owes it to us. Just like you'll say the white man owes us reparations, he's not going to give it. The Africans owe us because they're the ones who got together with the crackers to send us here. And they got to stop being in denial.
Listen, the Spanish, when they came to colonize, right? Let's be real. Those Latinos, they're not really Latinos. That's the name of that's the language of the colonizer.
Let them be whatever they want to be. We're not worried about that.
I understand that, but what I'm saying, I'm saying that to say this.
They want to be the white people. Let's stop worrying about other people.
I'm not worried about them. I'm saying that to say this. Due to the stuff, all the shit that we did been through, we still put the right proper name on our and gave ourselves the right proper name, right? African American, you know. After all that, after the Maafa, you know, after
that's not enough.
It's not enough. We know that's not enough.
Like Kendrick Lamar said, there's a few solid people, but it ain't enough.
It ain't enough. We still got to keep going. Ain't nobody say it's over. The war, you know what I'm saying?
We need some land.
The climb to greatness is not over.
Plenty of land.
Not only that, in that land will be what our value system enforced. We have a different value system. You know, African guys said, yeah, we're culturally different. Look, I have everything that, yes, we are culturally different, right? For example, we believe a girl at 16 should be celebrating her sweet 16, not being shorted up, thinking her genitalia mutilated, so she could be given it up for marriage at 16 years old.
Or 12, like in Nigeria, in northern Nigeria, the consent age is 12. Not even.
We ain't got to talk down on a continental Africa.
No, we're not talking. We're telling the truth.
We're just saying we're talking about their customs got to go. It's not going to be us. You know, their customs are backward and they got to be upgraded. If they want to live like that, that's fine. Not us. That's why I say a lot of people go to the continent.
Not all
a 12-year-old getting married.
You got a lot of people going to the continent, right? grown ass men sleeping with underage girl. They all know it's Africa. No. We catch you when not doing it. It's gonna be hell to pay. You know.
But let's put it like this: some of all our customs got to go. Let's be real. Some of all our customs.
No, we keep what's good. No, we keep what's good and get rid of what's bad.
Exactly.
That's what all black
people will say.
That's what all black people know.
Hold on. People always say that, right? But they always want to throw out good stuff and everything in the name of no. Let's keep what's good that works and whatnot that's good, and just throw away, get rid of all the bad stuff. That's what everybody else does, you know.
And you know, I believe college is going to work
all black people
because you know what it is.
That's what we should do. All black people around the world.
Most Africans that live on the continent are pretty conservative people.
They are.
So I don't think that we'll have a problem. Our problem is with these immigrants who live here in America because they want to. These Negro-peans want to kiss up and be exotic Negroes for the crackers. Let them stay here, okay, and be exotic exotic Negroes.
You just said something profound. You know what the problem with the FBA is? They really think that Africans are going to take something away from them, their position in America. Right? Basically, the FBA, we look at Tariq, it's like basically what he's saying is we're closer to white folks than you are. Let's see who can get closer to the white man. You know, that's all that is. ADOS FBA is.
And that's why people like Lisa Marie, she comes in here and she wants to tell people about, and this other woman about this ad mixture bullshit. When white people see your African face in the streets, they don't give a damn if you're 1/4 freaking Irish. They don't give two shits. In fact, when you tell it to them, they kind of like laugh at you.
I know. They're like, why are you telling me you got Scott? You ever see these black people like they're in front of white people talk about their German and their this, and white people are like, you stupid nigga. That's what they're saying.
They just, you can see it on their face.
You can see it on their face, you dumb nigga.
They just laughing at you. Like, you know, I told you I was in an Uber one day, and this Indian dude, man, was just going through talking about how he got this Nigerian lover and all of this stuff. And he was just, so at the end of the thing, he said, "You're Nigerian, right?" I said, "No, I'm not." He looked at me. He was so shocked because he can't differentiate. He doesn't care. You understand? Because to him, you're all Africans. And the fact that he's telling me about this relationship that he's having and how she's been desired by this African woman is supposed to make me feel some type of way. You understand? And when he found out that culturally, okay, it doesn't offend me, okay, then it was like all the wind left his sail. He didn't know what to do with himself. He was like so confused, right? And so this is what I'm trying to explain to people. Yes, Elvis is right. We are culturally not like Africans, right? We're not culturally like them because living cultural, okay, means that you observe the customs, okay, and the routines and so on and so forth. But I even explained to him the other night, which he denies. I said some of us still, even though we have not been acculturated in Africa, have the same African mindset.
Right. Let me tell you something. You go to Liberia, you're gonna see that. You say black people, you know, are pretty much, you know, like I said, when I'm in Liberia, I swear to God, some parts of Virginia Beach and whatnot, like you go down SeaTac, there's not really much of a difference, you know.
You can see the same.
There's not really much of a difference.
You know, I even found a guy who eats bushmeat.
I would say that if you ask white people, are they culturally like black people in America, they'll look at you and laugh their ass.
But yet, when I look at these motherfuckers, like I see that they would say the black culture there, and I look at these two people from Louisiana. I watched this one racist girl from Louisiana on the Phil Donnie. He's like, well, their culture is different. And I'm looking at it like, to us, I was in New York at the time. All y'all Southern people, black and white, are the same fucking thing, you know. And
listen, there's a guy downtown. There's a guy down in the South. I got to get his TikTok, and I'm gonna send it to you. This fool eats bush meat down in somewhere. I don't know if he's in Alabama or Mississippi.
They eat that shit down there.
He eats bush meat, man. He eats all kind of. Which to me, rabbit is just like a rat. He eats raccoon. He eats all this stuff, man. I mean, he eats things that I wouldn't dare.
I mean,
country people eat anything.
You can go to any like
Bushmeat, I
town,
call it.
rural
He's eating
town.
bushmeat.
You can go to some rural towns, even in the north, and they sell game meat. You know what I mean? They have
No,
a
that's
store
bullshit. Ain't no people in the north eating no damn.
Oh, yo, believe me.
Eat some
You
deer.
go,
People
you
are
go, you go to
people want
deer.
some
Indiana,
venison, some
Deer.
deer. They ain't
you
eating nothing
go
else.
to parts of
Anybody,
Indiana,
Black,
Illinois.
that's not true.
eat bear?
Yeah,
Black.
listen what
People
I'm saying.
eating bear
Not
are
in the
people
black
down
neighborhood.
south.
No,
And
but
these
I'm
little
saying not in the
country
black
ass
neighborhood, but
towns.
I'm talking about these small enclaves. Listen,
Not
when
in the
they have,
north, bro.
they literally have a meat market. It's these small enclaves. They have a
Now
meat
you
market.
got Hispanics. They got these meat markets because they got their Santeria. They get their they got to get their fresh. They got to get their fresh chicken and stuff like that, and they like to eat stuff like that. Then
because truth be told, white people eat quote unquote bush meat too.
No, they ain't white people eat anything, but we can't
Right,
hold our
yeah.
standards to them.
White people. Well, listen, you got to understand.
Well,
White people were not civilized, unlike Africans who believe. White people were in caves when black people were civilized in many parts of Africa. It's the whole idea. See, people like Elvis, and I don't dislike Elvis. I like Elvis. You know, he just said it tonight. He don't respect me. I believe he don't, because he just tries to be nice, you know, lately to me, but he really don't respect me. I know, but I don't respect you either, Elvis, because I've heard you say that you believe in your heart of heart that white people are smarter than black people. And I'm telling you, you're out of your damn mind. White people would, yes, he said that. He knows he said it. Okay, he believes that, and you know why? Because he comes from a place that's dominated by crackers. He is. He drives a damn German car. He believes that white engineering and everything that white people do is better. He doesn't want to admit it, okay, but he's admitted it once before, and he knows I'm telling the truth. He loves the cracker. I know. I'm surprised he didn't marry a white woman.
Dollar Bill, this show is not about you and I. I'm not going to engage. It's just going to turn into an arguing match.
You don't have to argue with me. I don't care. I'm just
I'm not
telling you
up
what you
for it.
told me.
So say what you want to say.
Haven't
I'm
you
just
said
gonna
that
leave
to
it
me?
at
Did you or did you not say to me that white people are smarter than black people? Am I lying?
Whatever you say, Dollar Bill.
Oh, okay.
I'm
Because
not
you know
gonna
I'm
argue
telling
with
the
it.
truth. You like to sneak diss me because you didn't think I was coming on tonight. So you figure I'm a
Dollar
sneak
Bill,
diss.
I called your
Dollar
name
Bill.
in the context of the conversation.
Yeah, I don't know why you got a hard
And
on when it comes to me.
it wasn't disrespectful at all.
It was
It
because
wasn't.
women
I
think
said the lady for black righteous folks, she said she's not African. So I brought up
Elvis, let me ask you a
well, hold on,
question.
Carla. Let me make my point. Dollar Bill called my name. I'm going to pass the mic to you real quick. She says she doesn't consider herself to be African. I said, okay, that's good, because we have other people on the panel on the channel who do consider themselves Africans and get offended when Africans try to exclude them from being Africans. And I give you as an example, Dollar Bill. There was nothing there that was disparaging to you.
This is where you was out of line, right? Dollar Bill said me many times. We know that when we say African, right? This lady, for righteous, don't want to be even considered African American. She's basically trying to say that she was already here. The slave, basically, she wanted slavery never happened. We're admixture. We got so many things in us. No. We don't got so many. The only thing we got in us is male and female DNA, and about for your mom and dad, and whatnot. Which most black people are 80 to 90% black African, you know? And so this idea, this myth going around, they de-Africanize us with this admixture crap.
Okay, we got Jonathan on the panel. Jonathan, do you consider yourself to be an African?
Hell no.
Okay, there you go.
What are you then? Are you African American?
Hell yes.
See? There you
African
go.
American, ADOS, FBA, whatever else y'all can create that means the same thing.
Look, racially, DNA phenotypically, Jonathan Mill is black African, you know? So am I. You know?
He knows that. And he has children with an
also,
African, and he don't consider her. I know he loves his kids.
Culturally and ethnically, historically, linguistically, and historically, I'm an African American. I'm the African story in America.
And I say he got beautiful children.
What part of that do you understand? I'm an African by race because I know that's really the most important part of it.
Colin, that's why I said we do have an African culture. Where we going, that's like saying Jamaica doesn't have an African culture.
No, what I'm saying, we're saying like this. Hey, big black, right? Let me say this. Our culture is different. Know why? Because let me ask you a question. Are you got your kids big black?
Yeah.
Well, you got daughters?
Yep. Sons. Yep.
Okay. Do you have daughters?
Yeah.
Okay. Would you let your daughter marry at 12 years old?
No.
Okay. See. Okay. Would you let your daughter? Would you have your daughter? Some women come to your house in the middle of the night, say, "We got what do they call it? Genitalia mutilation of your
But
daughter."
Kyla, you have different. You have different
No,
cultures.
no. Hold on. Look, Big Black. When you say African, right? Period. There's a lot that comes to it. It's not all the nice things like jollof rice. There's a whole lot to it. You know.
Wait a minute.
I'm glad you consider jollof rice to be one of the nice things about being African.
Color.
That's a
So you saying
compliment.
every country in Africa they marry at 12 or 13?
Almost all of them are like that. Yeah, that's the culture.
And I'll tell you what, Collar. Now you know that grandmothers and grandfathers back in like the 60s and 50s and the 40s, they married
That
around
was the
13.
40s and the 30s. That was different.
Well,
Everybody was able
but
to
whole
marry
thing
early.
is this. Hold on, let me say this, right? When back in the days, people married at 16, 17. That's what they. But what does that got to do with a friggin' grown man, 40 years old, coming and basically taking a 12-year-old girl for his bride? What does that
Tyler,
got to
that's not an African culture. Those mostly is based on
that happened,
religious.
that happened in Namibia. I saw a video. You want me to play the video?
Was it a
I seen
Muslim
the
family?
video of a 4-year-old getting married.
I mean, was it a Muslim family? You got to give context. Inserting religion is allowed.
No context.
Inserting custom is allowed, but it's not an African culture
Africa
in
is
general.
Africa. Don't try to divide the continent.
The sad part of it is
That's not Namibia.
No, that's the thing that people do. They make Africa to be one country.
That's what I'm.
They're a distinct and diverse culture all over the continent.
European NGOs are
There's
leading
over
war
40
against
black countries
child marriages
in
in
Africa.
Africa. I'm gonna look for.
Yeah, but
black countries in Africa. So
Africans are the ones that say African. Blame the African for doing that shit. Because when you try to be like, we all
So
Africans,
I guess any
you gotta
African
claim
American
that
who rapes a
4-year-old
child is,
marrying somebody.
is representing all the African Americans, right, Jonathan?
No, it's just saying our custom.
If the government enforces
Right.
it,
So that's the point that I'm making. If somebody does something on the continent that is, apprehensible, you don't think that it represents the
Hold on,
entire
Elvis.
continent.
Hold on, Elvis. Because no.
A
tribe that sanctions it, allows it, the government does nothing about it. That ain't going down over here, bro.
No, but I'm telling you, even if a tribe does it, it doesn't reflect on the entire continent because other tribes don't do
a
it.
damn thing
Just
about
like
it.
you
Let me
got
ask you a
Africa,
question,
Africa is
Elvis.
Africa, bro.
Yeah, you see that? This is it. This is your thing.
When y'all try
So
to
by
say that
extension,
Africans
Carla,
are
as an
African,
African man,
you
you're
gotta
part of
carry
it
all
too,
of that
right?
shit.
Because you're African, right,
I
Carla?
said I'm an African American.
No. Don't try to separate it now. You're African. You get all the good
I'm an
and you
African
get all the
American.
bad that comes with being an African.
Check
Accept it.
this out. Didn't we say we're African Americans culturally and we're not Africans? Didn't we say that?
No. You can't have it both ways. If you claim to be African, you're African, Carla. Those are your people doing that in
it
Africa.
don't work like that.
No, that's how it works. You can't pick and choose, Carla. You get cherry picked.
No, it don't
If
work
you're
like
African, those are your brothers and sisters doing all of that terrible shit on the continent.
Elvis, half an hour ago,
I got a
you
video for you guys.
That there's a difference between being culturally African.
No, I'm playing. I'm trolling here. I'm not being serious. I'm joking.
Okay, all right. They said Africa has the highest rate of child marriages in sub-Saharan Africa.
Minimum age every
Where? I mean, I'm sure in specific countries there are high rates.
All over the continent,
to many of the countries with the highest rates of child
Northern
marriage
Nigeria
globally.
should be ranked at the
New
top.
research from Save the Children and the World Bank has found in these countries alone, 1.7 million child marriages are taking place below the national minimum age every year, one of the highest proportions globally. In all, about 7.5 million girls are married illegally every year, the research said.
So Western Central Africa is actually 6 out of 10 of the highest prevalence rates worldwide. of child marriage sit in Western Central Africa, but the highest rate is actually in Niger, which is at 76%.
As the world marks World Day for the girl child, the research lamented that until we
Niger is a
eradicate child marriage,
predominantly
the
Islamic
world will
country.
not be a place where
So
girls
I'm
and
sure
boys
that's more
have the
steeped in
same
Islamic
opportunities
tradition rather
in
than
life.
African tradition.
Why you gonna throw the Islam under the bus?
I'm telling you because that's what it is. Most of these child marriages
Making
are happening
excuses, man.
in predominantly Islamic countries.
Islam under the bus.
Northern
Government
Nigeria is
sanctions
predominantly
it.
Islamic, and that's why they
Hey,
practice that child marriage.
don't divide Africa based on religion.
There are
One
nuances to it,
Africa.
Jonathan. You're smart enough to understand that. Religion
One
plays a part in some of these child
Africa.
marriages. You have to
Steps
understand
are
it.
being taken to address
Come
the
on, man.
problem.
One of the first things is usually about
There he
Islam,
goes
they do
again.
allow that. Islam, they do allow that now.
The state allows it, and they're not the Islam is state.
At the moment, but that has to
All
go
these states are
alongside
not Islamic
increasing
states.
investment in services for
Yeah, like in
girls, so whether
Nigeria, you have the Sharia law that's practiced in certain states in the northern part of Nigeria, and they allow people to get married at that age.
The findings come ahead of an
No,
African
they allow people
conference
to get
on
married
ending
at
child
7.
marriage to take place in Senegal later this month.
That's just sad, man.
Who
I
allows?
believe our values is a 7-year-old girl should have innocence, a society to protect her innocence and chastity.
You know what?
That's a society I
You
want
know
to be
what?
part of,
I don't like about what Africans say and do. When we say that ratchet behavior in the African American community, that even we agree with Charles White that a lot of these rappers are the most disgusting individuals, and how they are destroying our community with this ratchet behavior and ratchet language. We take that L. We don't sit up here and go, oh, it's because, no, let's not do that. When there's bad behavior, that's why I said to you, the African mind. When it's bad behavior on this side or the other side of the pond, let's take the L for saying it's bad behavior and it's unacceptable. It's unacceptable for young men to be running around, in Memphis, Tennessee, destroying communities, killing each other, and engaging in the buffoonery that they're doing in. Buffoonery, whether it's African on the continent or African American or Afro-Caribbean, is buffoonery. It is a danger not only to the individuals, it's a danger to the community.
Carla, can you put the comment down?
What happened now?
No, nothing.
Hey, first things first, man. Salute to the platform. Salute to the host, Colin Genesis. I saw your dual show. You need to do more of that. You probably just need to get a little bit more.
Every week, man. $1 bill for that.
Yeah, that's good ideas. But you know what? The type of person that $1 bill is, he ain't got to be right all the time, but you can tell that he support. You get what I'm saying? See, when you got hold on. See, the thing about this, Colin, I can't give you a pass either, now, because you let this clown come up here every day and be a contrarian to you. You let him sit up here, sneak dish you. You get what I'm saying? That chick, that weird dolphin forehead, weird old 55-year-old chick that's living in a 1-bedroom with no man, 12 cats, sit up there yelling at the top of her lung to the point that her doctor even told her that she need to stop doing that shit, sit up under the white man's net, probably getting SSI, a disability, that just sit up here and, hey, you can tell a woman that hates a man because no man wants her. No man wants no old, miserable, sassy, bad body chick that's over 55 years old. So she just stewing in her misery. But she sat up there on that show. You actually played it. She sat up there and talked shit about you. Not only did she talk shit about you, because people can disagree with you all the time. Somebody could disprove your message and embarrass you or talk down on you for as like that being condescending. No. She called you weak. She said you weak as. She said you weak as a man. She called you a coward. And then when she stepped on this platform, he didn't say a word to her about that. Anything that she said, Carla, he was in agreement with her. But soon as you said something, he was ready to hold you to account. Anything, even if you talk over whatever. When she did it, he didn't say a word. So you sit up here and let this Judas sit up around you, Carla. You deserve everything you get, but you're a grown man. You're a grown man, bro. You get what I'm saying? So, hold on,
She got a dump for head.
Carla, I just got to keep it real. I love you like a brother. I would support anything you do. You get what I'm saying? But I can be next to. I can have a Judas clown like that, and everybody sees it. Even Dollar Bill even tried to play nice to this clown. You get what I'm saying? It ain't the point. It ain't the point that he talks like Afro-Dominant. He's worse because he try to sneak up under you like a Judas. You get what I'm saying? And find this little ways and sit up there and say and throw dust. And let me say something. I listen to this show all the time when I'm at work. When he asks you a question, Dollar Bill, Jonathan, Carla, y'all will be talking. He'll sit up there and ask y'all a direct question. Y'all, because y'all want to be, y'all don't want to have an echo chamber. Y'all will stop on a dime and answer his question. Y'all will either give him a yes or no. And Jonathan, you know I'm telling the truth. But then when you ask that clown a question, just like when Dollar Bill just asked him, did he ever say that white people were smarter? He started talking about something else and didn't even answer the question. But watch, I guarantee you when he asks you a question, he wants a direct answer. Yes or no, straight to the point. But you ask him a question, I say it again. When Dollar Bill asked him, did you say that white people were smarter than black people? He just said, move it along, whatever you say. What do you mean, whatever you say? That's just like somebody say, hey, Dollar Bill, did you rape somebody? And you say, whatever you say. Dollar Bill, you ever slap your mama? Whatever you say. Nobody answers no question like that. That is a yes or no question. That is a yes or no question. And you hold people accountable like that. I would never have a snake that sit up here and just sit up there and go against everything you say. Everything you say, you get what I'm saying? Be laughing and be condescending. But y'all let that clown sit up under like that. See, where I'm from, bro, we'd have been choked this ass out and dragged his ass behind the building, bro. We would not let, and you can tell he's not around black people in real life because you know for a fact that little smart, condescending way, even Big Black. I know you, but I know where you from, bro. I don't heard you talk plenty of time. You know for a fact, if a clown like that go to talking being condescending to what you say, you'll punch his ass in the motherfucking mouth.
Let me say this real quick.
I love you, Asho. We got you, Elvis.
Hold on. Let me say this now. Now, Elvis do take a beating up here, man. He do take a beating up here because sometimes
I don't take a beating, Big Black.
No, he don't take no beating. He be sitting up here just waiting like a snake to goddamn hiss and bite at people. Big Black, promise. Listen, bro. Listen, you don't. I listen to this show every single day. Shut the fuck up, clown.
Why are you so worked up, man?
You a fucking clown. And I'm gonna call you out.
So emotional.
See the difference between me and you is that Dollar Bill. See, Dollar Bill just said some shit because he trying to be nice to you.
You're so emotional. Why are you coming here so emotional about me, man?
Specific with mine. See the difference between.
I'm in my chilling state right now. I'm not even in my hype mood right now.
You get what I'm saying? I don't talk shit.
I'm not even in the mood to really argue right now.
I don't give a fuck about you because you're a simp ass clown.
That's all you do. You come up here, you want to holler.
But that's what it is, though. But you just a clown.
I've already dealt with you before, bro.
Nobody would fuck with you.
I don't know why you're so emotional about me. Every time you come up here, you wanna talk shit about me, bro.
You sit up here in another people's country.
That's all you do. You come up here, you so mad at me. What are you so mad about, bro?
That's all they do.
What are you so mad at me for, man? What are you mad at me for?
A nigga that don't make as much as me and from a country where he from, where you don't even go back there.
I seem to be on your mind, bro. You keep up here running straight to me trying to talk shit about me, man. You make all that money, go enjoy your money, bro. Leave me alone, man.
Because you hate yourself, nigga. You hate that that you from Liberia. You hate that Liberians are savages. You hate that Liberians eat each other. You hate that Liberians that throw shit. You hate Liberians that got clean the water. You hate all that
you have
shit.
a
So
leaky
you sit up
asshole
here.
from getting
So you
fucked in the
sit up
ass
here
from spending all
around
that time in prison,
Americans
bro. What are
and
you
sit up
talking
here and
about?
soak up game, boy.
You hate
You a
women because
soft
you hit
ass,
your
suck
mama
ass
because she
nigga.
abandoned you at
Hey,
15
hey,
and you had to
hey,
sell crack on the corner, bro. What are you
Diamond,
talking
hey,
about, bro?
what are you talking about?
I'm
That's what I'm
telling
trying
you,
to tell
you
y'all
have
about this club.
traumatic stress
Who
because
told
your
you
mama
that?
abandoned you at
Hold on,
15. You had to sell crack in
watch this,
Atlanta,
caller.
dog.
Watch this,
And
caller.
that precipitated
Caller,
you going to
caller,
prison and getting
caller.
fucked in the ass, dog. You're traumatized. Don't call my fucking name. This motherfucker was talking shit. You didn't say nothing. I'm waking up for this motherfucker now. Let's have it out, bro.
He was not cursing.
Oh, he was not cursing. Fuck that, caller.
I was like, he didn't mention your mother either.
Nah. He want to be disrespectful to me. I'm gonna go there.
Yeah,
There's no hold bar in the fight, caller. Don't try to protect him. Don't protect him now.
I'm not.
When I'm quiet, I'm quiet for a reason. If you try to be disrespectful, I'm gonna go all the fuck the way out.
I ain't gonna talk over him.
No. Why you quiet now? I thought you was running your mouth like a fucking car. Keep talking. Why you quiet now? You want to hear what I'm saying now?
Yes.
No, keep talking. You're coming in. That was that. Once I get on you, now you're quiet. Now you're looking for sympathy, man.
Elvis, let me ask you a question. That's what I was trying to allude to, right? When I was trying to have a conversation before, she already calling me a coward.
Yeah.
And I explained to her that look, Afrodamus is young enough to be my son. You know, that's one thing. He's young enough to be my son. He's a kid to me. You know, I'm not gonna sit here. Look, I am a high value black man. You know, I make money. I'm a position in life or not. Whatever he does for a living, when I've already done that. Now, if she feels a certain way, because I said, I'm just speaking this all like Hustle Mark was just saying, she probably somebody that's sitting there on government assistance and whatnot. Those type of people get triggered and jealous by Africans, not us. You know? Yep. So therefore, whatever Afrodamus is, look, I wish him Afrodamus.
He's a peon, caller. He's a peon.
That's what I'm saying.
You let a peon talk and expose himself.
Is he an author? Does he do what I do and whatnot? You know, he have a radio show and everything like that. Is he known like me? No. So what would he say about me? I let him run his freaking mouth, whatever. And she comes up here talking about, oh, you did that. Okay, just say, look, don't use Afrodamus. If you have a problem with me, say you have a problem with me, you know? Say you don't like what I'm doing with the Afristan. You say you don't like it. And I take constructive criticism. Like I told you, you know, I'll take real criticism, but I will not take unfair criticism. I know people try to be sneaky and diss and try to have gotcha moments and stuff like that. I won't do that, you know. But if you got legitimate questions for me, you know, that it's my bit as a public figure person, like as putting something out there that I'm trying to spread to the millions of people, trying to spread a real movement, and it's going to affect every black person, whether they're African American or not. You have every right to ask me questions, you know, and drill me and say, what do you mean by this? What's your doctrine? What's in your mind? Those are the type of questions I want to see here, not personal questions against me, you know?
Tyler, you know, on this channel, me and you interact a lot.
Do you
I
always see that
tell you exactly how I feel on the topic. We argue back and forth. I'm not somebody who hides my feeling on topics.
Come up here
I always tell you exactly how I feel, so I don't sneak this anybody. If people know me on this platform, I say exactly what I want to say, and I say it up front. I don't sneak this. You didn't put me in the back many of times because I've been blunt to your face. I don't sneak this on anybody.
You sneak this in the night.
You had me drop myself down, right? So I let this lady girl talk.
I told you to drop me down too. I wasn't trying to be the only one there. She said she didn't want me to be down. She wanted me to be there to talk to somebody. That's all.
She obviously think you're on her side, right? So therefore, I'll let you guys talk, right?
But yeah, he'll simp. He'll coward in a simp.
The thing is, we're supposed to both be dropped off and have her talk for like 5 minutes.
She wanted to talk to you though.
Okay, fine. She want to talk to me, fine.
Mystic Time.
I'm
all
saying
these
like
chicks
this.
like that want to speak to African.
I'm saying like this.
Like,
why you think they? Well, hold on, caller. Dollar Bill. Why you think they do that? Why do what?
You know why? They in the back of their mind. They think that African dudes really care something about them.
Yeah.
When I told them that I spoke to a Congolese woman, and her and I, were working together on a project, and she told me. So I asked her, I said, "Listen, sis, I want you to tell me the truth. What do you think about these 40-year-old women going to Africa, talking about they're going to get a young man in their life?" And she said, it's all about sex. And if they get married to these guys, these guys know this is a taboo. they're asking to be hurt. Okay. And so these women, they like her, they go to Elvis because they want to believe in their minds that these African guys are going to protect them. But they're not. They're knocking you upside your head. They're unaliving you for little money and trying to take your car. Okay, a little dumb stuff. So many African American women.
They're like agents. They like Judases. They can sit up under you and soak up game.
They're getting destroyed. Okay, because they believe that Elvis and people like Michael Mawali are going to protect them. And you know what? Elvis knows in his heart of his hearts that he didn't want one of them, even if they were young here in America. He didn't want them.
Dollar Bill.
Dollar Bill, let me tell you this,
They
right?
wouldn't even fuck with him because no woman likes
I
his
have
simps.
all sisters, right?
Black
I don't have
women
any
don't like
brothers.
simps. They use simps.
I respect women. I like to protect women when I can. And if Miss Dom and myself get along, that's good. She's never been derogatory to me. We've never been in an argument. The lady that came up here, that was my first time interacting with her. I'd never been, in conversation with her. She felt okay talking to me. That was fine. We had a decent conversation. I asked her a few questions, and that was that.
Especially when she told you the kind of stuff. Especially when she told you what you wanted to hear. That's
what
when
do you mean?
Turn around when she told you that she doesn't believe that she's an African and that we should listen.
Look, I learned my lessons. I had a similar interaction with Chantel. She told me she wasn't an African. I told her, no, you are African. We got in a huge fight and things got out of hand. So I respected her when she told me she don't consider herself an African. I left it at that.
That clown triggered, Dollar Bill. He won't even let you finish your statement, Dollar Bill. That clown is triggered.
You want to identify, or accept people who have mental illness. I put it up.
So you think it's mental illness when a person said they're not African?
Yes, it is.
Oh, okay.
It's mental illness.
Well, listen, let me say this. To be fair, it's a lot of sipping on the continent.
It's mental illness. Francis Fanon wrote about it in his book.
It's a lot of sipping on the continent.
Excuse me, Big Black. Francis Fanon wrote it in his book about black skin and white masses. Okay, you got a bunch of black people out here who think they're white people. They want to identify with white people.
That's true.
They want to up because they want to get a little color. You got all these Caribbeans who are telling us African Americans how they're close to Africa, but then they lead the world in skin bleaching. Make it make sense.
They need Afro chic people.
Hey, Colin, let me ask you a question. Have you ever said that white people were smarter than black people? Yes or no?
No.
Hey, Jonathan Miller, have you ever said that white people were smarter than black people? Yes or no?
I would slap a nigga for saying that.
I understand. Big Black, have you ever said that white people were smarter than black people?
Hell to the no.
Simp ass, coward ass, suck ass nigga Elvis. Have you ever said that white people were smarter than black people? Motherfucking crickets. And that's the type of nigga that y'all let on this platform and sit up here and sit around. That's the type of nigga. That's the type of nigga. And let me tell you something else. Let me tell you something else. See, when black people want to read you and tell you about yourself, we don't start bringing up people. We don't start bringing up people, parents and all that. We don't have to bring up parents and all that. But then that just show you the level of this clown. Because see, I'm not even mad. I'm just speaking facts. I never knew that existed. I never knew that existed until Dollar Bill said it. Just shocked. I wasn't even gonna jump on the platform until I heard Dollar Bill say that. Dollar Bill actually gave him a pass on that. Jonathan just said, for real, did you say that?
Your question about white people, right?
Everybody just gave him a pass on that. You don't let no clown like that
be quiet. I'll answer the question about what I said about white people.
Let him answer the question.
Let me answer the question. So it was a show that we had a while ago.
But it's yes or no, clown.
I mean, control your emotions, my friend. Relax.
Yes, everybody else answer the question yes or no. And this dude
I can answer a question with context. Relax. Let me answer the question. So it was a conversation Colin and myself were having. I think Chantel and other people was on the panel that night. I remember it. So I was speaking about this in the context of Africa. So I said, I think white people are smarter than us. And Colin's like, what do you mean? I say they figure out how to govern themselves, how to develop themselves, how to have rule of law, and have a civilized society. In Africa, we struggle with that. We can't seem to figure it out. So that's the context in which I said white people are smarter than black people.
Well, I'll say it like this.
That's the context.
Hold on, Colin.
And I
Hold on,
believe
Colin,
that.
before you say that.
I
Hold
believe
on,
they
Colin,
are
before you
smarter.
say
They
that, Colin.
know how to
Please,
govern
please.
themselves. They know how to
Let me just
develop
say
their
this real
countries
quick.
and their society.
Jonathan,
I
would you
believe that.
would you ever say in any type of context, I mean any, nigga, any, that white people are smarter than black people?
Hell no.
Big Black, boy, I know where you're from, bro, so you better stand up. In any type of context, I don't give a damn if you at the bottom or you a bum on the street, you ain't got no money in your pocket, you ain't got nowhere to live at, goddamn the child support system on you, everybody on you. Is there any type of context would you ever say that white people are smarter than you?
Hell to the no.
Dollar Bill, my smooth talking brother for New York. You get what I'm saying? If you lost your job, now lost everything you had, which I don't. I wish you more life, more grace, and more abundance. Would you ever say in any type of context that a white person is smarter than black people?
Hell no.
That's the type of nigga that you dealing with.
Yes, I said it in that context.
In they simple
From my
brain,
observation, I said it in that context.
they
I
have that
mean,
way.
you're too emotional.
Listen,
You can't
white people
rationally
come over there and get them
comprehend
rice. White
context.
people come over there and get them some medication. White people come
I
over there
look
and do
at the
all
state
that
of
stuff.
Africa and I look
They
at the
don't see
state
the
of
white
Europe.
people on Skid
They're
Row.
way more developed than we are.
They don't
They
see the
have
white
larger
people on Skid
economies.
Row.
They're doing
That's why they
something that
look at them
we
like the
can't
same
do in
ill sucker,
centuries.
bro.
Can I say something?
So whether or not you agree with it, I said it.
Can I say
That's my
something?
thought. I can have independent thought. I don't have to I don't have to have the entire group agree with me before I have an opinion. That's a difference with me. Nobody can bully me into saying yes or no.
Question at night. Do you understand that whenever you see white people with, it was a process how they got there?
If they outsmarted us to give us our minerals, they outsmarted us, Colin.
Ibrahim Traore reversed that in Burkina Faso.
Yeah, they outsmarted us. So when we try to come on this platform and try to be ultra black, these people colonize us. They are taking our resources, and we as African people on the continent can't figure it out, and we can outmaneuver them.
Are you saying that pimps are smarter than the females that they abuse?
Jonathan, don't liken it to pimps, right? We're talking about race here. An entire group of people. No, it's not what it is.
Can I say
Dollar
something?
bill. How many times you've think about what you just said?
And even in that context, Jonathan, sometimes you can say yes.
Analogy, right?
Because what is a pimp, right? Is a smooth talking, slick talking guy who will convince a female to sell her body for money that they will both benefit from.
But this clown just
backed itself in the corner, dog. Every time convincing her to sell herself.
Is talking or dollar bill is talking, then he'll bring up something. He'll bring up something to say, hey, don't you love your daughter? He'll bring up something that have nothing to do with
themselves and how they develop themselves.
Clown, bro.
And we as Africans, we can't seem to figure out how to govern ourselves. So definitely, they've utilized their minds better than we have on the continent. Whether you want to agree with it or not, that's fine.
Elvis, name something that white people have created on their own and didn't have help from any other race.
I don't know, but I'm telling you, when we look at their civilization and we look at us as African people, they're far more advanced than we are. Dollar Bill and Collar, they say the same thing on this panel. Why can't the fucking Africans, create a sewer system? The Romans had it thousands of years ago. Why can't Africans do that? Why can't Africans develop? White people have been doing it for centuries. Why can't they do that? And I say the bottom line is just we're not smart enough to do it. Other races have done it. We haven't done it. That's my point.
Here's the thing: what you Africans don't seem to understand, right?
Suck ass nigga.
White people, when
you're still emotionally attached to me, bro. Relax. Take a breather.
Listen very carefully, right? There are trade winds and trade zones that link Europe and North America together, Canada, Europe, and Western Europe, everything together, right? There is absolutely nothing that links after all these years. Garvey fell with the Black Star Line. There is no trade or anything connecting the black race in North America because we're under their sovereignty, right? That's why the African stand is necessary, right? And South America, so we have no independent economic interest. So that means we can't develop our sciences and stuff like that to catch up to him because we're living on his domination on both sides of the Atlantic, you know. But the problem is the African does not see that, you know.
Can a stupid person dominate a smart person?
No. Hold on. What I'm saying is though, if that's the thing like this, why did you guys overthrow the American Liberians when they were the smart ones, you know, and you guys killed them?
Can I say something, Carla?
Look at what happened to Gaddafi.
Can I say something? This is a conversation Carla and I had the other day, and I want to take it there, Elvis. You want to say white people were smarter? Okay, let's go this way. They were smarter when they see when you say to us, okay, not when you, and I'm just saying Liberians, okay, feel that we colonialized or the Congo people and the Afro, what do you call them? Liberians colonialized Liberia, right? And you talked about some of the atrocities that they committed. I was liking that to a place in New England, and this white guy was talking about it on TikTok. And each of these little remote places in New England, they have little places where they live like they used to live when they first came to America. And now they have these little plaques near each little house. And near each little plaque, it says how the savages, okay, came and assaulted them, and the savages came and did this and did that to them. So if you truly believe that white people are smarter than us, then you must say that we were stupid when we were in Liberia, that we just didn't wipe out everybody who was our enemy, that we should have just did what white people do and just come and wipe everybody out. Right? Is that what you think? That's what you think smart people do? Would you have liked to have been a crew or a tribe of people who were just decimated like the Americans were, decimated and moved to a little area as a reservation where there's so few of you that you can't protect yourself, that you weren't allowed to be in certain areas? Would you? And then you Africans could say that we truly colonialized you, that we killed you, that we decimated you, that we took all the women, that we did all of this stuff to break up all of your culture, didn't allow you to have no areas, didn't allow you to have no chiefs, took you out your territorial land on a trail of tears. That's what colonialization looks like.
Exactly.
So if you want to say that the reason why white people have these governments and are governing themselves is because when they came to an area, they showed no mercy. The other people were they had more things to that than they had. They knew more about the food. The white people almost starved to death, okay, that first so-called Thanksgiving. If the indigenous people, okay, didn't show them how to plant and how to store food, okay, during the winter months. And when the white man got all the information together and he learned the terrain, he went back and he exterminated them.
Yep.
And he brought more of his people from Europe to finish it.
And then he took it back. You said, Carla said he brought in reinforcements. So maybe the American Liberians were stupid. They weren't smart. They should have exterminated all of these tribes.
We acted nothing like the Americans did when they took.
I mean, you guys are just strong arming. You're trying to filibuster, right? Here's my point. Listen to my point, Dollar Bill. Listen to my point. Listen to my point. I'm not. This is not a conversation about good or bad.
This is what they.
You're talking morality. We're not talking about good or bad.
I'm not talking morality.
Elvis.
That's what you're talking. I'm telling you, on the entire African continent. Do you know there's not an African nation that is producing guns, making their own guns to protect their people? Do you consider that to be pretty stupid that we can't figure out how to produce guns for ourselves?
That's stupid. It's laziness.
Nah, if you have the smarts, you'll be able to figure out how to make guns to protect your people.
Hey, Carla, let me tell you how stupid that is. That's just like saying that the Germans created the nuclear bomb to destroy everybody on the planet. So
we can try to be ultra black and not acknowledge that these people are way more advanced than we are.
That's what.
We
That's
are
why those people
on the
that you think
continent,
that
like you would
smart
say,
dumb
Colin, when
nigga.
you're mad
That's why
and
he
you're
a
being real
smart
truthful,
dumb
you say
nigga.
we're way
Real
behind. We're like
barbaric,
1,000
real
years behind
barbaric,
the
low
Europeans.
level thinking.
You know,
Real barbaric,
so
low
whether or
level
not we
thinking.
want to be proud in ourselves and think we're all that, I
But
can
why don't you
exclude
listen to the
African Americans, right? You guys are
African-Americans?
different. You're in America, but
Why?
I'm talking about
Why
us
you
on the
so?
continent.
But why
We
you
haven't
you're on the
developed the things
continent?
that we need to
But why
compete
don't
with
you
the
want
white man.
African
We haven't.
Americans? Why you don't want African
But
Americans?
they
If you
create guns in
knew
Nigeria though.
that, if you knew that,
All right,
right?
Jonathan, the
Why
military of
would
the
your
Nigerians are
people?
using the guns that the
Why would your
Nigerians
people?
created.
Why would your people
Yeah, they make their own guns.
plunge
Yeah, that's
your country into the dark ages
I mean,
by killing the
Dollar Bill, you
only
want to go
people
back there. We're not talking about
by
American
killing the
Liberians and
only
Native.
people
We're talking
that
about
took you
what I
out of
said
darkness?
about white people being smarter than the Africans. That's the context. If a guy can find if you're still using spears and a guy coming in with a single barrel gun, he's more advanced than you are.
Elvis, I think the conversation happened when I said in the conversation that I said.
And Colin, you agree with me in that conversation that night.
No. This is what I said.
You
I
did.
said white people aren't smarter, right? But I do say, I said African culture, right? African American culture is a little bit too, right? But African culture is fundamentally illiterate, right? Why is that? Because anybody that basically can see that two groups of people, you cannot call a people that come from Africa colonists. You cannot see somebody that came from Africa that was once slave, came back there as your mortal enemy.
Why are we talking about this, Carter? We're not talking about black on black people. We're talking about white and black.
Hold up. That's what I'm saying is this, though. When you see a lot of Africans, like even Michael Lawale and whatnot, these guys think we're going to say, that's all. We don't want your freaking Nigerian. Whatever the fuck you got over there, I don't want it, you know? But these people basically will have no problem with Shell Oil, BP, and all these people basically sucking the life out of them when I giving them peanuts for their oil and everything like that. But God forbid if a black person from America even looks over in Nigeria, oh, wow, you guys think you're... No, look, it doesn't work like that, you know? And so I'm saying like this, Africans are brilliant, like anybody else, but they just don't have the knowledge because they refuse to read, you know?
Because they love white people.
What does that make you? If a person refuses to read, what does that make them?
See, hey, hold on for a second. Hey, Carla, hold on for a second. Now, you remember when Jonathan had said what he said, and he used the analogy of a pimp. Now, when you said what you said, clear as fuck. Now, look where this dumb at. Now, did you see that, Jonathan? He sit up there and started talking about if a smart person, if somebody read a book and a person don't, which one is smart? Do you see how elementary and barbaric his mind frame is? Now, with Jonathan used the point that if a pimp that's sitting up here pimping and brutalizing a chick, is he smarter than the female? Which is a perfect analogy. When Colin just said what he said, this dumb nigga, this dumb barbaric low-level thinking nigga sit up here and talking about if a person reading a book and another person ain't reading the book if the other person is smart. That's the level of thinking, because that's the Liberian, that's the way most believe me, shawty, believe me when I tell you, the West African is the original fuck nigga.
Calm
It's
down,
the
bro.
original
You're
sucker
tripping over your
nigga.
words.
It's the original
Relax.
hoe
Take a breath.
nigga. That was the people that saw
Carla,
white people
I think
that come
we
over
can
there,
both agree,
come over there
Carla.
on the ship and start dancing and
reads
laughing.
more,
But you
they
got
have more
this
information.
barbaric
They
low
have
level
better
thinking.
exposure
Like think about it like this,
to
Dollar Bill.
different
Think
kinds of
about it.
words.
At its point,
They have a
at its
larger
point of when he got all that
vocabulary.
stuff, when he got
So a man
frustrated
who
with a
reads a lot more
female,
books than a
when he
person
got
who never read a
frustrated with a
book,
female, he gonna sit up
I
there
would
and
say
say
that
he'll
guy is
eat a
smarter than a guy
female.
who's never
Like
read
think
a book.
about that. Think about that. The simp
I don't
that sit up
understand what
here
the
and
point
talk
he's trying to
about
make.
that he loved women so much and he protect women so much. When he got agitated, with a woman, he sit up here and start talking about he'll eat her raw. Like think about it for a second. Let me say it one more time. The dude that sit up here and talk about that he love women and he protect women every chance he get, when the woman sit up here and says something that he didn't like, he reverted to his Liberian savage juju, killing a chicken and drinking the blood. They putting human meat in a stew and eating it. Goddamn life and sit up here saying that he gonna goddamn eat a bitch.
That's why I never let him forget it.
You're tripping over yourself, bro. Relax.
I never let him forget it. See what Elvis does. See, Elvis is very slick with his shit. He comes in right, and he allow a continental Africans to say all type of shit. When I say something,
You say out loud, like I have the mantle over their speech, Dollar Bill.
You don't talk. You don't interrupt people like Michael.
All you do, Dollar Bill.
I've pushed back on Michael Olawale before. I have multiple times. When he says some out of pocket shit, I tell him not to say that.
And he does be on Afrodamin's show pushing back on him a lot.
I mean, these guys just want to paint a picture, bro.
They called him a sellout. They call him a sellout, saying he's kissing our ass.
Bro, I know who I am. I stand on my square, whether I'm in a minority or the majority. So that's who I am. So nobody's gonna try to bully me. I'm nobody that can be bullied. Nobody can bully me,
You a
bro.
sucker ass
I could
nigga.
be on a panel with 10,000 people who disagree with me, and I would stay on my square. That's who I am. I'm no coward.
Why would you? Like I said, we all could come to the conclusion, right? That a lot of stuff that you're co-signing is mental illness.
What am I co-signing?
You basically
well, hold on, Kyla, because I seen the show the other day.
A platform to basically say that she was already here, and you like, Carl, some black people.
I mean, Carla, what do you want me to do? Like I told you, I learned my lesson. I got in a fight with Chantel for that same fucking thing. She said she's not African. She's not dealing with no fucking dirty Africans. So I reminded her that she dated Africans, and we got in a big fight. So now if a lady tells me she's not African, I say, okay, ma'am, you're not African, no problem. I shut my mouth. I'm not gonna argue with her.
Hold up. What I'm saying is, when those same people come after people like me, Dollar Bill, and whatnot,
yep,
it was one thing to say that, right? But it seems like they're taking this side and agreeing with them in their freaking in their mental.
I barely had interaction with the lady. I asked her a couple questions, and that was it. You and her, you had your conversation.
Quiet as a mouse, but as soon Dollar Bill, was you listening? As soon as Colin started talking, he couldn't wait to critique. Goddamn, put some words or say some shit to stop Colin from talking. As soon as Colin started talking, but hold on, though, Dollar Bill. Hold on, Dollar Bill.
Colin and myself, we agreed that we would give the lady chance to
Colin's a grown man, so Colin
That's what we agreed
know
upon.
that he been doing it.
Just
He do
reminded
it
her to
on
let her
every.
speak.
He do
That's
it
all
on
it was.
every show. He do it on every show. Now, think about it like this, Dollar Bill. Think about it like this. Anytime somebody got a comment in the chat that disagree with Carla, he always read the chat and bring that comment up. Now, hold on now. Am I right or wrong, Dollar Bill?
Rudy, you know,
he always.
Yeah, I read Rudy's comment because he wants me to read a comment on the show. I read it.
Hold on. He always read the African goddess comments, but when African goddess, when he was sitting up here talking about it, when she said he was wrong, he don't read no comment that disagrees with him. He only read comments that disagree.
I'm not a snowflake. I can allow people to disagree with me. It don't trigger me.
Comments that disagrees with Carla, and he disagrees
with
you.
Not true. Most of the comments I read are questions to Carla. Most of them that I read, most of them are from Rudy.
Agrees with disingenuous questions.
You just want to be offended by me, bro. You want to have an issue with me on everything.
And y'all,
it's old,
you got your own issue because you're a fuck nigga. You got your own
whatever
issue.
You say, bro. You the hood nigga. You a real nigga. We get it, bro.
You come on their platform,
You're a real hood nigga. We get it. Stop being emotional, bro.
You're a YouTube prostitute. Nobody don't let you go. You don't been kicked off one African platform.
I already got a headache. I don't even want to really argue with you. Let's just move it along,
nobody else let you come on the platform. I go and play the platform. I get emails.
Why are you so worked up, bro? You about to pop a blood vessel in your brain, bro. Relax.
You sit up here for 5 hours every day and be a contrarian because you ain't wanted nowhere else, nigga. You a YouTube prostitute, nigga. You just jump from platform to platform. Nigga.
You know, he's calling me names now. He's calling me names. When I get on him, I don't want nobody to say stop it. Fair warning.
Paula, check this out. Every platform that he go on that I don't been on, they don't call him a clown. Diners don't call them a clown. Afrodamas don't call them a clown. You have called them a clown, Colin, but you
really seem to have a problem with me, huh?
Nobody.
Did I say something that really trigger your soul that you want to look for me and start shit with me every time you get a chance to?
Do you understand that, you suck ass nigga? Everybody call you a clown everywhere you go, boy.
You have issues with me, bro.
Hey,
I like it when you come over here and try to confront me, but when I start talking to you, get real quiet and you want to hear what I'm saying.
Elvis, for a couple
You're a grown ass man who's so sensitive, bro.
Elvis, let me say this. I've been asking you a couple of weeks, right? I said, look, if you have intelligent stuff to say, ask me or something like that. I'm really in a serious movement and I'm not joking. You know, I don't know if you think I'm kidding or whatever like that. But the bottom line is this. And when you like, when people tell me, it's not just hustle smart, but a lot of people tell me, they read the comments and say, look, Kyle, I'm sitting there listening to the knowledge and everything that you're dropping science. I don't hear no place else.
Yep.
Why do you have people on the chat interrupt the like Elvis interrupt you all the time? And I said, just
Carla, this is your platform. You can ban me for coming on your platform. If you don't enjoy my company, you can ban me. If you think I'm bringing your platform down, ban me, Carla.
Or
don't allow me to come up. Maybe it'll be a safe, it'll be a safer space for most people when I'm not here. You can do that, Carla.
Hey, look, Elvis, I have no problem with you because sometimes you're a good guest, but I'm saying like this, there's got to be a time where, where basically you got to show me some sort of respect, that's all I'm saying.
Carla, usually I show you respect. We only get into it when you try to disrespect my people or disrespect, disrespect Africans in general.
Who's your people?
They get into it over Liberia a lot, the history of Liberia a lot.
No.
But not even that. It's more than that. It's almost everything. It's like, hey, you don't have to be a
Carla, you know me and you, Carla. The first time I came on the show, you said, "Look, it's my word, it's my nemesis, Elvis." We disagree on most things, right? We disagree on politics. We disagree on the history of Liberia. We might disagree on women issues. We disagree a lot. That's all.
Check us out. You know why I'm doing this show, right? The bottom line is I have a mission, as I'm trying to do, right? So basically, I'm the only one that's I'm the chief artist, even though people are coming up with their own ideas right now about this idea what I have with Afghanistan. Everybody's coming up with their own. I want everybody to form their own opinion eventually, once they put it like this. But my job is to basically, the originator of this, right, to basically put this out there and everything. And I said, I don't mind taking questions and stuff like that, right? But this is a serious movement, and people basically inbox me, email me, and whatnot, saying, "Look, this is a serious movement." I said, "I never thought about this. You're the only one saying this." So this is a movement that people are going to make a life and death decision on. And the bottom line, when we're talking about this topic, I don't mind. Look, I don't mind you joking me and stuff like that. But when you start talking about the Afghanistan and stuff like this, there's got to be a level of respect and serious.
Paolo, the other night when it was just me and you for maybe a couple of hours, we had a deep conversation. We had a great conversation. It wasn't a lot of joking.
I don't remember.
We can have conversations like that. But you know me, I'm consistent across all these different platforms. When you go to Diners, my people know me to be a liberal on that platform. When I come here, that's the same person I am. I'm not different. I'm not somebody who flip flops. Even when I go to Afrodominic's platform, I'm the same person there.
On all those channels.
Look, I don't mind being called a clown. I'm not somebody who when people call me a word, I get sensitive about it and it hurts my feelings. I'm on the internet, bro. I'm thick-skinned. People can call me anything they want to call me. It doesn't bother me.
Why you think
somebody calling me a clown is not the worst insult I've ever heard.
Hey, Carla, why do you think that
I don't come on these platforms to be popular, bro. I'm usually on the opposite side of the host of the platform.
Have you ever thought about that, Carla?
So I don't mind
why that a clown that's called the clown and rejected on everybody else panel? He comes over here because he think not, Carla. I know you smarter than that, bro. I know you. It's like the lion that's letting the little cub just bite at his feet, and the cub think he's doing something.
I mean, this is a weak-minded mentality. You think that people should allow only people that agrees with them on their platform.
You definitely got to be honest.
That's not how it works.
That when you sit up here,
that's not how it works. Carla has a different point of view. I acknowledge that. Well, he allows me to come on because he's not afraid of me to come on the platform and challenge him.
He's always being condescending. He's a contrarian.
It's not condescending. It's called disagreeing.
So, no, bro.
The ideological disagreements that me and Carla have. Historical disagreements that me and Carla have.
To get through saying what they say.
Why are you so emotional about this, man?
I ain't emotional. You just a suck ass nigga.
You come up here to try to attack me every chance you get.
You clown.
And you're loud and you're on the verge of tears trying to attack me. I must have said something in the past that really triggered you, and it's still hurting you to this day, bro. Relax, man.
When you make comments about, oh, Carla, you ain't got no money. Carla, you don't got this. You don't got this. You don't know what I got, Oh, Carla, when's the last time you've been to
most of the time, that's not even our disagreement. We disagree on Liberia for the most part.
I seen Elvis defend African Americans on plenty of platforms, man.
I mean, these guys don't know me that big. They do, but maybe I've said something that triggered them, so they hold it against me forever, which is fine.
A psychologist.
Let me put it
which is fine.
Let me put it like
gaslighting, man.
Hey, no, he am. I've been on Afrodominic's platform, and he came up there. You know what I'm saying, defending African.
race traitor.
He's the same person everywhere he go, though, man. He keep it real everywhere he go. He's been the same person where he on Afrodamit's platform, Kazorian platform. He's the same person everywhere he go, man.
Listen, Elvis is a person who has his own agenda. He tries to act like, like he's being nice. He is very contrarian. He likes to get on the other end and try to say something. But when I tell him, see, he wants to have it both ways, but he don't want us to have it both ways.
Exactly. Big Black, that is definitely true, bro. That is definitely true. Like Big Black, I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna let you go ahead. Anytime when people ask him, I listen to the show. It always brings me home. It always brings me home at night. I listen to him ask everybody questions and he want a straight up answer. But if his period is on, if you ask him a question, he'll either disregard the question or either he'll start talking about something, or either he'll start talking about his head hurting or he got a headache like a female because it's period on. That's how he told. That's why when Jonathan asks him a question, if he don't want to answer the question, he'll go to talk about something else or disregard the question just like a female. Because
he likes to know what he's talking about.
He likes.
I was on a show with Cuckoo and Jonathan and Ahmed. It was asking me questions left and right. I was engaging with them. I mean, you don't even know what you're talking about, man.
I'll say this with Elvis. I mean, some questions he will throw you in the spin zone with some questions, right?
He got big black food.
But hold on,
I'm with you, Sam. He's full of shit.
But listen,
we know where you sit, Dollar Bill, so that's fine. I'm full of shit. When it comes to you, Dollar Bill, I'm fine with that, bro.
The only time he really troll. Listen, this what happens is Elvis and Colin go back and forth with Liberia, and then after that, if that conversation stops, Elvis will troll him through the rest of the show.
I'm surprised. Elvis.
Elvis starts from the
Elvis don't tell the truth.
Elvis, your teacher and used to be mine, Kyle Fombler. You know what she said on Facebook today? It was arson. Now, what is she talking about?
Bullshit, right?
Everybody have their own opinion on that issue, Kyle.
Fombler is an authority on everything Liberia, as you call
it. Okay, Kyle. She's a fire marshal on Liberia.
Now it goes against Elvis's
narrative.
Know
they burnt this shit down.
That's what y'all do.
Yeah, crazy.
Look, Elvis, I'm gonna inbox him tomorrow. Tell him you said that.
I said what? Tell her I said what?
It was some type of.
Tell her I said what, Kyle.
And
they didn't burn it down. They burnt that shit.
I mean,
down.
she said it was arson. Is she a fire marshal? Can she go in there and inspect it and know if it was arson or not?
Elvis.
I don't know what I don't know what Elvis's job.
I mean, Colin,
he's full of shit.
It could be arson, like I said, it could be, but they have to do a thorough investigation and come to that conclusion. You can't just assume it right out the gate, right? So let the report come out in a couple months. We'll figure it out.
We're gonna let the CDC, the crime people, do the investigation.
Come up with some bullshit.
See, Colin, there you go again. That's why we argue. When you start saying disparaging shit, and I come back at you, then we get in an argument.
Hey, Colin, Hey, Carla, can you please drop Flo Black comment down talking about she goes, see that's what I'm talking about. She's sat up here and want to see all night her comment up here talking about she gonna drag in the show and calling people bitch. See, that's what I'm saying. See, when she got on her show, she was calling all y'all bitches and all that shit and weak men, and then she got up here and wanted to try to play, and you actually try to play nice.
She's upset because nobody wants to have sex with her.
Nobody. No one wants to have sex with you. Hey, Dollar Bill. You heard she almost called herself. She almost said her real age. She damn near 58 years old. She used to come on Brandon channel. I'm talking about she got a forehead bigger than a 75-inch TV. And she sits up in the house. She sits up in the house all day. She sits up in a little 1-bedroom house because she told Brandon she was getting SSI or disability or something. So you know a chick like that, she loving the white man. She just like these African immigrants that come over here where they come from, where they shit in their hand, throwing it at goddamn tourist cars and shit. When these tourists come over there doing this poverty slum, streaming, they come from. She had the same mentality because the white people are taking care of her. She getting free Look, she getting free goddamn blood pressure medicine. She getting a check every month. She probably get subsidized housing. You get what I'm saying? She getting a discount. She getting a discount on her internet, and she getting food stamps. You get what I'm saying? She getting the same benefits that these immigrants getting. So you see why she hate men. And then she only hate men because nobody don't want her old ass. Nobody want an old miserable chick. Even her doctor told her she had to come down. And I passed the mic back to you, Carla.
Hustler, you know you just started.
How y'all see her? I never seen her face before. How y'all seen her?
Why she used to come on Brandon channel. She came on Brandon channel.
Man.
She had on a hoodie like Easy. What you call them thing? Toboggan, a hoodie like Easy E wear. It didn't even cover her forehead, bro. It didn't even cover her forehead. She looked weird as shit, bro. You get what I'm saying? And Brandon was trying to be nice to her, and then she went on her channel. She do the same thing. She come up here she do the same thing that Elvira, the Lion Liberian, do. Come up here and play nice, and then when she get back on her channel, she sit up there and call men weak and all this shit, and nobody want to follow. Who wants an old chick to follow them? Her days is numbered. You know what I'm saying? It's just like the generation that coming up next. That's why I understand, Dollar Bill, what you say about Brandon, but we give Brandon a pass because he's a bull in it. Yeah, he say some shit that I don't like either, but he's a bull. He's a straight up bull with how he get down. So he's not going to be perfect. But what she do, she's an old miserable chick. She ain't no different from Cynthia G. She ain't no different from Tasha TKO. She ain't no different from none of these swirling channels where these chicks that sitting up in here probably got a depends on, you know what I'm saying? Because she can't go through shit on herself and sit up here and talking shit. And you know what? When she jump on the panel, guess who the person that she want to talk to? Guess who the first person she want to talk to? The most feminist, the dude that's full of estrogen, the one that sit up here and claim that he protect black women, the same nigga that sit up here talking about he'll eat a black woman. And the next, but I told y'all plenty of time that a simp is the type of person that'll beat a chick ass the quickest. See, a person like Hustle Smart, I don't give a fuck. These chicks run through my house like a leaking water faucet. But a simp will sit up there and attack a woman quicker because he think that the woman owes him something for being a simp. You get what I'm saying? A female will use a simp. Big Black, you know for a fact, a woman will use the simp. They don't want a simp. They always cheat on the simp. But they'll use the simp for protection. But they'll always bite the simp back. They'll never be faithful to a simp. You get what I'm saying? Now think about it like this.
You just like mentioning me everything you say, man.
Everybody on this platform.
You just gotta relax, bro. Like I said, I got a headache. Like you said, I got a headache.
Paula sits up here for 5 hours because his wife is in Liberia. Dollar Bill is an older guy, so he's up to say, Jonathan don't jump on here. He ain't on here for 5 hours straight. But think about it, you got a younger black man from Liberia that sits on this platform, supposed to be married with kids for 5 hours every day. You get what I'm saying? Believe me, if I had a wife at home and I'm sitting up here, it's nowhere in the world I would be on this platform. It's nowhere in the world that if Carla is in Liberia with his wife, he gonna be on this platform for 5 hours. It's no way that if Jonathan got a wife and kids at home, he would be on this platform for 5 hours. But this simp right here, that sit up here talking about he loves women so much, think about it like this, bro. So you work a job, from 9 to 5, and then you jump on this platform from 10 o'clock to 3 in the morning every day. It's nowhere in the world you happy. I understand, bro, because you
don't know me. I'm a prolific internet personality, bro. I spend multiple hours of my week on talk shows, on Focus on Liberia, on Liberia Public Radio. I spend many hours on talk shows. You don't know me, brother, man.
Hey, Big Black,
so I don't know what your angle is. You want to attack me every chance you get.
Big Black, where you from again?
It's just not catching on, man.
I'm from
You're too emotional, man.
A suburb of Chicago, the Greasy.
Suburb, you from a suburb of Chicago. Let me tell you something. The only time you'll talk to this clown Evans is on the internet. If he came in Chicago, you wouldn't even fuck with him in real life. You wouldn't fuck with no simp ass clown in real life. See me, you can hear the hustle in my voice.
Yeah, so you see I'm the type of dude that you can get
money with. You get what I'm saying? Even if we don't get money together, we can politics about getting money. You would never sit up there and have a conversation with a simp in real life, bro.
All of y'all
tell the
talking
truth,
points
Big
about
Black.
being a
Hey,
degenerate
Big
hood
Black.
rat. That's
Big
all
Black,
you
you
are.
from Chicago.
And
You
everybody
from
who's
Chicago.
listening can hear that.
Would you have a conversation with a simp in real
You're
life?
unrepentant, habitual, degenerate hood rat. That's who you are, bro. And we're seeing this on Dynasty's platform, on this platform. You have no filter. You're desperately disrespectful to everybody you come in contact with. Nobody respects you, bro. You talk shit on anybody and everybody, and you're not well respected. You're a mash mouth country bumpkin from Atlanta, Georgia, a former drug dealer. You have no respect on these platforms, bro. Realize that. You're a clown. I laugh at you, and I won't even waste my energy talking shit to you.
Hold on, stop right there. So if I'm such a clown with them, why do they email and pay me to come on their platform? Hold on, let's start right here. Let's start right here. Let's do the math, caller, because I know you're a smart guy. So if I'm not respecting them, why do people email me and pay me to come on their platforms?
Nigga, you think I care about who emails you
I just
and pay
asked
you
you
to
a
go on their
simple
platform?
question.
I'm telling you, on these platforms,
listen, hold on.
you're a
See,
clown.
let me
The
explain
people in
something
the
to you,
chat
bro.
know
See,
you're
in
a
America,
clown.
see, I
You
understand.
come
I
up here,
understand you
women
try
who
to
you don't
sneak up.
even know,
I
you start
understand you try to
disrespecting
sneak up
them.
in American
You're a
places,
clown.
but you just a bum ass nigga. See, at the
You're
end
a
of the day,
clown, bro.
at the end of the day,
You are steady
everybody,
occupied with me in your brain.
you're barred from
Anytime I
platforms,
come on the
bro.
platform, you want to
You
come and
barred
attack
from
me.
platforms, bro.
I've already
Everybody,
dealt with you, bro.
every
I
host
told you
on
who
every
you are. I
platform you
broke
go
you
on,
down, and you
they
didn't have a
call you
word
a
to say on
clown.
Dynasty's platform, bro.
They call you a clown.
I broke you down, and you didn't have a word to say on
You
Dynasty's
tell me
platform, bro.
one time when
I've told you
when a
who you
host
are.
have called me out my
You are
name.
a degenerate, disrespectful,
Tell me that.
low-life hood rat. That's who you
Tell
are,
me
bro.
that, nigga.
That's
Tell
who
me
you
that.
are.
Hey, caller, how long you been listening to me? How long you been listening to me coming on the platform?
Years.
That's who you are, bro.
Hold on. When have you ever heard a host
You
call
lack
me
the
out my name, bro?
intellectual astuteness to have an intellectual conversation. All you do is talk nigga babble
when have you
and
ever
talk hood shit that most people
heard a
can relate
host
to. That's
call
all
me
you
out
are,
my
bro.
name?
Never.
Guys,
You babble all the time. You're a nigga babbler, bro. That's all you do.
How many times have you
You're a
heard a host?
certified,
How many times have
bang
you heard a
head
host call
hood
this
rat nigga.
clown
That's
out
all
his
you
name?
are. Proud of selling drugs on the corner, proud of going to jail, proud of being a hood nigga. That's who you are. Nothing is admirable about that, bro. No young black man want to be who you was and who you are now.
Let me tell you about
You're not desirable. You're the crumbs of the hood that nobody wants to be associated with. That's what you are, bro.
But I listened to
So Connor, don't come in now to try to save this dude. I was being calm when he was being emotional. Now he's quiet.
for the record.
That's who you are, bro. You're the lowest of the lowest from the hood, bro.
Elvis, I was saying like, for the record, right? Just because Husband, he said he used to be a guerrilla. What you call it?
A guerrilla hustler.
Guerrilla hustler, right? He came from that, and when you listen to him talk now, he talks about normal shit and everything. He's like more reformed than people has been clean their whole entire life.
That ain't never been to jail.
They never been to jail. He's like,
hold on, caller. Add this part to it too, and I make over $300,000 now, working for myself.
It makes real money.
That's sweet.
And I make over $300,000 a year working for myself.
This is why I tell young people,
bum ass nigga, you a worker, nigga.
No matter what.
Like I told you on Dynasty's platform, bro. You lack character, bro.
You got to me.
You lack character.
What does that mean? You got to
I said,
me.
like I told you. I didn't say to get to you. I said, like I told you. I broke you down.
All right.
And everybody saw you for who you really were.
Hold on for a second.
Money don't make the man, man.
Hold on for a second.
Money don't make the man. You have
let me give
no
him 2
character,
minutes.
bro.
Give it 2 minutes. Tell me how you
no
broke me
character,
down.
bro. Ask the people who listen to that live. They remember.
Elvira.
Ask the people who listen to that live. They remember, bro. You know, there's sucker people who go on these platforms who are afraid of your loud talking mouth and they won't engage you.
How you broke me down.
I'm not afraid of you, bro. Every time you come on there with some bullshit, we get into it. I'm never afraid of your dumb ass, bro, because I know who you are. You're an ignorant nigga who comes on these platforms, talk that hood shit, and nobody respects you. They just know you're a clown. You go there, you attack women. You talk shit about being a trick in Africa, going out there to pay prostitute to sleep with them. We know who you are. And then the irony is you call yourself the sin police when you take thousands of dollars to Africa to look for prostitutes to sleep with them. You admitted that from your own mouth. That makes you a trick
Stop
and a
that. Let's
mark.
stop right there. Stop right there.
Even worse than a sin.
Hold on. Stop
So
right there.
you're just a contradiction,
Let's just
bro.
stop
You're
right
an
there.
enigma
We ain't
wrapped in
got
a
to overtalk each
contradiction.
other, bro. You ain't
You
got.
try to
I know
talk
you're a
tough, but you're
female.
not
I
tough.
know you're a female.
You
I know
spend
you're a
your
female.
hard-earned money to
I
go
know
down
you're
to
a
Africa
female.
and pay prostitutes to sleep with you.
So tell me, when did I do that? Hold on.
You admitted that on these platforms,
we
bro.
can
You
sing
said
at
it
the same
multiple
time.
times,
Hold
even on
on,
this
we can
platform.
sing at the same time. We can't talk at the same
You
time.
said it on this platform, bro.
Tell me what I said.
You use your hard-earned money to go to Africa to pay prostitutes to sleep with you.
I never heard him say that.
I ain't never said
that.
no shit like
He
that.
Get
said
those
that.
likes up. Get those likes
He
up. Get those
literally
likes
said
up.
that,
I ain't
Colin.
never said no shit
Yes,
like that.
you have. Yes, you have. You
I
said
ain't
you're going
never
to
said
trick off in
no.
Nigeria. You're going to go trick off in Liberia. You're a trick, bro. You're a habitual trick. That's what you are. You pay prostitutes to sleep with them.
I never heard.
Hey,
You're not a sim. You're worse than that. You're a trick.
Hey,
That's what you
this
are,
the
bro.
funny thing, bro. This the funny thing.
Discussion. We have a civilized discussion.
No, don't talk about civilized discussion now, Colin. Don't try to protect them.
Well, this is
I was being
Colin
quiet.
show.
He was rambling and
This is
raving.
Colin's show.
Now we're gonna have it out.
Colin,
Let's
bring
have it
it
out.
down.
Don't protect him, Colin.
Bring it. No, we're not having it out. Colin,
We can change the conversation, or me and this dude can get into it. Cause
No, you just.
he
Hey,
keep talking
Colin,
shit.
do you remember a few minutes ago he said y'all were filibustering?
Finish it.
Hey, Colin, did you hear when he said a few minutes y'all were filibustering? And that is exactly what he doing. He just talking like a female, ain't listening, ain't having a
Nigga, you
conversation.
been the one talking and running your mouth the whole night,
you know
bro.
what the difference between me and you is
You
that
been the one shouting and
when you
almost
start
crying the whole
talking,
night,
I
bro.
stop. Watch this. Watch this.
everybody up a minute.
Watch this.
I want to put up my put up not the one with my daughter, but the other one I wanted. Could you put that up? I got it in the back chat.
Okay, I don't see anything. You just put some up there.
What you showing, Dollar Bill?
Last one. One of the ones you like, about rest sleep.
It's a YouTube video. Okay, I see.
Yeah, it's my YouTube channel.
Yo, Elvis, man, Miss Chantel cooking you, bro. You gotta chill.
That's a clown. This clown. Hey, Dollar Bill. Hey, Dollar Bill. This clown always jump on the show and tell everybody about them. This clown just sit up there and said. This clown just sit up there and said that I went to Africa and paid a prostitute.
You literally told Diners you were bragging how you got 20,000 in that account and you're going to trick over in Nigeria when you get there. We literally heard you on Dynasty's platform, bro.
Well, I don't know anything about that because I'm not on Dynasty.
Yeah, we heard it on Dynasty's platform. And numbers in the chat. Other people on the chat, they heard him talking about tricking over in Africa, bro.
Hey, this is what I be saying.
I heard him talk about tricking off.
Excellence
But tricking off don't actually mean paying prostitutes.
Exactly.
He was talking about paying prostitutes, Jonathan.
But when the time comes, a purposeful man rises. He nourishes his spirit through prayer and meditation.
Dollar Bill, you wrong as shit, bro.
Dollar Bill, this your Ubuntu moment.
His path to greatness.
Damn right.
Step by step, task by task,
really good.
he builds his day.
Really nice.
And himself. And with words of power.
All right, now.
Hold on, Dollar Bill. So we showing off talent tonight? Let me get my shit together.
Get your shit right, dog.
Let me get my shit together, nigga.
Thus prepared, he steps into the world.
Now I'm subscribed to you, though, Bill.
Oh yes, please come on.
Ready to make this mark.
Subscribe to me too, Carla.
Drop y'all links in the chat, man. You know what I'm saying?
Bottom line, if I don't see a video, if you don't put your link in the chat, I can't subscribe. I'm gonna go searching for y'all niggas.
Yeah, man. Drop y'all link, man.
I got it right there in the private chat.
Hey, but let me say something real quick, Carla. See, this is what I say, because where I'm from, we call if we go to the mall and spend money, we call that tricking off. You get what I'm saying? See, somewhere in his weird brain, he just figured that when you say the word tricking off, that means buying a prostitute. That don't mean nothing. If me and Jonathan go to the club, we gonna be like, hey, bro, we went there and tricked off some money. That don't mean we bought no prostitute. That's that brainwashed way of he talking about.
Your name is the Ashawo supporter. Ashawo in Nigeria means prostitute. Your name is a prostitute supporter.
Exactly.
That's your screen name.
Yeah. It
means you sponsor and you patronize prostitute. That makes you a trick, bro.
Hey, you know what?
What is wrong with you? You can't hide it. Your name exposes you. Shawo in Nigerian Yoruba pidgin means prostitute.
It is exactly what it means.
If you translate your screen name, it means prostitute supporter.
Yeah.
You're a trick, bro. Don't try to run away from it. That's what you are. You pay money to prostitute. Your name says as much.
That is exactly what it means. You get what I'm saying?
Okay, then. So why are you trying to deny it?
So, bro,
that's exactly what it means, bro. You're a prostitute supporter, bro.
So hold on for a second.
Admit it and be proud of it. Number one trick.
Hold on for a second. I got over 12 names that I put up. I put up over 12 names,
Your name means prostitute supporter, my friend. And you support prostitute with your hard-earned money.
I got
You're
the
a trick.
Toto kisser also. I don't eat no bitch
You're a trick, bro. You support prostitute. Your name says
you don't know. You
use terms like simp police, hustle smart.
I got over 8 names.
Hala, do you know what shower means in Yoruba pidgin or Nigerian pidgin? It means prostitute.
That's exactly what it means.
So your name is prostitute supporter.
Yep.
And who supports prostitute?
He's just being facetious.
Well, he goes out there to open a clinic for the prostitute.
Don't help him out.
He goes out there to do goodwill work for the prostitute. Or how you think he's supporting the prostitute, Colin?
No, I think what if he's being just facetious? You know?
Exactly.
Okay, Colin, yeah. He's being facetious.
Is it
prostitute supporter, bro? You're a trick.
It's just the name. No one
not just the name, Jonathan, but he said that on all the platforms.
Hold on. Back up.
And now he was trying to deny that he doesn't support prostitutes. He just go out there and buy people gifts.
Hey, calm down now. I support prostitutes.
I got a prostitute.
Get your money, ladies.
Yeah, you're a prostitute supporter, bro. You're a trick.
Hold on. Back up again. So I actually said that I paid for a prostitute in Nigeria.
You literally said that on Dynasty's platform.
Well, you don't lost your man. Like, I ain't never.
You said that on Dynasty's platform, bro.
You don't even have to pay. You don't even have to pay for pussy.
You said it on Dynasty's platform.
You don't even have to pay for pussy in Africa. All you gotta do is,
when people come on this platform trying to preach against something, we don't even listen to them because we know they're projecting. The very same thing you try to preach against is exactly who you are. You're the ultimate simp who works hard and then take his money and pay women to sleep with them. You're the ultimate simp, more than just a regular simp. You're a trick at that.
And that's why I be trying to tell y'all, bro. He just like a woman because he tells you about. Like, think about like this, Jonathan.
With your money,
everything that I say, I speak the fact. This nigga sit up here telling y'all some shit that he don't even know about me.
You ever admit it on the platforms, bro? You're a trick, man.
He always talks shit.
Embrace it.
We know that Elvis is full of shit.
We all know that.
We all know. So the thing is, these chicks like Mystic Dime, all of them.
Yep.
You know, they get surprised. They like Elvis but Elvis don't like them. Elvis would have never married them in a million years. He knew, just like most African dudes, they want to marry a woman from their own country. And he knows that, but he ain't gonna never tell her the truth. He ain't gonna never tell her the truth. He want her.
I mean, Dollar Bill, come on, bro. I don't know if you're trolling or you're being serious, Dollar Bill.
It's the truth. You know you wouldn't marry no African American woman. You know that.
I mean, simply because you're not married to a woman from a particular ethnicity, it means that you'll never marry them. You're not married to an African woman. Does that mean you would never marry an African woman?
You already know. Ain't no black woman would marry her.
You say crazy things like that, bro.
She got 4 kids by 8 baby daddies.
Ain't no raised in Africa. More than like, if I was raised in Africa, like you were raised in America, more than likely I would have married a woman.
Exactly. Because if I,
you think that's how it is, Dollar Bill? You think most kids who are raised, most African kids who are raised in America marry African American women? You think that's how it is?
If I move to Africa, I'm definitely going to end up marrying.
Okay, Dollar Bill, I'm guilty, right? Since I didn't marry an African American woman, I'm guilty. Send me to jail. I'm guilty for not marrying an African American woman. Send me to jail.
And Carla, how does it look? How does it look, Carla? You move to Liberia and then you start looking for Liberian women. I mean American women to marry.
I'll go to Liberia.
That's exactly what Carla did. He went to Africa. We went to the woman who was American Liberian because she's from his heritage.
No. Let me tell you how if you want to know how Isabel and I met, it's like this. She was somebody that liked my book when it first came out in 2014, right? And she says, you seem to know a lot about this. So we friend each other on Facebook, right? And then we noticed that we had the same exact birthday, right? I was like, happy birthday. And then that's how it started right there. We had the same birthday. When now we started talking, we started getting a friend. We started, which we're going to talking on Skype and whatnot every night, that's how it happened. That was 10 years ago,
Kala, is nothing wrong with you meeting a woman, a beautiful woman, and doing all I was saying. And Elvis is trying to make fun of me. He knows the truth. Like most African men know the truth because I know it because they told me themselves. Most African men, okay, will only deal with an African American woman for a short period of time to get their green card. They really want to marry a girl from back home.
Yep.
They know that. And so he's being disingenuous.
Disingenuous. Hey,
but
Dollar Bill, why do you think that? Why they want that control?
There are a lot of Africans who have married African American, bro.
On this platform,
but usually people marry from within their own communities, just like you did, Dollar Bill. What is this ridiculous logic that you're using?
If I was living in Africa, like you're living in America, and I was raised, let me just say this. For the most part, I've dated women from Jamaica. Why? Because since I was 15, I was living in a community around what? Jamaicans.
Right.
So more than likely, I was going to marry a Jamaican. So stop the cap, man.
I live in the state with the highest Liberian immigrant population, Dollar Bill. There's a lot of Liberians here, Dollar Bill. So by that logic, I should marry a Liberian because there's so much in this area.
And there's a lot of African American women, and you chose consciously not to. You
got a problem with that, Dollar Bill? You marry an African American lady. You consciously chose not to marry a Caribbean or African. So what does that mean? You're faulting me for marrying who I married, bro. I mean, what a ridiculous thing to say, Dollar Bill. That's hilarious.
I'm just being honest. I know you got a problem with honesty. Right?
I mean, you're talking bullshit. That's why it's funny to me because I married somebody from my culture, from my community, and you have a problem with that?
No, I don't have a problem with that.
Okay, then. So what are you bringing it up for?
What I'm saying to you is, I know that's what you were going to do. See, these women who look up to you and come in these African American,
these women are not even looking up to me in a romantic way. They respect me. I respect them. That's it. They're not looking at me in a romantic way.
They would never see you in that way, Clown.
Women have a
so Dollar Bill, for you to even make that assertion is a completely different thing. Mrs. Dom is not telling you she's attracted to me. No, we just have a cordial relationship. That's it. So why are you drawing this dichotomy between me marrying somebody from my culture or marrying somebody from African American culture?
Can I explain it?
Yeah, go ahead.
It's the hustle that you Africans do in America. Your hustle of the African American women, making them think, oh, we're gonna protect you, we're gonna do this and that for you, knowing damn well.
What's another word for that, Dollar Bill? Keep it real. What's another word for that?
It's some bullshit. That's basically what it is.
Exactly.
Okay. Y'all know for a fact that your desire, even if you're married, I'm not saying you personally, I'm talking about Africans. Even if you, since you're an African and you represent all Africans, right? So you take this shit too. Even if you do marry them, you only marry them for a short period of time to get that green card, and then you're gonna go and bring that girl back home. This is not what I think. This is what Africans have told me they do. So tell me I'm a liar then. Tell me I'm a liar. This is why,
Dollar Bill, you're looking for
I'm not arguing with you.
Justification to have the views that you have.
I'm looking for.
I don't speak for Africans. They're Africans. I know a Liberian lady who is married to an African American man.
Yeah, I know.
Most people choose who they want to marry. I mean, this idea that Liberians or other Africans should be marrying African Americans at a high clip. It goes both ways. Like people are saying in the chat, maybe African American women don't want to be with African men. Yeah, that's a thing. A lot of them don't.
Y'all go to the women that, for the most part, have low self-esteem, okay, or deprived somehow, and then
the big chicks, the big husky, spiritual, Yoni steaming and butter sauce, talking about they see aliens and dream about the ancestors, those type of chicks.
Spiritual ancestral bullshit. And reality is, and y'all be the number ones. You know what I'm gonna do? I hate to do this to you, bro.
No, don't hate to do it. Don't hate to do it.
I'm gonna have to start bringing on African women that I know, okay, to tell you how you guys go crazy when y'all, okay, when African American men are talking to their women, how y'all treat them like they were race traders, like they were dealing with white people, but y'all love white people.
I mean, Dollar Bill, you're talking about individual experience, and you want to equate that to
I'm
all
not
Africans.
talking
Nah,
about
I got one. I got one.
You know,
Gad, we gonna tell him.
Nah, I'm just saying I got one. Like, no lie, he's not capping.
Yeah, he knows the deal. They talk, and I bet you she told you.
for educated Dollar Bill, you tend to generalize a lot, and
No,
I
I'm
think
just
that's a disservice to your profession.
I know. Don't this is sneak this.
No, it's not a sneak dissing. I'm saying it to you in your face. I say it's a
That is
disservice to your
exactly what
profession.
it
Why is
is.
that a sneak diss?
Hey, Dollar Bill, you know the weird thing
I'm
about
telling
most,
you, you
weird thing
can't
about most
generalize an
African
entire group of
immigrants,
people
they
based on
think
a few interactions you've had
when
with
they
people
say
from
it
that
to
group.
your face, it's not sneak dissing for how you know I heard like 6 of them say that. They're like, no, I'm saying it to your face. No, you can sneak diss in somebody's face. You can be
All the African
condescending.
women
You can be condescending in
will tell
somebody's
you.
face. You fucking faggot.
All the African women who are cool with you will tell you how other men was talking in pidgin English. Why you with him? Why you with that African American? You know, African American men are like this. They're all on drugs. They're all on this. They're all on that. It's
Dollar
the
Bill,
truth.
you're grown enough to understand love transcends everything. You know,
Oh,
there are people who will abandon their family for the man or the woman that they love.
We
You
are
know that, Dollar
not
Bill.
going to keep this
If,
lie going.
if a
Black
woman
American
really
woman,
loves you,
keep
she's
your
gonna be with you,
ass at home.
regardless.
Thank you, Jonathan.
I know scammers that scam the shit out of bitches, okay?
Thank you,
Keep
Jonathan.
your asses at home.
Okay.
And if you're going to give up the money, I'll send someone to scam you so I can get a portion of it. Keep your ass home.
Hold on, Dollar Bill. Let's take the conversation with Jonathan because a lot of time I be listening. Jonathan he don't talk that much. He come in and just state his case. But let's stay on this for like let me stay on what he's saying for 1 second.
Yes, sir.
What he's saying is true is because the difference is that the men get scammed also, but nobody don't give a fuck about the man. So if the man gets scammed in Colombia or Brazil or whatever, he take it out as loss. He like, shit, you know what? I had a good time. Oh, well, I lost my money. But these women, these wig weed wearing wild hyena hood rats that can't get nobody in America that's got them 375,000 pounds, 3 chins, 4 titties. You get what I'm saying? Bad built like a project refrigerator.
It's not just fat women. It's
hold on, but what I'm saying is they're older. Hey, Dollar Bill, most of these women that are getting scammed over there in the Gambia and Ghana. Hold on for a second. Most of them are older. And think about it like this. This how you could. This what Colin was talking about earlier about the mental part. Most of them leave their kids. Most of them leave their kids. Now, see, the other chick, hold on, this is the last part, Dollar Bill, I swear. Last part. Now, the other girl, KKK, yeah, she a big hyena. You know what I'm saying? She husky as fuck too. But at least she took her kids with her. These other women on here that's on the platform, they leave their kids to chase some dude that's sleeping on the floor on the mat in a hut on the beach. You get what I'm saying? And then paying for everything. These are the women that get scammed. And these are the woman because they mentally fucked up. It destroys them. And what do they do? Come back to America. They start talking about yoni steaming with garlic butter sauce, sticking goddamn sea mouse in their box, talk about they goddamn talking to the ancestors.
I don't know about, but listen to this. I told the sister the other day, I'm not going to say her name. I know Elvis going to smooch her name because that's what he do. I told the sister the other day, it's the same as those brothers who are idiots that take their behind to South America, to Cartagena, and go out with these chicks, okay, and get scallopine on them. They turn around and they get jerked. They get disrespected. They get murdered. They get unalived. They get unalived the same way. So see, when I say it right, they're going to say I'm being misogynistic. They're going to say I got my foot on their neck. No, because suckers and fools are suckers and fools. It's not just Africa. It's the Dominican Republic, where these suckers turn around, go out there and want to fall in love with a prostitute, send her $200 and $300 a month. Can't wait to run back there thinking that she's their only. No, you just in line. You might be one of 10 suckers that she's got. Tell the truth about it. Okay, this is what happens. It gives people a bad name. And we're out here that I was so saying about this black man who went out to Colombia and hooked up with a chick, man. I saw the woman. She wasn't even all that. She wasn't even all that. Okay, went out there, sold his house, hustle center. He had a business out there in Atlanta.
He tried to open up a restaurant over there.
Yeah, I remember that guy, man. He was like 52.
Yeah,
and he lasts like a week. They killed him. You know.
Yeah, he
lost
gets out there.
But hold on though, Dollar Bill. This is the point though. The only difference is that with men, these same men in America, you know what I'm saying? They spending the same type of money and getting disrespected. The difference between the men and the women is that women in America, these same black women that go to these other countries will tell you in America that you got to be 6 figures and 6'8" and have a 6-pack and got to be able to lift 600 pounds, have 6 cars, 6 houses. You get what I'm saying? That's the only. Dollar Bill, I agree with everything you're saying, except for the content. And then these same women that sit up here and talk about black men so bad in America go to Africa and start paying. See, the difference is, Dollar Bill, hold on. This is the last part I'm gonna say, I promise you. The only difference is, Dollar Bill, that the black men that went over there to Cartagena, they tried the trick in America. They weren't getting nothing for their money. You get what I'm saying? $40, Dollar Bill, $40 in America ain't the same as $40 in Philippines, bro. You get what I'm saying? You can get a chick for the night for $40 in Philippines. You get what I'm saying? You give a chick $40 in America, that's just her gas money. But the American women is going over there losing everything. That guy that sit up there from Atlanta, that guy before he went, they did the story. When he said that he was never going to come back, he didn't care if he died over there. That's what the family came out and said, because he had no luck. I tell you all the time, caller. I tell you all the time, Jonathan. I tell y'all all the time, Dollar Bill, that having a good talk game is like an NBA that's good at shooting a jump shot. Everybody ain't got the talk game. You get what I'm saying? So therefore, for some people that don't have a good talk game, Big Black, they resort to simping. You get what I'm saying? Because see, when you simp, all you got to do is agree with everything the woman said. Everything she said is right, and everything that Big Black say is wrong. That's the easiest thing in the world to do, is simp. You get what I'm saying? And now that woman pat you on your head like a dog, but when she ever start biting at you, the simp feels offended. That's why I try to tell y'all that a simp will whoop a chick's ass quicker than a dude that don't give a fuck about him. Y'all don't heard me on this platform plenty of times. Y'all ain't never heard me talk about y'all ain't never heard me talk about putting my hands on anybody or fighting anybody. Because I'm with the mental gymnastics. I'm with the vernacular gymnastics. My talk game is extra greasy. I come from the bottom. I've been out there in the streets since I was 14 years old. My talk game is extra greasy. But the thing about it is, a simp, all they do is sit up there and pedestals a woman, you know what I'm saying, while the woman is sitting there biting, like you sitting up there holding the alligator up in the air while that alligator is snapping at you at the same time, and you sit up there like, I'm trying to help you, I'm trying to protect you, and that alligator just wait for the chance to bite you. You get what I'm saying? That's why a simp, that's why women don't respect simps. They will just use simp. They'll put the simp on the front line the same way as the chess pieces. The pawn ain't shit unless he gets all the way up under the queen, next to the king. That's it.
You know what it is? This is what I say, that if people who are in cities, right? People who, and I know what you know, I don't get as harsh with Elvis, but I know who Elvis is. Elvis is a guy who's not really, he makes it appear that he's really sincere. And this is what these chicks want to believe. Oh, there's such sincere guys in Africa.
He's not going to tell you. See, that girl from the Congo, she didn't have an axe to grind. I asked her a specific question about black women going to the continent. She told me unequivocally what would happen to them. Okay? Elvis is not a guy who's up front and tells the truth. See, the people who told me the truth about how Africans feel about African Americans and how it goes down, I salute them. Elvis is not going to tell you the truth. What Elvis likes to do is play victim.
Yep.
You understand? That's Elvis's game. Elvis' game is the victim game. He's not going to tell you that he had an opportunity, if he wanted to, marry any African American woman that he wanted in the community. He chose not to. He did it specifically for his parents and to preserve his culture. If you told me the truth and told people the truth out here, who you truly are, okay, nobody's going to hate on you. He thinks that he's going to get hate by telling the truth.
Let me ask you a question, though.
Dollar Bill, you think I care? You saying my opinion on these platforms? You think I worry about if people don't like what I'm going to say?
Yeah, I do.
No. I always say things regardless if it's the popular opinion or the not so popular opinion.
No, with men.
So you said
I just can't understand that you think that I should marry a different ethnicity than I marry
So y'all
for
think
whatever reason in your mind.
he ain't sipping? Y'all think he ain't doing the same sipping with the African woman, the cutting with the African woman?
I don't know what he's doing with them, but what I'm saying to him is,
no, they control the African women. See, that the African women are taught to respect, and an African woman does not talk to a African man the way black women will talk to him. So the black woman,
Dollar Bill, I don't even see this connection that you think
I'm just gonna
I
answer the
have
question
with
like this.
African American women on this platform.
The African woman is taught to respect men. That's a patriarch society. In our community, far as black people, big black, and you know that.
No, it's
Black
a lot of
women
sipping on the
lead.
continent. Now it's a lot of sipping on the continent.
Bro,
man.
let me tell you something, big black. I know, and you know what they call it? They call it whining. Like how African men, how Jamaica call it wine dancing. They say that this is what African girls in Nigeria tell me. They say all African men do is tell them what they want to hear and eat their food and use up their data on their phones.
all I say is this. I don't know about all of that. All I know is this. What Elvis tries to do is always take the high road. He makes it appear, right? Like, he knows that it's mental illness, that you have 80% DNA.
Hey, put that up, Carla, so you can show them telling the truth.
It's not on Carla's fault, but what?
No, I'm talking about put that comment up there, what I said about whining with vibe with, and he like, they whine me. That's what they say. That's what African men do. They talk like they're gonna give you the whole Africa.
He knows that these people have mental illness, or they're just at best. Maybe they're just ignorant, right? Either they're just ignorant and not knowing, and Baruti and I have this conversation all the time. How do you know you're an African?
Does Kala has a mental illness?
No, he doesn't have a mental illness. What are you talking about? I'm talking about the mental illness.
Hey, Carla, you see how dog, you see how you were just talking right there, dropping your shit? And then he asked you a question ain't got nothing to do with it. He asked you a question about Carla. Why the fuck would he bring up Carla? When you sit up there talking about what you talking about? That's that snake shit right there.
Elvis. So I'm saying like this. I'm like this. Where everybody I don't hate Elvis. I think he's necessary.
I don't hate Elvis. I just know who he is.
The bottom line is you understand when you talk to somebody like me, he doesn't understand. He just he refuses to really believe. And I'm not bragging on myself, nothing like that, But you can't be. Look, Elvis. This is how we do in America. This is how we do in America, right? You have to learn how to give respect where respect is due. Like hustle smart, right? I know his story and everything like that, where he came from, whatnot. I have to honor and respect him. Even if I disagree with him a lot of stuff, you have to give respect. I really like Dollar Bill. I tell him all the time how much I admire him, everything for that, for his family, his education, and stuff like that. That means something. That's building a civilization. When you acknowledge people and stuff like that, But when you just character assassinate and tear people down and dismiss them, that's not civilization. That's what I mean by we have a different culture. You know,
it's barbaric.
Who did I tear down, Carla?
Oh,
you talking about his mother and father.
The way you talk
You
about
don't
me.
know anything about his
So
mother.
I
Yeah,
tear
bro.
somebody down, Carla.
Now
Is
you
that what
talking
you're
about his
telling me?
dead father though. That was
No,
crazy.
You don't know the man's
Elvis, let me say
father.
it, Elvis.
You don't know his
Elvis,
mother.
I don't think.
Come
Let
on,
me
And his
say this.
dad
Let me say
passed
this,
away.
Elvis,
You
right?
bugging.
that wasn't right.
Elvis,
man.
let me say this, right? But bottom line is, I just don't think you know any better. You know, I really don't.
Yeah, it's called retardation.
Oh, Carla, so you're
Like I
telling
said,
me
I see the
I
thing.
should be quiet when somebody come up on the platform and try to
I
attack
see the
me?
thing with
I
Michael
should be nice to them. Is that what you're telling me, Carla?
Elvis, he talking
Yeah, you
about.
said
I'm
you was
saying
trying to
that
eat
there's a way we
Chantel,
can
bro.
talk to each other, but the bottom line is this: you have to look in our culture, in our society, and I guess we're westernized culture or society. It's like, and let me give you a perfect example. What I'm talking about, Elvis. Right? When you meet somebody that's a medical, like I was trying to tell you yesterday, when you guys were talking about insurance agents and stuff like that, and I was like, you guys are way off base, you know. But let me get the point I'm trying to make is this, right? When I talk to my doctor, man, he's African American doctor, Dr. McCrae, he's my cardiologist. When he talks to me, right, I stand at attention. I shut up and whatnot. You know, I act a certain. My body language, everything is one of being humble. Why? Because I'm respecting his education and his position in the world. You understand? That's very, very important. You know, that's very important when you
So
when we talk about
who
what.
am I supposed to be respecting their
No,
position and their education?
me.
Oh,
You
you?
know, yes. You
Carla, you
know,
think you have more education than me, Carla?
no, I don't know what you got. You know what I'm saying?
Bro,
I'm
yeah, he's
saying I'm
older
the
than
one
you.
doing
What
this
do you
platform.
mean?
I'm the one bringing knowledge to people and stuff
But
like
he
that. You
weird
know,
as fuck, bro. He weird as
I
fuck.
basically look. Everybody tells me, even like Dark Migo and people inbox me say, "Colin, man, I just love when you're on by yourself for the first hour or so.
Carla, you can
Learning
block
so
me. You
much
can
for
tell
that."
me today
Hold
I'm
up.
not welcome on your
Block
platform and I will
him,
I'm not
stop
saying
coming
you're
there.
not
Lionel.
welcome.
It's your
Everybody telling
platform,
you
This is what I'm
about
Carla.
talking about.
yourself, boy.
If you don't want me
This
to
is what I'm
come on,
talking
I
about.
won't come on. If you think I'm
I'm saying
interrupting the show,
learning how to
let me
humble.
know.
This is what I'm talking about. You don't know how to humble yourself. Say, look,
Just be
this
humble,
Carla,
guy
I'm the
is
man.
most humble person. I'm the
no, you're
nicest,
not.
most humble
You
person on this
think you are,
platform,
but
Carla.
you're not. You're
And
arrogant.
you know that.
You're very arrogant.
I only snap when people keep poking at me.
No,
That's
but
the
hold
only
on.
when
I
I
wasn't
snap.
doing that. I haven't talked to
Usually I
you.
don't come and just attack people.
What
When
you
people
do
call
is
my
say is
name and then I get on them.
college
I
got
never attack
forgiveness
nobody out of
illness
the
and
blue.
whatnot.
You
Why
know
would
that.
you say something like that? You know. And so it's just it just even the way you just
Did
basically.
you feel bad when I said what I said, Carla?
No, it's not that. It's just
It's
an
just the
Okay.
point.
overall.
It
Hold on,
shouldn't
and
even
I'm like
came out
this.
your mouth.
Hold on, but
That's
check
what
it out.
he's saying.
Just like yesterday, you made a comment like, yeah, the only people that you like Colin is Dollar and David because they kiss your ass. No, it's not that.
See what I'm
It's just
saying?
you
He says all
respect
kind
each
of
other like men.
insidious. You know
You
what
don't
it
say
is?
stuff like
You
that.
know
That's
what?
what I'm talking about.
I got one basic
No, I said
thing
because
that
they
I
agree
do.
with you.
No,
Yeah.
you said they kiss
You
your
lied.
ass.
Okay, yeah, because they kiss your ass. Either way.
I don't think Dollar will kiss my
I don't
ass.
kiss
I don't
his
think
ass.
so.
I mean, Carla, there are people who watch this platform who listen.
I don't
They'll
think
tell you Dollar Bear agrees with everything you say.
Not true. I
Dave
don't
does
agree
the
with
same
none of
thing.
that.
He's in the back ad libbing.
No, I
I
do
can
not.
come on this platform, Carla. What are you, 100 years old or 25 years old? I can disagree with you when I disagree with you fundamentally.
No,
I
I
can
know,
do
but
that.
hold on. But there's a
It's not
difference.
about you. You don't know. That's what I'm saying. We come from different
Everybody
culture.
knows.
My people don't kowtow to anybody.
Elvis,
We don't
I don't
kowtow
bring
to nobody. I would never
everybody.
put my tail between my leg and sit there because you're older
Look, Elvis,
or because
hold on.
it's your
It's not
platform.
about disagreeing with me. Like, look, Hustle Smart disagrees with me. Dollar Bill disagrees with me. You know, we
All
have
the time.
disagreements, right? All the time. You know, it's the
But
way
there's a
you
level of
disagree with
respect.
somebody with respect.
You
You don't
can.
This is my
understand that.
thing.
Tyler, I don't even get that. You
You
come
can
up here and
tell
you
when
talk shit
somebody
about my
respects
people.
you.
You
You
call
can
my
tell
people
when somebody
savages.
disrespects
You
you.
call them fucking mudslingers. You call them all of those things, and you expect me to show you respect? Are you out of your mind, Tyler? If you attack my people, I'm going to attack you back tenfold, guarantee on everything I love, Tyler.
Why don't
If
you
you
say,
show respect, I show respect back. It's that easy,
how
man.
about this, right? What you need to do is this: is if I'm
Learn
saying
some
something or
respect.
whatnot, you have every right to come up here and check me, right? But I don't be saying stuff about your people, and you be
Tyler,
saying,
stop it, bro. You say stuff about my people all the time.
hold on, but that's not what you be mad about.
Hold on, Kyle. Let me explain to him. I guess what Kyle's trying to say is, okay, after y'all have intellectual fight, dealing with Liberia, when he's not on Liberia, that's when he says you take your little snipes.
That's what I'm saying. When he's talking about Liberia, he's free to talk about what he wants. That's his country, you know. I said,
You
that.
know what it
You
is?
do it
I
according to
have
the
one
country.
basic principle when I deal with other men.
I don't say anything that I'm not prepared to back up. If I'm not prepared to back up some shit, then I keep my mouth shut. That's just my sense of, see, when I tell you that I'm going to slap a motherfucker, I'm ready to slap a motherfucker or be slapped. I'm ready to go because that's only, see, with a man is only one way it's going to go down, right? So you can say so many things to a man before you be 1, 2 last motherfuckers.
It's either get down or lay down.
Exactly.
Wait, but hold on. But at the same time, with Elvis, we can't really,
man, stop giving that clown a pass, big
man,
black.
because
Elvis is
hey, you gotta put because if you talk about the people, come on, man, y'all gonna tell them how to react and everything.
I had to stop Elvis.
Elvis and I were going back and forth about Liberia one night. He has every right to defend Liberia.
Calling him
old,
like
I told him that. He knows that.
And I said to
you about that.
Stop saying shit to people.
Yep.
Okay. See, Africans got an issue with this, and see, this is something.
It's not just Elvis; all of them like that. Are like that.
This is a learning.
They don't know how to respect people with their words.
Kyla, my first interaction with you on your platform, did I disrespect you?
No, I'm saying
what the hell that got to do with that? What the hell that got to do with anything?
So my point here, Kyla, when you start disrespecting my people, I'm going to react in kind. That's all.
People, Elvis?
I've never come on this platform like Jonathan or Big Black. You'd never see me just Big Black come on the platform. I start talking shit about him. Me and Big Black have never had an argument. People who respect themselves and show respect, they get it back from me. I'm not just somebody who just disrespect everybody in general. I don't do that.
Basically, you're dismissive of what I'm saying. If I make a point, right?
He wants to be the moral authority on everything.
And I basically say stuff on
That's what it is, Dollar Bill. That is that. Say it one more time, Dollar Bill.
He wants to be the moral authority, but he lost that shit when he said that he's going to eat Chantel.
Exactly.
I told him,
it ain't no coming back from that.
That's where you're wrong, Dollar Bill.
No,
it ain't no coming back from that.
I don't attack anybody without provocation.
When that ain't no coming back from that.
And talk shit about me or talk shit about my people, definitely I'm gonna retaliate.
See,
that's all it is.
Hold on for a second, Dollar
Bill. It's not about being
I understand what's going on. Listen, I understand what's going on. Like I said, I see a lot. Like they'll talk about Liberia, and then okay, yeah, there's going to be some digs even after Liberia. That's understandable. I guess what Kyle's saying is he'll do it all the way to the end of the show, as far as in some instances, not all, but some instances, and I can understand that for what Kyle's talking about. But at the same time, Kyle, you can't be kind of insensitive when you're talking about Liberia.
I know I joke around and whatnot, but the bottom there's a time to joke. But the bottom line, one thing I would never do is if you look at my tone to I talk to Elvis and like that, I respect people as young men and women. I'm much older than you, but I don't play the age game. I respect people when you come up on this platform. I give you respect just by talking as a man. I assume that you take care of a family. Dollar Bill will tell you that means a lot to me. If a man has a family and stuff like that, I give people honor. But the bottom line is this. Hold up. The bottom line is this. I say, look, okay, I have a wife in Liberia, right? I don't need nobody asking about my relationship with her and also like that, or try to see if my relationship is legitimate and stuff like that on the air. If you want to say like that, get me off the air and ask me if you want to ask me about my wife, my relationship. Don't get on the air and be like, oh well, Kyle, I don't think your relationship is real. I think she's over there.
Exactly. And why should that be the case anyway? Why do you have to justify
around with Liberian guys, or whatever like
that? Paula, the funny thing is, you wouldn't even have to tell an American that. Even an American that don't like you when bring up nothing about your wife. See, hold on. Let me say this real quick. No matter what I say or how I feel about Elvis, I ain't never brought up his mom. I ain't never brought up his dad. But that's the barbaric. Somebody
Paula, have I ever said anything disrespectful about your wife?
You can't put that on all Africans. You know what I'm saying?
Have I ever said anything disrespectful about your wife, Paula?
I ain't talking about all Africa. I'm talking about. I'm being real specific.
I disrespected your wife, Paula.
I'm being specific.
What did I say about her?
Well, you asked me one time. You said, how you know she's loyalty? I said she don't have to go nowhere. Oh, you think so? I mean, that's so.
You have said that.
Hold on,
that's disrespectful to
Colin. And also, he asked you, was your dad faithful? Or your granddaddy faithful? Somebody,
stuff like that.
Like who the fuck? Hey, Big Black. So you would walk up to an American and ask another American, are they granddaddy? Are they dad faithful to their mom?
No. I won't do
I was going to get knocked the fuck out.
But that's what I'm trying to tell you. He said that shit like it was normal. He said he asked Carla straight up. He said, "Do you think your dad was faithful?" Like who the fuck would say some shit like that? But a weird barbaric mind thinking. But hold on, let me say this last thing because I know Frenchie jumped up here. So I don't want to talk.
I'm gonna give Frenchie the mic so everybody got
exactly. So let me say this real quick. This is the thing. This is how you can tell that he's feminine and he got estrogen. See, when you hold, it's just like talking to a female that you're trying to break up with and you're trying to tell her about herself. Then she say, well, just break up with me then. Just block my number. She don't want to take accountability. See, so when you telling him about himself, what the first thing came out of his mouth? Block me, Carla. Kick me out, Carla, or whatever.
Hold on. So I agree.
Hold on. You forgot. Unfollow me then.
Hold on. Tell Jonathan. What I'm saying is, look. Check this out, though.
Come on, Big Black.
I feel you. Like I said, like it's certain things that when you talking about, you ain't trying to, put the man on Front Street, especially if his wife are watching and all that type of stuff, right?
You don't know who watching, Big Black.
Right. So I understand that, but. It's a way to go about, informing the brother. You know what I'm saying?
No, bro. You can't. Hold on. Let me tell you the problem,
maybe he don't know.
He don't know. See, now but in order for you to say that, that means that he dumb. He don't think he dumb at all.
No, he ain't dumb, but
he think no. Big Black. That dude been here since middle school. He been here since he said on this platform today, he been going to school with Black Americans since middle school. If he don't understand that, if he don't understand that, he don't get it. It ain't nowhere in the world you would sit up there and ask a man. Hold on for a second, Big Black. Hold on for a second, Big Black Dollar Bill. Hold on. You got a grown man that's a host of a show, and you ask a man that's older than you about his dad, and if his dad is faithful to his wife. With a straight fucking face, like it was normal. There ain't nothing about that normal. You could break up 1 million Black Americans up here, and that would never come out their mouth. To sit up there and ask, that's just like me asking you, Big Black, hey, Big Black, you think your mom was faithful to your wife, faithful to your dad? Who the fuck would say something like that, Big Black?
But let's say it's that, right? Even though we can guess upon that's bogus, right? But man, it's the way to go about. Hold on, let me say what I'm saying though. It's the way to go about it. This is the way to go about it. Say, man, you know what? I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt. Let me talk to his brother. Hey, man, what you did? This and that, and this. Because sometimes some motherfuckers is green on some certain shit. So
Big Black. So you know somebody that green that would say something like that, baby. Because you speak. Just answer this question for me, Big Black. You're in Chicago. You know somebody that's that green that would say something like that. Because I don't know nobody that would do nothing like that.
Also, let me say this, Big Black.
Hold on, Colin. Let Big Black answer the question real quick. Do you know anybody in your whole life would say something that would come up to you? Whether they know you or don't know you, and would ask you, do you think your mama is cheating on your daddy? Big Black, do you know anybody that would say some shit like that with a straight face?
I would say no, but at the same time, hold on. Let me say this. But at the same time, this is what I'm saying. Growing up in the hood, yeah, sometimes motherfuckers say, shit that's, what I'm saying. Yeah, that shouldn't be said, right? But if you're your homeboy, you pull him to the side and say, hey man, get him straight. Hey man, this is not how we should do things like that, man. That
and Big Black, that's what we trying to tell you.
Big Black, you're right on that point, right? Big Black.
Colin don't check this
and myself was having that conversation, and Colin felt offended about it. And I came back and I apologized. Yeah, sometimes we can say things that might go over the line, and I think that was over the line. I apologize to Colin. But it's not the end of the world. I mean, it's not something that I'm, we all go over the line sometimes. So I apologize to Colin for it.
Right,
I don't know why he's crying more than the bereaved.
Let me say it. I got to put Frenchie on. Look, the bottom line is this. I understand this culture because look, I've been dealing with for years. Like I said, when I've been dealing with people from, like what you call, let me give you a perfect example how I would sum this up, right? When a person from Africa will come up to you, right? Like, let's say you have a friend of yours, right? And your parents are not feeling that friend, right? Maybe he don't wash right. We have friends like that. Your parents, like, your parents, for some reason, singles one of your friends out, just don't like them because maybe the parents are on your level, whatever like that, or the kids don't wash. He may not be as clean, whatever like that, But you don't say nothing. You say, and they say, I don't want him in my house, right? You do it in a roundabout way to not to hurt his feelings, right? If you see Africans, right? When Africans, not all of them, right? African millennials, too many of them, right? We'll go up to a black person in America and be like, I was told by my parents to stay. I saw this thing today. Was somebody sent me this thing today where they right now brought my dad told me to stay away from the black American and all this kind of stupid stuff. And they almost gleefully are glad and enthusiastic about telling us that shit, as if you don't understand that there's stuff like that you just don't say to people, even if that was the truth, right? You just stay away from the people, right? But you don't tell them that, right?
Yeah, white people don't even do that.
But what I'm saying is, even when we on this platform, we brothers, right? We could have came at even when we try to understand. We try to tell Elvis, right? It's a way we could have came and said, "Hey, man, brother, you know what I'm saying? This, that, and this."
Hold on, you don't get it.
They be jumping collar every
Black.
day.
It's not Elvis. It's Elvis. It's a cultural thing between us and the
I mean,
continent.
but I imagine if we went over there, right? It's some shit that we probably do a month. They have to pull us to the side.
I mean, with all due respect, Tyler, you search some of the most hurtful things on your platform about Africans. Every night you talk so much shit about Africans, people be cussing you out in the chat.
Hold up. First of all,
so come on, Colin. We're not always respectful to each other on these platforms. You know that. We're not always respectful to each other on these platforms.
African Americans in
I'm
Africa,
always
they doing
respectful.
things to help the children. When we did our tour this year, one of the main things we did was we went to several different schools in Liberia, right, and donated books and toys and stuff like that to the kids. We basically like this, and also we had a lot of empathy for the less fortunate. And so we don't sit there and judge people in their poverty and their despair. That's who we are.
Thinks that
but Alpha, hold on. I gotta say this right now. But see, that's the thing, Colin. When I've been coming here with the Pan-African, you can't swim. You can't swim more and more away from Pan-Africanism. And sometimes, and I know it's a method to your madness, but when you say stuff, you say a lot of insensitive stuff that's very inflammatory.
Exactly, Big Black. Exactly.
I have to say things in a way that shocks people because we cannot look. And when we talk about Pan-Africans, right? We're the ones paying the bill for this. Africans are not giving anything up. They come over here.
They ain't giving up nothing.
They're not giving up shit,
And they're lying
They're not
about
opening
how
themselves up
they
for that, and they basically want everything from us.
They're lying on us. They're not telling the truth.
Tyler, even your show tonight, you was talking shit about Africans in your monologue.
But now explain that.
It's a daily thing, bro.
You can talk about it.
These are men you're talking to. You're not talking to boys. If you disrespect them, they're gonna disrespect you back.
Hey, Colin, let Frenchie speak, Colin. Let Frenchie speak, Colin.
Let Frenchie speak.
I'm talking about Buffoonery. Let me. All right, I'm gonna drop everybody down
so we can hear
for like 5 minutes. I'm gonna let Frenchie talk. All right, so don't go no place. I'm just gonna drop you guys down in the stack. I'm gonna let Frenchie talk. Because I said that's my sister, and I always give her the privilege of talking by herself where she can't be interrupted and everything. I'm not even saying I'm gonna remove my damn self. Hold up. Let me see. Hold up. Let me see. I'm gonna remove my damn self.
No, Color, stay. I want to address you. Hello?
Yeah, I'm here. What's going on? What's on your mind?
Okay. Hi, Color.
How you doing, Frenchie? How you doing?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I couldn't figure that thing out you sent me. It says nobody's blocked, man. So if people, I don't know if I doing the right thing. It just said nobody blocked in the YouTube thing. So I don't know. Maybe it's something else.
Yeah, so we did try to unblock people, but however, it was stating that no one's blocked, so we don't really know what to do about that. We've
I don't know about
tried,
that.
and we did try, didn't we, Color? We did try
Yeah, we
to
did
unblock
try to
people, but
unblock people, so we couldn't figure it out. We'll keep
yeah,
working on it.
absolutely. So, okay, so from my point of view, and this is just my point of view, so people please don't crucify me. You know me, Color. You know I don't agree with Elvis and most of his talking points. I don't.
Right.
But for an hour plus trying to beat down on Elvis, I just think it's a bit much. It's a bit much, and it just comes
Well, I
across as,
agree. I
a lot of
agree.
tag teaming. And kudos to him. Elvis can hold his own. I won't take that away from him. I'm not going to say he's being bullied because he can handle himself, but it's a bit much. And if I'm saying this, then it's like,
Yeah.
I don't know. I just think, can we just move the
I know. I
conversation
think we're gonna
along?
move
And
on.
I feel like
I
Dollar
like to
Bill
think.
started all this. I don't know
I think
why Dollar Bill
my
started
good
this.
brother Hustle Smart and Elvis got history. And the bottom line, something exploded.
Yeah.
I tell Elvis, right? When people that know college Genesis, right? They know me, listen to me for years, right? And bottom line is this, he may not respect me, but I'm respected in my community. And people see when he says certain things to me, right? And talk to me a certain way, disrespectfully, talk about my wife or whatever like that. People take it a certain way. And I'm big enough to handle it, whatever like that. Because I've been dealing with African. I know the African culture. Africans say things to people. I don't know if they mean it, whatever like that. But they, Africans are raw when they tell you how they really feel. They really tell you how they really feel. They'll tell you, oh, blah blah blah. They'll first do brag about their degrees or brag about this. I got this, whatever like that. Stuff that we basically in America it's called being impolite when you put on airs. And so we have a different culture as far as like how we interact with each other. And so therefore, like I said, people just don't like, and I'm much older than Elvis, right? So people see that as him when he talks to me, like, that's disrespect to an elder, and stuff like that, somebody older and
Yeah,
everything.
I
Now, I'm not
agree.
perfect. I'm not an
I
angel
agree.
and I'm not an angel and everything like that. And I don't mind people getting back at me, but there's a way how you could debate with Collar and everything like that, and dig at me and take shots at me and whatnot. Like I let this poor righteous girl just go at me. I take a lot of stuff from people. Frenchie. I take a lot
I
of
know
stuff
you
from
do that.
people. I don't ban nobody or
Mm.
whatever like that. But so long, you people have a right to express themselves and disagree with me, right? But at a certain point in time, you got to know how to, you got to give a person respect. You got to give a person respect. That's all I ask for. Just respect. Like this is not something. Look, I tell people all the time, I'm not doing this for just for my health. This mission that I'm trying to do, I really mean what I'm doing. I would not be sitting here all these nights and everything every night of the week. Who does a show 5 hours every night of the week? Me. And what does that tell you? And so when you're dismissive of that effort, right? Just like when I hear people say, go dollar bill, dollar broke, and stuff like that. I don't like that. This man's put his life into raising a family and everything. That means something. It means something to me, So basically, if somebody basically comes over here like you're honorable, virtuous girl, a woman, I don't like when people disrespect you. I don't like that at all. And so the bottom line is this: I believe everybody, whether you're a virtuous woman or honorable man, you need to be honored. We can have disagreements all day and all night, but there's no way somebody needs to be dishonored, right? I think Dollar Bill's honorable. What he does with education and everything like that. I think he's an honorable man. I would not be with him I didn't think he was honorable, right? So therefore, when I hear people say stuff about him, and stuff like that, what for? Just really stuff like that, like Mystic Dime one time was going at him and whatnot, to say, so what did he do? What was so bad? And so, like I said, that's why I was just basically telling Elvis, certain things. Don't question what I do, what I do for a living, and stuff like that. All you need to know, yeah, I do for a living. I make a good living. I'm accessible. You don't have to keep digging at me, trying to figure out what I do, how much money I make, and stuff like that. That's just and talk about ask me about my wife and everything. That's disrespectful. There's lines. It's called lines. You don't cross. Everything else is fair game with me. You know, he has every right to defend his community. He has the right to defend Liberia and everything. That's his homeland. He has the right to defend the Crown people, the Crew people, and everything like that. But the bottom line is, you know, there's lines, you know, as far as like personal attacks and stuff like that. There's lines that can't be crossed, you know, and that's what I think Hustle Smart was reacting to, you know, because he's like that. Hustle
Yeah,
Smart's like that. You don't like people talking over another person. He's very
yeah.
sensitive stuff like that, you know. That's what he exploded about because he listens to the show every night, you know. So
Well, Kala, you know, I agree with everything you've just stated. I think you guys do deserve more respect, especially because you are the host of the show. You know, you are older, and I do see it, the disrespect that you and Dollar Bill do get. I will never, you know, deny that. It's true. It's evident. It's there. We've seen it. We witness it show after show. I don't think that Dollar Bill is not an honourable man. Of course, I do think he is,
he
and he
probably,
does deserve.
Dollar Bill is definitely an honorable man, you know.
Yeah, yeah, and I do think he deserves the respect. He's owed it.
We not saying we have to
Um,
anybody got to kiss our ass or agree with us. That's what this is all about. This platform is about us disagreeing with each other. That's how stuff gets done when we disagree and respectfully disagree. But when you start going there talking about somebody's what somebody try to discredit somebody, what somebody did for a living, like with Dollar Bill, oh Dollar Bill, dollar broke this, and you know, thing. You know, dude, man, makes good money. He's in the top income level. Just leave it at that. That's all you need to know. You know. You don't have to be up there.
yeah.
People are supposed to start putting up their tax returns to show and prove how much they make. I mean, just stupid stuff like this, you know, that's completely unnecessary, you know.
No, I agree. And, you know, when it comes to Hustle Smart, I know he's got his own grievances with Elvis, but like
Yeah.
that's their separate issue. And the same way with Chantel, she's got her own issue with Elvis with what they went through. So I understand why they would be going at it. I just think, you know, when there's like 2, 3, 4 people going at one person, it just maybe, I don't
Yeah,
know,
I know.
maybe I'm
It
just
was
being a
like
bit emotional
I
about it, but
agree.
it's a bit much.
I should have stopped it and say, hey, look, let's take a reset and everything like that. I should have stopped that. But you know, like I said, there's no but, there's no excuse. I should have stopped that and should have said, hey, look, you guys, let's take a cooling off period, whatever like that. But at the same time, you know, I knew eventually, I didn't know it was gonna be Hustle Smart. I knew eventually somebody's gonna call in and be watching, listening to the show because people inbox me all the time. How do you basically let people keep interrupting you and disrespecting you? I'm trying to listen to this now. It's not just Hustle Smart. There's a lot of people that be emailing me talking
Yeah,
about, you
I've
know,
said that too.
you
Yeah,
say it
it's
too.
true.
Yeah, you say it too. You know, say why you let these guys disrespect you and whatnot. And so like that. I want to hear more about your plans and everything like that. You know, why you let I say, well, I let people talk. They say, yeah, but they're talking over you, they're cutting you off, they're being disrespectful, they're giggling and whatnot, this and you know thing. And when people basically hear that, they feel a certain sort of way. It's like now you're being disrespectful to the people who's listening, you know, because people are listening for a reason. Because they want to hear something, you know. So when you basically come here and try to like disrupt and everything like that, you're being disrespectful to the audience too. You know, so I said just keep it, you know, honorable, respectable. I said I respect everybody. I respect Elvis. I respect everybody that comes on this platform. Even people like even after that, this one girl just did tell me. I guess she wanted me to say Mother F. Aphrodamus and go. I'm not gonna do that. You know, Aphrodamus is young enough to be my son. You know, that's all. And so the bottom line, he's somebody from the Gambia. I get it. You know, he's a Soninke warrior. He lives in a country where Black America, he feels a certain way, you know, because I get it, he's probably hurt. Probably somebody treated him bad, I get it. I'm not gonna, like this. I have people understand. I have a heart. I got empathy for people, Average dumbass is not average dumb. I call him average dumbass. I keep it's Aphrodamus, right? I keep calling him Aphrodumbass, Anyway, I know he has a lot of hurt and pain in his life and whatnot, because I tell you what, I feel some way about Black America my damn self, and I'm one my damn self, I know how people could be, but I know
Yeah.
I know for he feels some way, so I'm not gonna be like, oh mother F this when he's talking about Europe. No, the bottom line is this: he has a right to say what he wants to say, whatever like that. I did not take it personally what he says and whatnot. He has a right to say what he wants to say. I can't win for losing. On one hand, people tell me that I let Africans say abuse Black Americans and Black Americans, Black Africans think I abuse them at the you can't win for losing. They're
Yeah,
both
you get it from
sides.
both ends, to be
Both
fair.
sides are kicking my butt. Like
Yeah,
dang,
it's
I'm trying to
true.
be fair to everybody. And Elvis said, "You
Yeah.
talk about Africans, not talk about." I start off with talking about Black African Americans every day. Because that's who I see every day, and that's the people I'm most frustrated with. And then it just when I talk about Africans, it's somebody in the chat room I'm responding to. Like Chukwo. He asks for it. And so I have to basically, hey, look, Chukwo, I have to push back on him a little bit. Or Michael Lawale and these other people, Zongo and all these people in the chat, and Antnam and all these other people talking smack. But it comes off that I'm attacking Africans. I wouldn't even mention Africans if people weren't in the chat room bringing it up. But anyway,
Yeah, I
anything
just
else?
think with Dollar Bill, like he just makes these sweeping generalizations. Like he'll come up and he'll say, Africans are liars, Africans are this, and it's all based on his anecdotal experiences. And when he makes such comments, he can't be upset if people are going to try to challenge his talking points. You can't just paint us all with the same brush and
I know
expect us not to
we're
defend
all
ourselves.
look.
Because when
Chantel.
Chuku does it, he has a fit. So it's like, it
I
can't be
have
one rule for you, one
does
rule
it,
for us. It's not
and that's
fair.
one of the things I'm glad you mentioned that we have to work on. We have to work on the generalizations of people and whatnot, because you're right. Africa is a vast continent, right? Because like I said, you go to each country. What some people don't realize, right? When you go to Liberia, right? There's not like but a few miles between Liberia and Sierra Leone. But just little things, even though they're both Africa, there's a lot of differences in the culture, the way people act and stuff like that. Like in Liberia, I could tell if somebody's actually Liberian or somebody came from the Ivory Coast or they come from a surrounding country. There's like a Liberian personality I pick up on. And then I could tell which people are basically immigrants from surrounding countries and everything. So Africa is very diverse, each country, each region. So not everybody do the same thing and everything. I get it, So we Black people in America, that's why I focus on several countries. So when I talk about Africa, I'm just usually talking about Liberia because it's the only really country I've been to. And so, like I said, I don't
Mm,
know anything really about. I haven't been to these other countries. I just know a lot about them, right? 'Cause I read, but I don't know anything about enough to like make generalizations. About so a lot of Black
yeah.
people.
And can I just say, like, finally, we get it. What Elvis said to Chantel that day, it was deplorable. It wasn't right. It was disrespectful. It was mean. It
Yeah, but
was messy.
that was like 2 months ago.
But yeah, it's because it's still being spoken about in the chat. So I just want to say, no one's excusing Elvis. What he said was wrong, even though,
Yeah, Elvis even said it was wrong. He was wrong. He
Yeah,
apologized. He
exactly. So I
apologized.
don't
So
think we should just be
but Chantel,
crucifying.
I don't understand something about Chantel. First off, she's with that four righteous chick, right? Now, my whole thing is there's something wrong. Full Righteous loves Elvis, right? Chantel has an axe to grind with Elvis. It's like she won't let it go. And I'm like, okay, he apologized. He did apologize. He said it many times. I talked out of turn. I shouldn't have said that. I heard him say it on this platform. He did say like that. Maybe you should listen more often, Miss Chantel, instead of being, hey, Miss Chantel, you could come up here now when Elvis on there and y'all can have a conversation. I'll drop myself down. Y'all can have a conversation. So the bottom line is this: it's like you do not want peace with him. You want to keep going back and forth when that's not productive. So the bottom line is this: I said the reason why I have Elvis on, I think he's a smart young man and stuff like that. And the bottom line is I don't want to be like, look, if I'm reaching out, if Liberia is a main country that I'm trying to connect with, as far as Africa is concerned and whatnot, I gotta basically talk to people like Elvis who don't see things my way. I gotta talk to these people because I'm invested in this country. So I gotta
Mm,
talk to I gotta get a gauge of what these people are thinking. And where they're coming from and everything like that. So that's why I want to hear what he has to say. No talk is no good. So
yeah. I don't really have anything to say about All Righteous or Mystic Dime because they're not here to defend themselves. And
Well,
also from what I've seen, For Righteous seems quite fair, like in her assessments, unless I've missed something. But I haven't seen anything like
she
that.
basically, now she realized she goes, Kyle, I don't know what he is as a parent. And all of a sudden, she knows, Poor Righteous knows that I do not believe in that black people are native and whatnot. Look, I think all that stuff about black people being Indian or stuff like that or mixed is friggin' mental illness. It really is. It's mental illness. We had a show the other night talking about mental illness. That guy, what's his Jordan Neely, I'm dealing with it in my family, mental illness when one of the mental illnesses, this identity crisis in Black America is mental illness, And like I said, we were basically trying to tell Elvis we don't appreciate him saying, okay, you don't want to be African. Look, we understand that it's not the black people in America's fault why they're ashamed to be African. We have a country. Frenchie, do you understand this about America? America, in its exception, is anti-African. The whole country, You asked me about that the other night, right? Was it you that asked me, what do you think about Africa? Somebody asked me, do you think Africans should be coming to America? Was that you or somebody else?
I don't recall.
Okay, it was
I don't
somebody else, right? So anyway, I said no. Why? Because America is basically anti-African. It's not so much as anti-Latino, Asian, everything like that, but America in its very core is anti-Black African. The bottom line is in its core. So basically, if America in its core, very core, basically said that Black Africans by their race deserve to be in chains and slavery, right? And basically, I don't know, just we had a civil war and stuff like that, and we had to wait another 100 years to get our civil rights and everything like that. That's the country you're coming to, right? Where there's a lot of white people who really, basically, if they could, they would exterminate us. If they could, they can get away with it, they would, right? So when people come to this country from black countries, and they're like, "Why do you guys got a chip on your shoulder?" And it's like, and it's being dismissive of what we going through and like that, because like I said, as we don't have the luxury of knowing who we are, our ancestral. We don't have an ancestral homeland that we can connect to. We don't have a language. We don't have all those things that were lost, And so when people come here, they're basically, okay, let's say you come from Nigeria, you got your culture intact, you pretty much know who you are and everything like that, So basically you're thumbing your nose and looking down on people who may, instead of having some empathy, right? It's like judging. And black people in America are picking up on that, Like who these people think they are. When we see Africans and foreign blacks getting with whites and basically talking down on us, with whites, that's treachery, because every time back in the days we was coming up, right? We did not let white people talk about Africa. White people used to have jokes about Africa. Like when the Ethiopian starvation was going on, before you was born. It was 1985. That was before you was born, right?
Right, yeah.
Okay. There was a famine in Ethiopia, right? Every comedian in the world was taking shots and jokes, or whatever, like the Ethiopian famine. There was a joke out when I was a kid. It was like, "What's the fastest animal in the world?" What's the fastest animal in the world? An Ethiopian chicken. That means people starving and whatnot. The chicken had to run for his life in Ethiopia because the people starving. But that's the jokes we were hearing when when I was a kid. About the Ethiopian famine and whatnot, saying, this, that, people starve every day on television. We see starving Africans on TV and whatnot that feed the hunger and stuff like that. That's what they fed Black America about Africa growing up. And it had to take us, like somebody like me, to go and study the continent and see that Africa has a beautiful history and much more than that, right? But instead of basically appreciating people like me, right? That's why I get angry sometimes. Instead of appreciating somebody, I'm not perfect. I'm human. I say things. I'm angry sometimes and everything like that. But I have a general love for the mother continent, And so instead of appreciating people like me and whatnot, I get called a colonizer, and there's people that follow me are listening and hearing that, And they're saying, well, college has always been about Africa and everything like that. Why are they attacking him? And so that's what they do is that makes everybody else say, I'm going to throw my hands up. What the hell? I'm not messing with those people. Look how college, and they mock people like For Righteous. They mock me because of what I'm going through. Just saying, see, we told you those Africans don't like us and whatnot. You see how it works? You know? That's why I'm very, very critical. I say when I tell people like Elvis, watch what you say, you know, because the people that don't like Pan-Africanism and don't like us and whatnot, that's what they use as ammunition against this movement, you know, to unite us.
You know, to be fair, Khaled, like, I'm not going to be disingenuous. I've seen it online where African Americans till this day have stood up for Africans. You know, with that I don't know how to say his name. Is it Gildas Arenas? No, the basketball player, the Arenas dude.
Oh, yeah, Gilbert. He's an ignoramus, you know.
Yeah,
he's not even African American.
I saw many African Americans stand up for Africans when he made that comment.
Oh yeah, you saw
I saw
that
it online. They were sticking up for Africans. They were. So
angry.
I can't sit here and say.
When he said that. Black people, America, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I
just think,
for Africans.
2024 is just around the corner. We should be pushing peace. You don't know what tomorrow may bring.
Can I say something to the sister? Can I say something to you, Frenchie?
Yeah, your name was brought up a lot, Dollar Bill.
Hold on 1 second. I came up tonight and I addressed Elvis. I was actually sitting at home watching my new TV and listening in, because a couple of times I just like to listen, especially when I feel like Carla's cooking and doing his thing and reaching out to the young people. Sometimes I just sit back and I kind of chill out and I listen to the show and I become a spectator, not so much a participator. But what Elvis did tonight that made me so angry with him was that, and he's going to say he didn't mean it that way. And this is the second time that he's talked about me when I wasn't even online. He's calling me out, saying that I'm kissing behind. And then he goes on to say, well, people like Dollar Bill, trying to rub it in, would say that I'm saying that he's a Martian. I wasn't even around for him to defend myself. And so I said, I agree with Sim Police because he does these things. And I've been saying this for a while. And then he admitted tonight that he doesn't even have any respect for me. And when Sim Police pointed it out, that when I do ask him a direct question, he never answers my question. He always tries to evade or change the question. And then he likes to play the victim. So it's that everything that he gets is pretty much warranted. He does these things primarily because he wants to tell us, African Americans, that we're not Africans. When I specifically said to him, I come from a Gullah Geechee culture of people, okay, that have their food, okay, we have our culture intact. We're not 100% intact, but we have it more than most African Americans do in this country. He knows that. So when I tell him that I'm an African, when I come from a jet black woman, you understand? He can't come and say that I'm not an African and try to tell me when I specifically told him, even when I argue with Michael Mawali, that I have more DNA with Michael Mawali than he does, that I have more DNA with Shuko than he does. So when I asked him tonight explicitly, over and over again, he says, when you talk about my people, and I kept asking him, and he kept evading me, who are your people that you're referring to?
All right, first of all, let me come in here.
Excuse me, I'm talking to the sister. Just wait, I'm talking.
No, Dollar Bill.
You need to learn.
This is a dialogue. It's not a monologue.
No, you need to learn respect because you have no personal etiquette.
Dollar Bill, there was a time when I stopped talking to you for like a couple weeks.
Yeah, I don't.
And you kept trying to antagonize me. The reason I stopped talking to you is so I don't engage with you. And you kept trying to poke and poke and poke.
No,
because you are a grievance merchant. You always like to find something that somebody said that offended you.
Do you see
And
what
when
happened?
you're ready, you say all
And
kinds
he
of things
passed
about
away.
Africans
You
in
know what I'm saying,
Africa
Frenchie?
that will offend
You know what I'm saying, Frenchie?
Africans. That's
I'm
what
an
it is.
African myself. If I offend anybody, I offend myself
That's what
too.
it is.
So you don't tell me
So
because
when
you
you
think
always
you're
come
more
up here and
African
try
than
to
me.
talk shit
Because
about
you know,
me,
I
Elvis
can
is
talk
like
shit
this,
about
the
I'm an
African
African.
mind, you like
So
to
that's right.
generalize the
That's
entire
right, because
group
I'm an
and put
African.
them in
I'm
one
not a
bucket.
white person. I can talk about
So
Africans
Dollar Bill,
because I talk
we
about
don't
my
have time
tribe.
for your grievance.
Yeah, well,
Always
you know
coming
what?
up and try to,
Well, I'm telling
ask for
you,
somebody
see what I'm saying?
to
I was talking
apologize or to
I'm
see
not
your point of view,
apologizing
but
to
you
you.
refuse to see
I'm
our point
talking
of
to
views.
Frenchie, and see you have
You
no
know.
etiquette, no respect. You could have said to the sister, "Excuse me, I'm trying to address myself in an issue," but you have no self-control.
I mean, I don't even understand what you're talking about. You do the same thing every time
Well,
on the
the thing is,
platform.
this is
People
what
are
you're
talking
doing.
and you come in and you jump in.
No,
So
I was
what are you
no.
saying?
The
You want a
sister was
virtue
on.
signal on the platform,
No, I'm
Dollar
not
Bill?
virtue signaling nothing. The sister said a few things, and I was addressing the
You spend
situation
all that time talking
and
about me, and I
explaining.
came in to rebuttal
No, I
what you
didn't
said.
spend no
That's
time
all.
talking about you. I
You
told
literally
her
did. You
she
literally
asked
called
me,
my name
excuse me,
in your entire
excuse me,
summation. So what are you saying?
excuse me. She asked on the panel, I don't understand why Dollar Bill started this situation with Elvis. So I was giving her an explanation. That's what I was doing.
Right, and I came to chime in and defend myself. Like I was saying,
But there was nothing for you to
Frenchie.
defend
First
yet.
of all, I appreciate
There's nothing for
your
you to
sentiments. I
defend.
appreciate that.
But I want her to see who you
And
are.
second of all,
You're showing
I
it.
know who I am, Dollar Bill. You don't got to
I
tell me
know
who
you
I
know
am.
who you are.
I know who
And
I
that's
am.
why I never let you stop. This is why I'm never, I don't care if it happened 1 month ago, 2 minutes ago, 30 seconds ago, I will never stop letting people know who you are.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me tell you who I am.
You're
Since you
welcome.
think you know who I am.
No, I told you,
No.
you show who
It's
you are.
okay, Big Black. 1
No, you
second.
show
I
who
want to
you
say
are.
this. I want to say this. Come on now, y'all.
You show who you are.
Let me
Big
ask you.
Black, you
Let me ask
gotta
you a
let me
question.
defend
Hold on.
myself for a second, Big
No,
Black.
What did I say about you?
Let me just say what I want to say, and I'll pass the mic.
What did I say
Look,
about you?
this is who I am. Let me tell you who I am, since you think you know who I
No,
am.
no, you told me who you are.
I'm a person
You showed
who.
me.
Just 1 second, Dollar Bill. You have your 2
I
minutes.
don't know. You
Just
you
one.
don't give
I'm a
me the
person
time.
who
This is college show, not
I
yours.
don't have any
You
hate in my
say
heart for African
everyone.
Americans.
You're
I
a
don't see
liar.
it productive
You're
to
a liar.
go on these platforms and disparage
You're a
African
liar.
Americans.
You're a liar
I
at
don't see
best.
that. I've never
You're a
done that,
liar.
and I would never do that.
I know.
What I
Elvis, let me
will
ask you,
do,
Elvis,
You
with
can't fool me.
that being said, Elvis, right? Let me see about do you respect African American agency?
of course, Carla. Let me just finish this, right?
Let me say this is very important. Now, what you call me personally, I'm basically African American.
Carla,
Through
you don't take the wind out of myself.
no,
When Dollar Bill was talking, you didn't interrupt him. Give him my 2 minutes to finish say what I want to say.
let me
That's
say
only
this.
fair.
He just wants
Dollar
to with
Bill was
somebody.
only talking for 1 minute before you came in.
Yeah, and so
Exactly.
Dollar didn't finish what he was
That's all I
saying.
said. Then he jumped, and now
No,
he wants
Dollar
to like
didn't
you.
finish what he was saying. But let me say this before Dollar Bill gets
And now
back.
he want to play victim.
I say now before Dollar Bill gets back, you can have it, Elvis. It's like this. This is all I wanted to say was, look, when I'm talking and everything like that, and I'm talking about Black history, right? Like I told Ashley the other day, we were talking about the homeowners association, right? And he was asking me, "So are you a home?" Yeah, I'm a homeowner. So of course I live in air. The reason why I have a homeowner is because I live in a affluent white area. Of course, there's a homeowner association. I said, look, and I was talking about the reason why we have gentrification in Black areas is because we basically moved into areas we didn't form homeowner association. For homeowner association is about upkeeping property and excluding people. We have never been that type of people. We let everybody come to our communities. We just took our chances with cousin Ray Ray and Boo Boo and whatnot, this and the other thing, and they come on up and whatnot, every house was different. That's what we call the hood, because everybody was like one happy family. Everybody's there, White people basically took time and invested in their communities, right? That they only wanted 2.2 kids, they only wanted 2.2 cars. They wanted all these things, right? That they knew a lot of Black people would not conform to. That's what the gist of a homeowner association is rooted in. Like I said earlier this week, right? is eugenics and population and segregation and all the stuff like that. That's what it is. So now, when you're on a homeowner association, right? And I was just basically making the point that although you're in a homeowner association, you're new to this country, you don't know the history of the homeowner association. You know, it was originally anti-black, but then when new laws were passed in the 60s, barring housing discrimination and whatnot, they found other loopholes to basically slow down the flow of black people into white areas. You know, I'll try to tell you that, but instead of basically you accepting what I said, you basically was dismissive of what I said, like I don't know what I'm talking about. You know, I said, how can you say that? I live here. This is my country. I grew up here. I know about this.
He knows everything about everything.
You know, so that's what I'm talking. That's what bothered me about you, Elvis. You know, you was dismissive of what I said. I said, look, I know this. Oh, how do you know? Because I live here my whole life. You know, I have to take a course in this. I grew up here. You know, I know this country. You know.
But Colin, that stems from that's some trolling, right? And that stems from the whole Liberia thing. That's what I'm saying. Like this whole shaking up thing. Do you think it's kind of working? Respectfully, this whole shaking up thing. I don't.
No, what I'm saying is this, John, Big Black. Look, we're at a point now where we're getting smaller. There's a lot of black people in America who are going to the continent, and there's way more Africans who are coming to America, right? So so they're also going into black communities, you know, black colleges. We got this lady that Cynthia, what's the Ebro, whatever her name is, you know, playing African American roles and everything. So what people think, we're coming in contact with each other. It's not like 30, 40 years ago where they was on one side of the ocean with us. Now basically there's large numbers of them here and we're interacting with each other. And basically when people like clowning that dude there with the muscles that be doing that dance in front of white women, that's a Nigerian guy, you know? And we're saying
big guy,
you know? And we're saying, wait a minute here, bro.
I think his name Big Groove or something like that.
Yeah, we don't do that. We don't do that here, bro. That's called cooning. You got to understand the country you're in, the context you're in, because you're making us all look bad. Because white people don't know that you're Nigerian or whatever. Like you know, I said you should put a Nigerian flag on your head when so people know that's you and not us. You know, so there's a lot of stuff, Big Black. You know, that we got to get straightened out, man. Or so we can live in peace.
But can I say something to the sister? I wanted to defend myself, and it's not about Elvis.
You should have had your moment and go ahead and clear everything you were saying, Dollar Bill.
It's not just about Elvis. So when Chuku, who claims that he's an African American or half an African American, says certain things, I have to. I mean, to be honest with you, I really let him off the hook. I could really go hard on him, okay? Because I really like Chuku. When I say certain things, I like Chuku.
How you like Chuku or you don't like him? Chuku,
because
Chuku is the biggest sellout I've seen on YouTube.
No. It's not about being a sellout. It's about Chuku is what he says he really believes in. I think that other people are insidious and they try to throw rocks and hide their hands. I don't like people who do that. I like people who tell me the truth. When I say certain things about Africans because I don't, I understand about green cards and all those other things. Okay. People will lie when it comes down to getting a green card. And Africans do lie about it. This is not a sweeping thing. Everybody who's in America, who deals with Africans, who's had an African marry somebody in their family, knows that I'm telling the truth about this. This is a known fact in America.
Hey, hold on. Somebody snoring. Somebody snoring or something, bro. Somebody snoring or back away from the mic,
Black,
bro.
wake your ass up.
Big Black, man.
Always going to sleep.
So I don't have a problem with people responding to
Worst security guard up.
And half of the stuff, Frenchie, that I talk about men, about women, about marrying the people that they're going to marry, I don't get from African Americans. I get it from Africans. See, unlike a lot of people on this panel, I interact with Africans every single day. I live around Africans. I work around Africans.
We don't have that many here.
I have conversations. See, I got to tell Baruti, half of the things that you talk about in Africa are fantasy. How many Africans do you know? I happen to know
kidding me? Are you kidding me?
hundreds of
I
Africans.
thought he was like you, man, just in the Bronx somewhere.
No, he's in another state.
Africans and whatnot. So he's
No.
one of those. He's
He
one of
knows-
African American Pan-Africanists trying to sell us Ubuntu. Oh, Lord.
No, he goes to the continent now. I'm gonna go.
Oh, he goes to the continent, yeah. But,
He goes to the continent and he has friends there, but he doesn't live around people, right? See, that's the difference. See, a lot of times people make all kinds of assertions. Okay, like when I tell you that I have relationships with people in the Caribbean and I have relationships with people from Haiti, these are not people online. These are people that I know and have known for years and know me go back as far as I can remember. So they know me and I know them. So I don't make sweeping accusations. Anytime I say something, it's rooted in an experience that I've had, not something I heard about on the internet. And I told you, I know people. I have one friend, one who's married to an African who is a professional. One, she's a dentist. One. And I know what they tell their women because the women tell me what the men say. And I get so angry when people keep saying I'm a liar. I might just bring some Africans, women online or tape them and bring their tape statement up, and I'm going to ask them specific questions about have African American men approached you, not just the Pookie and Ray Ray, but professional African American men who've approached you, and what did your family feel when you told your family about it? And everybody who's been around Africans knows the truth. This is not a lie. I'm not making up lies. Why would I lie about it? I don't know Elvis. I only know Elvis on the internet. Elvis might be a nice guy. Give him the benefit of the doubt. You know, he's irritating online. Obviously, I'm not the only one, like Simp Police said, that's irritated by him, because obviously several shows, have kicked him off because he likes to be oppositionally defiant against people. That's known. Afro-Diamonds don't like him. He's not like that other platforms. So this is not the first. That's all I was saying, Frenchie. Now he can go on and say whatever he want to say.
All right. Good point, Dollar Bill. Well taken. First of all, again to you, Frenchie, thank you for the sentiments. Second of all, I am consistent. I never spew hate about African Americans. When people do, I call them out on it. I'm not somebody who has hate in my heart for any group of people. The one thing that I will do is if you attack me, I will attack you back tenfold. That's a guarantee every night, anytime, any day. So Afro-Diamond's kicking me off his platform because I disagree with his bigoted views. That's a badge of honor. I wear that. Nobody else has kicked me off their platform. I go on Dynasty's platform. We disagree politically. We disagree on the issue of Liberia. But on other issues, he allowed me to go on his platform and talk, even though he disagrees with me. Shout out to Dynasty. Kyler does the same thing on this platform.
Don't forget about he called you a clown.
And we have conversation. We have arguments. Shout out to Kyler. He doesn't, censor dissenting views. But the one thing that I would never take is to sit on this platform, listen to people disrespect Africans as a whole, or disrespect my country or my people in particular, and keep quiet. We're going to fight every day and night if you do that.
Well, you should.
Big Black, hold on, Kyler. One second. Big Black is on this platform. He doesn't come on as often as others, but there's never a day you hear me and Big Black cussing each other out. Even Jonathan, who I disagree with on politics and other things, but we never go that far to cussing each other out. Frenchie or Mari or other people. Usually, you'll never see me and those people arguing or cussing each other out. It's usually Dollar Bill or Collar or somebody who has some kind of grievance that's been keeping it in and come on the platform and want to confront me. Yeah, we can have it out. But the thing that I'm somebody who starts shit with people, that's not true. Usually, I'm only responding to people when they start attacking.
But then you confused then if you don't think you started. because that's the only reason why I jumped up here. Collar is an OG to me. He's an elder to me. And it's a reason why people like that, I generally respect Collar, whether he right or wrong. Dollar Bill generally respects Collar, which right. You can tell when somebody generally, because we can disagree. And you can tell even when we disagree with Collar, it's still respect. When you disagree with Collar, there's no respect. That's the difference. And clearly you don't get it. Right. And that's something wrong with you that you don't understand it. And at the point that you sit up here and talk about, if somebody go at you, you go at them tenfolds, that don't even make sense. You get what I'm saying? Because if me and Dollar Bill talking shit and we disagree and he say something, that don't mean I'm gonna take it to the point and start talking about his mama and his grandmama and ask him who his granddaddy fucking. That don't even make sense. And you just said it again. That just shows that you're mentally inept. That you just said that. You get what I'm saying? Because this is a platform about growing. This ain't even a platform about fighting. I don't even jump on this platform. I got my own platform. You get what I'm saying? You're the one that don't have your platform. That's why you jump on everybody else shit and every platform that I have ever heard you on, they call you a clown. Not one person have ever called me a clown on any platform. Has nobody ever called me a liar? Oh, bro, nobody interrupt you talking, so we trying to be civil. When you was talking, see, this the disrespect that Dollar Bill was talking about. Everybody was quiet and let you sit up here and babble whatever the fuck you want to babble. Nobody interrupt you. So let me finish saying what I'm saying. The reason why I came up here today, because it came to a precipice. Goddamn Collar let that shit go a lot of times. You know what I'm saying? I'm sit up here riding, sit up here trying to get hyped up. I'm listening to Collar speaking his knowledge, and there you go asking the question about fishes in goddamn Zimbabwe. Just how do you feel about fishing in the Collar might be talking about something else. Just bring up a stupid ass point to stop his knowledge. You get what I'm saying? Now Collar, gracious as he is, he sit up there and answer the question. You know what I'm saying? And it don't even make the show. You think that you make the show good, but you actually slows the show down with your condescending, contrarian ways. You get what I'm saying? Now, I'm going to be all the way honest. I'm not going to say that's everything you do. You get what I'm saying? I ain't like that. You think that somebody has something against you. I don't have nothing against you because you ain't got shit on me. You don't make much money as me. You don't have your own business. You don't own shit. You get what I'm saying? You paying rent. You paying mortgage. You're not on my level. But the point is that when you disrespecting somebody that I feel as an elder, and then like Dollar Bill, I even have a problem with Dollar Bill that he don't stand up more, that they give you a pass. That's the only problem I have with Dollar Bill. You get what I'm saying? But then when Dollar Bill stands up and say something, then you start playing the victim. Then when Collar says something to you, you start acting like a female talking about, well, if you don't like it, just break up with me. How about you break up with yourself? You see everybody got a problem. You see everybody got an issue. Goddamn, just let all the only thing, the weirdest thing in the world that you don't understand, and that big black trying to play. He's devil advocate. He being fair. I'm not gonna be fair because that you just don't let Collar speak. Just let him speak. Let him speak what he got to say, and the show can move on better. But sitting up being contradicting the way he's saying and always throwing points when you don't like something. Then when somebody asks you a question, you start sitting up there talking about your head hurting like your period on. You do it almost every show. If Dollar Bill say something, you don't like, the first thing start coming out your mouth. First thing start coming out your mouth to talk about you got a headache.
Disrespectful on your panel.
Hey, let me ask you.
Can kick me
I ain't
off
never
or you can
heard
ban
no
me.
man on this platform.
We talk all the time on the show, Collar. If you think I'm being disrespectful, you can ban me. This guy want to come up here and complain about me, complain about me. It's effeminate, bro.
Disrespect.
It's
I'm gonna let you
effeminate.
go ahead and talk.
You can't keep coming here to complain about me for hours, bro. It's effeminate.
Listen carefully. Young man, I'm not saying this for me. You know, I already got my career, what I'm going to do. The African movement and whatnot, it's going to happen, you know. I'm just saying this for you, you know, because one day you're going to be my age, you know. And then you're going to look back as, why are people talking to me like this? Why people don't do like this? You're going to be like, you're going to remember you reap what you sow, You know.
I mean, Carla, stop that. First of all, stop that.
See how you talking to me?
No, because you disrespect people on this platform. You cuss us out every night.
I give respect because I let people talk. I let you.
There's an old saying: you have to give respect to get it.
I'm giving you respect.
If somebody who's older than you by some years, if they disrespect you, Carla,
I'm telling you that what you do is, like you said, when you're condescending toward me, you're dismissing me. I say something, you're giggling and laughing.
Yeah, usually when I come on your show, I greet you.
Hold up, Elvis, right? When people in my audience are listening to that, right, they want to come here and whatnot. And obviously, Elvis, right? We are the bleeders, right? People take me seriously, you know?
Okay,
people take me seriously, you know? I know you think, oh, yeah, this college is, oh, yeah, well, this. But, and you keep alluding to the other BAO group, and they mean nothing, you know? They mean absolutely nothing to me, you know? All these other people, well, they're going to fade away. I'm the one that brought 20 people. I hosted the first friggin' tour, organized tour to Liberia. Bomani and I did that, you know? We're bringing another bigger tour in 2026. We're sitting down with the government officials and everything like that, because we're going to try to bring black businesses and stuff like that to Liberia as a launching point for the whole entire continent, you know? We're trying to create a revolution right here. We're talking about it's more than just an Afghanistan. We're trying to create base camp throughout West Africa where we have our own logistics, everything like that. And then you'll start seeing poverty and stuff like that in like 10 or 15 years just disappear because we got this. I talked to Dollar Bill the other day about green energy, greenhouse farming and stuff like urban farming. And we're going to introduce that in Liberia, you know? Dollar Bill already works at. So things are working on it. Instead of you looking at it and saying, this guy Collar, man, I don't like what he says, man, but I think he means well for my country, right? Let me find out what he's about and whatnot, and let me do this. But instead, you want to antagonize me every friggin' night with your nonsense because you want to talk about your crime people and your this people, and this was
That's not even true, Carla. You bring it up all the time. You bring it up disparaging my people, and I'm gonna respond to you.
You said nothing uplifting. If you can't see that Collar is not your enemy, I'm not your enemy. You know, you act like I'm.
Did I ever say you was my enemy, Carla?
No. Hold on. You have look. My ancestors built Liberia, right? My ancestors built Liberia. We conceived that, not yours. Understand that? We conceived that republic, that great republic and whatnot. You know that you guys took over. It's yours now. I said like this. Hey, look. God gave me peace with
Are
that,
you you personally heard about that, Carla? Is that why you always bring it up? No, tell me honestly. If you are, I'll be more sensitive to you when you bring it up. Tell me honestly.
See, this is the cycle. This is the cycle. This is the cycle.
Hold on. This is what I'm talking about. Look, I told you many times, right? I said I am at peace with the fact that you guys now took over because you had your revolution, and I live by that blood and soil. You spilled blood on the soil. The country's now yours, right? I have no problem with that. When I go there in Liberia, I recognize Native people. This is your country now. You know, whatever we built and everything.
Because every time we try to do it, I tell you, Carla, let's not go there. It's only going to bring up bad feelings. I always try to tell you not to do it, but you keep going there. You keep poking it.
I'm saying, okay, that's it. You know, because we've been having these debates for years now.
Right.
You know, that basically is your country, whatever like that. I'm just a guest, whatever like that. My wife lives there. I'm just a guest of the country. When I have a right to basically go there and basically be part of what my ancestors built. But as far as like the responsibility of that country, is yours. But even then, I basically said, you know something, like I played the video about when I went to see the school kids and whatnot, and they basically I said, I love these kids so much. I'm going to do everything I can in my power to make sure those kids.
You know what the difference is? You say things like that, and then you flip it on me and say, "See, Elvis is not doing that. Elvis ain't doing nothing in Liberia." You do that to antagonize me, and when I respond, you feel disrespectful. That's what it is.
The reason why I'm saying that to you, right, is this: if you can't see, right, that's all Kyle's faults, right? He means well for your country.
No, if you say that, Carla, without trying to throw a jab, it's fine. I'll give you props for it. It's nice that you do that.
This guy took the time to write a novel, the only historical novel about my country. whatnot. He took time to do all stuff like that. He basically talks up for Liberia all the time. When I said that I was the one who brought Liberia to Black America, right? You laughed, you know, and that's absolutely true. Anybody else?
No, it's not. It's not the truth. I mean, you expect me to agree with things like that when it's outrageous for you to say you brought Liberia to Black Americans?
You don't know what you're talking about.
I mean, come on.
No. Hey, Colin, Colin. What he said was, what was so special? When you brought 20 people, what's so special about that? That's what he said.
You know, so the bottom line is this: we brought a tour group, right? You know how much money we put in the hotels and spending and everything like that. You know, we want to bring bigger tour groups. We want to bring like hundreds of people a year. That's what we're trying to build to. We're trying to build your country up and put your country on the map. You know, as far as
Colin, you're like these white girls who think you're a savior, Colin. You're not a savior.
You're not a savior.
All right? You're not a savior. So that's like Dinah telling us that he's trying to build Nigeria up because he does tours in Nigeria.
Frenchie, this is what we're talking about. On. This is exactly what we're talking about.
No, when you say things like that, it pisses me off, and I always react like that.
Look,
you're not saving us, Colin. You're not building up our country. Stop it, man. Stop saying that.
I'm saying like this: you got white people in Liberia just farting around doing nothing and whatnot, and y'all at their feet. That guy that almost killed that girl, Lucas, that Richard Lucas, whatnot, that almost killed that girl Jessica in Cape Mount, whatnot. You know, he's another one. Y'all fucking because he's a white man. Y'all worship him. Blah blah blah.
You think the white people and the black people that go vacation in Jamaica is building Jamaica up? And the black Jamaica should be bending down to their knees and thanking them for it.
You guys ask.
You go there on your leisure, Colin. You go there for vacation. That's fine.
Big Black, I hope you're hearing this. You know, because Big Black.
But y'all
Big Black. Let me say this, bro. I'm somebody that actually did the work. I'm not somebody talking. I've been to the continent several times.
You know what it is? You can never appease Elvis.
You do the work, and somebody's dismissive of what you're doing, and you come up here.
That's the whole point, Dollar Bill.
That's what I get sick about. You know.
What work are you doing, Colin, that I should be grateful for? What work are you doing?
Okay, Elvis, I'm not doing anything.
Hold on, Colin. That ain't the point, Big Black. The point is that this is Colin's show. You can't, Big Black, if you had your own show,
anytime you want. You can ban me anytime you want.
On your show and tell you what to talk about. Nobody, Big Black, I guarantee you, if you had your own YouTube channel, you wouldn't let nobody come on your platform tell you what to talk about. Hold on a second, Big Black. Tell you what to talk about. Tell you when to stop talking about something. You get what I'm saying? Well, the only thing is that every platform, even when he went on Dinah's platform, he tried to tell Dinah, "Hey, let's move." Dinah told him, "Shut up, clown! You don't run my show." And you know what he did? He ran
you're so infatuated with me, bro. You think about everything about me.
Straight up.
You catalog everything I say and come back and regurgitate it, bro. I mean, your mind is occupied with my behavior like nobody else.
That's the whole point. That's the whole point.
I mean, you're so fixated on me, man.
If somebody let you come up on their platform, you get what I'm saying? You should at least have the respect for them and let them talk. Everybody in there saying that you try to control it.
Everybody knows you're a clown. You go on Dinah's platform and you embarrass yourself every day.
That's the funny part. And then when Dollar Bill get tired of hearing it, that's what he did. Colin's gracious.
It's like this thing. We gotta bring Elvis down the peg. Everybody wants to bring Elvis down the peg. So you gotta team up with people to try to bring me down the peg. And you can't do it, bro. Everybody's calling you guys to come and talk shit to me, and you can't do it, bro. That's what it is.
How about you stop talking like a female,
You're sitting there in your truck trying to strategize ways to attack me. It's not working, bro.
How about you talking like a female?
Let it be. Just let it be, man. I mean, this whole grievance that you have against me.
You ain't making no money
sitting
up here being a contrarian. You ain't making no money.
Whatever you say, bro.
You have to understand.
Real quick. Hold on. Let me say something real quick. Obviously, Elvis comes here. I think there's a little bit of Pan-Africanism in Elvis.
Man.
Hold on. And Elvis and Kala, right? Please. There's something that Elvis sees and Kala, a lot of people see, right?
Elvis comes up here because he wants to protect African people, man. He don't come up here because
let me talk, man. Because Elvis, despite y'all getting on Elvis and everything, Elvis is the only continental African that'll sit through and you know, and sit through and dialogue with us on this channel, like, you know, every show. You know, I think
I'm starting to wonder, does he really, or is he sincere?
Yeah,
though?
exactly. So we supposed to feel privileged?
No, wait a minute. So yeah, it's
we supposed to feel privileged.
Let's ask Elvis. Let's ask Elvis. Why did you come on this show, Elvis?
Look, I come on the show honestly, right? Because I like Colin. I like the sparring that we have, and we can argue, and we can kind of ping over each other. Can I be a little disrespectful sometimes with the way I engage him? That's why I said I thought about it. Actually, I did. I thought about it. Dollar Bill is somebody who is my father's age, you know, and I said, you know what? I shouldn't really be talking to Dollar Bill like that. He's my father's age. I don't want to disrespect him. So what I did in my best, you know, calculation, you know what? I'm just not going to engage. He can say whatever he wants. I'm not going to engage because if I start saying something, I'm going to slip up. I'm going to disrespect him. That's not the right thing to do. I tried that. And he kept poking at me,
Elvis,
and we saw how that went.
Elvis, if you like
So
this,
I like being on the platform because I like engaging with Colin.
I wasn't even on. You said I was kissing ass. You said I was kissing ass the other day. And the day you were talking other shit. Hold on 1 second, Big Black. Hold on, man.
Let me
No, I'm
speak
tired
though.
of his bullshit.
Hold on. I ain't spoke a lot. Y'all
If he don't come in, who gives a fuck?
I ain't been speaking a lot, right? So, Elvis, if you do like the sparring,
hold on,
hold on, Dollar Bill. Now listen, Elvis, I'm not gonna lie. If you do like the sparring, you say you like the sparring. I guess the sparring between the whole Liberia thing. Then, if you do like the
then
sparring,
he gets tight.
I would have to agree with them. Like, okay, when y'all done sparring,
exactly.
On the rest of the show.
Elvis comes on this show because he feels that he wants to be.
You heard it out his own mouth, Big Black.
Africans, because he feels that we're going to say something against Africans. You have to realize that he's already been chastised on an African channel and depicted as a traitor for just having a conversation with us. Because
that is not true.
Yes, he did. You talked about.
No, it's not. Not for having a conversation with you. It's because I called him out on his bigotry, and I told him he shouldn't be talking shit about African Americans. Big Black, you was on the show that day, right? You was there.
I saw the show.
Yeah, so that's not
chastised. Africans think he's being chastised. Not just Afrodamas. Michael Mawali won't talk to him. Other Africans feel. No, and they say it in the chat. They feel that he's under pressure from continental Africans, okay, that he's taking shit from us and that he shouldn't be taking shit from the blacks.
No, it's because I don't consider you my enemies. And even if we have an argument tonight, I'll come back tomorrow and we'll have a conversation. I don't hold it to be something that's personal. So that's the point. So other people think that if we have an argument, we cuss each other out one night, and I should hold a grudge, and I should never show up on the platform, and I should make my own platform starting to disparage African American. That's not who I am. That's not me.
You held a grudge for a long time. It was me who extended the olive branch to you.
No, I didn't help. I just told you why I did what I did. It wasn't a grudge. It was actually out of respect. Because when I even stopped talking to you, you kept talking shit to me, trying to antagonize me. I didn't say anything.
How the hell is it out of respect, Dollar Bill, when he just told you he don't respect you?
He told me that earlier.
I told you. I used to tell you. I said, Dollar Bill, you keep bringing up this African thing. You keep running back to Africa, talking shit about Africans. Why are you doing that? I kept warning you. And the more and more you did that, the less and less respect I have for you.
DNA,
that's what it was. When you try to shit on Africans consistently, I can't respect you for doing that shit. I can't.
You know what? You're not God, and you are not the
exactly. I'm not telling you I'm God. I'm just telling you that's my personal feelings.
I have 80%
and I told you that.
DNA, African ancestry, and I can talk shit about.
And I can respond the way I want to respond. There you go. You can talk shit. I can respond.
Then you do it, and you know
exactly. That's what we've been doing. So what's the crying about?
I'm not. See how you say dumb shit.
Exactly.
You see
what's
how
the crying about?
That's what
you can say what you want to say.
Come in from.
And I should be able to say what I want to say and respond.
Dollar Bill, he don't even get it.
For every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction, bro.
He doesn't even understand.
You out to beat your ass.
That's what I'm saying.
Say that again, Dollar Bill.
If you and I went to school together, I would have beaten your ass.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, sure.
Oh my
Hey,
gosh.
but you know what, though? Let me say this real quick. I appreciate Big Black. He tried his best. You get what I'm saying? But he still big. Hold on. Let me say that Big Black is a Black American, and he know for a fact before Elvis said what he said out of his mouth, before Big Black heard it himself, he was actually on Elvis' side. You get what I'm saying? Before Elvis said it himself that he liked to spar, and you can cross your word, you can be semantic, but you know a person that like
Elvis only comes here and do that.
Yeah, but hold on. I was gonna get to that. Give me 2 seconds, dollar bitch. Give me two, my brother. See, when Big Black was sitting up here trying to be devil's advocate, and I have no problem with that because I know that I don't hear him talk enough. And if you, the weird part about him is he don't even hear himself talk. He don't think before he talk. He just that's why it reminds me of a female. You know what I'm saying? So before Big Black.
I mean, this guy has nothing else to discuss except me. It's embarrassing at this point, bro.
Before Big Black heard what he said out of his own mouth, that Big Black was on his side. But when he started talking about, he liked the spot, almost like how females in a relationship saying like, yeah, I like to argue with, I just like to start an argument sometimes. Yep. I like to start everything might be going, everything might be going, everything might be going cool in the house.
It's like a guy who's a Republican going up to a Democratic platform. You think they're going to sing Kumbaya? I know for a fact me and Colin disagree politically. That's why Colin always try to bring up politics, because he know there's a dichotomy there. So we always fall over politics. He know I disagree with him on Liberia, so he brings it up, and we always disagree with it. So I mean, this guy doesn't even know what he's talking about.
This is what came out of his own mouth. He thinks that he comes on this platform to be
Colin knows my position, and my position is usually the opposite of his position politically, the issue of Liberia and other issues. So that's what it is. If Colin doesn't want dissent, he knows me. I'm opposite of what he is.
You up here to be an adversary, Colin?
No. Look, I don't like anybody basically having honest discussion with me. But it's like we get to the point where I can't win. It's like, look, I asked the question.
Right.
Look,
let him get up.
Anybody has questions about the African, my plans and whatnot, I could take 1,000 questions, and everything like that. And also people.
That's Elvis's personality. He's one of those cats. We had these dudes in school before. You see, this is what Elvis thinks. See, Elvis has one of those.
You're about to generalize again, as usual.
He got one of these complexes. See, he truly believes that he's different from Nigerians who just downright don't like African American men. He really thinks he's different. But then he will say certain things like, "You're talking about my people," and then when I ask him, "Who are your people?" So that so that's this.
Dollar Bill, you're the biggest hypocrite to even say that.
Oh,
every time I mention something about African Americans, you're not African American. You don't know my people. You don't know our culture.
I said you.
So why can't I say my people? What is wrong with you, man? You're a grown man. You're such a hypocrite. Because you always say that I'm not African American. Your people are not my people. I don't know them. So why? What are you talking about?
No, I know them. I know Nigerians.
I'm not talking about Nigerians. I'm talking about African Americans. When we're having a discussion and I say something, you try to dismiss my info by saying I'm not African American. I don't know your people, and thereby I shouldn't say anything. You say that all the time. You and Carla, you both do.
Elvis, hold on. We let you join the discussion. We talk about a lot of stuff on the channel, and nobody says.
Well, for him to say that he's offended when I say my people, and you guys always claim your people.
Not your people.
Hold up, Elvis.
You don't have Nigerian DNA.
What are you talking about? I'm not saying
people, nigga.
No, they're Africans. That's me. When you say African, that includes my people. You don't exclude my people from there.
They're not your people.
So you can shout at the top of your lungs, Dollar Bill. I'm just showing you your hypocrisy. You like to claim African Americans, and I claim Africans. There you go, Dollar Bill. Be mad.
I got more African.
So let me ask Elvis. Let me ask you your point. It's like this. Let me ask you a question, Elvis. Dollar
Bill. Go ahead, Carl.
What you call to your point with that is this. Okay, you say that's a problem I think we have in this country, right? Not just African immigrants, it's Caribbeans too. It's like all foreign-born blacks seem like they're teaming up and basically being like, we're the other.
They just want to get some land. They just trying to cozy.
Yeah, I know. So you got Caribbeans out there They're slave descendants just like we are, you know, and they basically like,
and they don't love you no more
what the
than they
hell
love
you got in common? Ross
bullshit.
boys, these two goofballs, whatever. What the hell y'all got in common with Africa? Y'all slave descendants of Haiti, man.
He wasn't. He's housing now. Now this Negro who doesn't have any DNA from Nigeria is talking to a man with DNA from Nigeria while I'm arguing with other Nigerians, and he's telling me those are his people. Go sit on an egg.
I mean, Dollar Bill, like I said, you're a contradiction, bro. You're a contradiction. You're a contradiction, bro.
Contradictions.
So I'm an African, a proud African. Even though I'm not somebody that's going to spew hatred at African American, but definitely when you start talking about Africans in a disparaging way, I'm going to respond to you. I'm going to respond to you, Dollar Bill. That's the difference.
Elvis, right?
Well, basically, Elvis, I'm saying like,
I talk about. What do you mean by disparaging? If somebody's saying,
I mean, Carlo, are you? This is your platform. You hear some of the things that you say about Africans in general.
Elvis, let me ask you a question, right?
You can't deny that.
You call us names. You say all kind of disparaging things about African. You and Dollar Bill, you do it all the time on the platform.
I don't ever hear Dollar Bill saying anything.
Really? You don't hear Dollar Bill talking shit about Africans?
Dollar Bill called us monkeys and shit slingers. He has said disparaging things about Africans. Yes, he has. We shouldn't lie.
Did I call you a monkey, Frenchie?
You said Africans. You said Africans when you were arguing with Mike. When you were arguing with Mike, you called us shit slingers. You did.
I did not call. No. Hold on. I gotta go at this. First of all, Michael Mawali, who's a Nigerian, said to me, he called me a what? What did he call me?
He called you a cotton picker.
And I call him a monkey, right? I didn't call you nothing.
Yes, you did. You called Africans shit slingers a monkey.
Because she's an African. When you say Africans are, that includes her. She's an African. What don't you get through your mind?
And what the fuck am I?
Exactly what I was saying.
That doesn't excuse it. That doesn't make it right.
So I know, Frenchie. I guess his ancestors or his people in Gullah Geechee land are slingers too. Those are the people he's talking about. There are monkeys out there in South Carolina. I guess those are the people that he's talking about. He's being disingenuous. You know you didn't mean that to your people. You know you didn't mean that to your lineage.
No more respect.
Right. So let Dollar Bill let him say that. You wasn't saying that to your Gullah Geechee people.
No more respect. It's okay for him to call me a cotton picker.
When did
we literally told Mike not to say that. I said it, Frenchie said it. We literally went against him for saying that.
And how many times have I defended you for it? So let's not lie here, because everything is live. Everything's recorded. The amount of times I've defended you against Mike, and now you're trying to make it seem like I've never defended you for Mike's comments. That's just a lie. That's just a lie. And you can swear at me all you like, but it's just weird. I don't know why you've got all this energy for me.
As I recall that night one night, it was a
How about everybody just stop disrespecting everybody?
And also,
it would be so easy, Jonathan.
Can everybody just not disrespect everybody?
Yeah,
that's like fucking dog.
Crazy. When I talk to Mike, I talk to Mike, and Mike only.
Nah, Kyla, I'm trying to get your subscriber up to 1,000.
It's all recorded, Bill. There's no point lying.
Hey y'all, man, let Big Black talk, man. Hey y'all, hey, for real, let Big Black talk for a second, bro.
Elvis, now
I called you a name, Frenchie.
This is gonna tell everything.
No,
right?
Shut up for a minute. I called you a name, Frenchie. I called you a name.
Oh, Dollar Bill.
I ever call you a name here?
Man, you know how she taking it, Dollar Bill. They taking what you saying in general. The same way, that'll be the same way if we Black Americans. I don't care when they say Black Americans is bad. It's not affecting me. But they want to take it personal, Dollar Bill. That's what they doing.
Call me a cotton picker. So when
and that's being disingenuous.
Something about him, then that means I call all of you that?
Yeah, exactly. They being disingenuous on that one.
You're being condescending right
No,
now.
that's
So
Frenchie. Frenchie,
yes, yes, you
I
are.
like you, Frenchie, but that's
Yes,
being disingenuous. If he wasn't talking to you, there's no way that you should have took it as you should have took it personal. That's being disingenuous. That's just like if somebody come up here, Michael Aluwali started talking about Black Americans. If he didn't say it to me, I'm not gonna take everything that somebody say about Black
what I said
Americans
about Afro
personally.
dumbass, right? And when Afro dumbass said black people inferior, I didn't take it personally. You
If
know,
well, Hustle Smart. If you're saying that, then by the same token, Hustle Smart. By the same token, Dollar Bill should not be offended when Chuku says that Black American men are baby daddies. He shouldn't be offended, then should he?
That's true. He shouldn't get offended by it.
Dollar Bill likes
Let me
people.
ask
I don't.
Elvis this real quick.
No one should be getting offended by two people going
saying
at
that I'm spreading. No, you know what it is? You know what it is? Y'all don't understand. This is why Pan-African is not gonna work.
Oh, no, it's dead.
Y'all have no understanding.
Pan-African never worked.
You can't call nobody a baby daddy and telling him that he's bringing kids in the community and not taking care of them to a man who spent 30-some years taking care of his family. You can't call it. So what are you calling my wife? A whore?
That's crazy. Hey, Big Black, go ahead and talk, bro. You ain't got a chance to really do your spiel.
Y'all are crazy.
Let me say this, man. Let me say
Y'all
this
are crazy.
let me just
Hold on a second.
Dollar Bill, come on, Dollar Bill. Come on, Dollar Bill. Come on, Dollar Bill. Come on, Dollar Bill. Come on, man.
Black I say. Big Black is the last
Dollar
man
Bill,
standing.
calm down, son, bro. Come on, bro. You gotta let. Come on, Dollar Bill. We feel you. I feel you. I feel exactly what you're saying. They should not have took it personal. I get you. I feel you,
No,
bro.
but it's okay. She didn't take it
No,
personal.
it ain't. It's
When he
not
called
okay.
me a cotton picker, when he said things about my mother, that's what I'm supposed to do. Tell him that
did,
he's
and
a
I
nice
defended you. How many
But I
times do I
didn't
have to
call
say
you a
this?
But he didn't call you a name though, Frenchie.
Nothing to you.
And let
He
me
didn't
say,
call you.
Elvis, there's a
If
difference
I had
between
called you a name, I would have apologized to you. I'm not apologizing for niggas that talk about my mother and talk about my family. It's all in fair in love and war.
Now,
all right, Dollar Bill. All right, we got you, Dollar Bill. Go ahead, Big Black. Come on with it, bro.
Now, Elvis, there's a difference, right, between in our culture. It's a difference between just coming up and just arguing, just to arguing and building, right? Now, I'm asking you, do you come on the show to build or just to argue?
You know, usually I come on the show, and I tell Carla all the time. I say, Carla, stop with the name calling. Stop with the African badging, because originally, people make fun of me for people. Hold on, Carla. People make fun of me for this now because I used to say,
let's try to answer a straight question.
Let's try to build.
Just say, do you come to build?
Let's try to build bridges, right? The other night, me and Carla, we had a good
this what you
conversation.
get for
It was
defending
just
him,
me and
Big
him.
Black. This what you
We
get
had a
right
deep
here.
conversation. Usually, I come to have a conversation, give my one or two inputs, and some shows I'm really quiet because there's not much I can say, because it's not a topic that I'm well versed in.
Okay.
So I don't just come to fight. Only when people attack me or attack Africans in general, then I have something to say.
Man, this is what I'm saying. Who made you the defender of Africans? Who made you do it?
Dollar Bill, relax.
Go ahead,
Dollar
Big
Bill.
Black. Hey, Big Black got him on the ropes. Go ahead, Big Black.
Now, I'm on the real. Do you come to, the build or, you know what I'm saying? And when I say build, there's constructive criticisms. There's some healthy debate in building, right? Or do you just come to just debate, just to debate?
The Bill contrary.
And like I said, Big Black, I always say it to Carla, right? Well, every time we come on the show, it's every night.
Good Lord.
It's
Exactly.
every night that he attacks Africans, right? He says stuff about Africans. He talks shit about my people in Liberia. That's not building. It's not me. He's the host of the show. He leads the direction of where the show is going to go.
I would never let you on my show.
Elvis, let me say this.
So you say you do come on the build.
Everybody show, I got to straighten something
Yeah, I come to build and it derails. Carla derails the conversation into hatred. That's what it is.
People think that I say something to one person.
Like I said before, I don't mention Africans at all, right? Until somebody comes in my chat room, right? Like that Igbo chick or not, and start talking stuff like that's why Nigerians are taking all y'all women. I got to
Colin,
respond.
you know how many people in the chat talk shit about Africans? You think I come up here and then I start talking shit about African Americans? I don't do that. You have to have some self-restraint, Colin.
You know what you should do, African? No, I'm not
Put up the shit that white people say
Frenchie
about
is
them.
African, right? Frenchie is
Put up the
African.
shit that the white man says about them.
No, Frenchie get offended when you generalize and talk shit about Africans. She said that all the time.
I'm not generalizing anything. Hold on. First of all, when I talk about Africa, what did I say? I said we're all what? Sub-Saharan Africans. You know what that is?
I'm not no more. I'm freaking Panamanian. Any guy.
But Colin, don't be disingenuous. When you're talking about Africans, you're not talking about yourself. When you're calling Africans shit slingers, you're not talking about yourself. You're not saying we are shit slingers.
No,
you don't
I
say
said
we.
a specific guy.
You don't say we. So come on.
I said that Zongo, we know the guy. Hold up. This is the bullshit I'm talking about. I said that Zongo, okay, that there was a Ghanaian guy who took shit and slapped a Jamaican woman in her face with shit. Then his response to me was, "That's an African American," and I said to him,
"We pulled up the guy's name."
I pulled up his name, and his name was he was a Ghanaian. Then his response to me was, "Well, he must have learned that in America." And I said, "Oh hell no, he didn't." And Kala pulled up Labadi Beach where he was shit slinging.
And that was Zongo on the beach shitting too on the video.
Hey, Big Black, did you get your question answered, my brother?
Not really.
Wow.
Exactly.
I mean,
now you see my point, bro.
Wait a minute. He did say
Big Black, I come to build, but Colin leads the conversation. So if it goes to a building route where we can get along and have a decent conversation that's constructive, that's what it's going to be. You, Big Black, if you listen to the show, you never hear me attack African Americans. Never. I would never come in and spew stereotypes. That's not who I am. I want to respond when Kyle or Dollar Bill start talking shit about Africans. That's only when the conversation derails.
Okay, let's do a sample right now. We got a sample right now. We got 30 minutes fighting the show, right? 30 minutes, right? We've been on for freaking almost 6 hours, right?
23 minutes. In it right at 6. In it right at 6 on the head, Colin.
So okay, we're gonna go to 6 hours, right? All right, Elvis. Let me ask you a question, right? Q&A, right? You have so much about the African thing, whatever it is. You almost like ridicule it, like it's never gonna happen, like that. I'm giving you a chance right now in this show to ask me some bullet point questions and whatnot. You could try to trip me up, whatever like that, about my plans on that. They'll say when you see now, as we broke it down to you the other day, when I could tell when your confidence was shot because you're like, oh wow, they really got a plan, Now implement. Yeah, I said, look, it's gonna happen. Like who was it? Jonathan said, yeah, you spread this message out. Do you know the Zionist movement started with a few people, like 10 people, and next thing you know, Theodore Herzl and whatnot, they basically did that. He didn't even live to see Israel, hit the dream, but he started.
What are you talking about, Colin? The 13 colonies started in a barn.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? Everything starts small. And that's what we're trying to tell you. We have history. Elvis, this is what I'm saying. Don't take this personally, right? The difference between us and you, I believe we're all Africans, right? Is the fact that we look at history and whatnot, and we're a literate culture, like I told you, right? We look at history. We look at Plato's Republic, whatnot. We have a whole history of history for hundreds of years of recorded history and everything that we reference, right? When like this. So what we're talking about, right, is basically something that's been done many times before. So we're no different than anybody else that's saying what we're trying to do. You're making it seem like it's just some harebrained scheme we're just dreaming up online. No, this is going to be a real movement, because why, Elvis, right? Because we reached the pinnacle in America, right? There's nothing else left, The only thing left is for us to either we just submit to this country and just be what we are right now, or we give up the future generation something else, And me personally, I would love for in a couple of years, right? But some dynamic young people come around and say, Colin, we got this one night. And once I got the confidence they can do it one night, I'll retire. I'll move on, I was going to enjoy my insurance money and whatnot, you know? And I'm traveling.
Wow.
Hey, Colin, you know what the best example of that? Think about the Montgomery bus strike. That what her name was, Rosa Parks. She wasn't the first. She wasn't the first one to sit on the bus and stand up for herself. You get what I'm saying? That shit was happening on here. That shit happened at the Mississippi, the garbage yard, when the white dudes was crushing the black people because they couldn't have lunch breaks in the break room, so they had to do their lunch in the trucks, and they was getting crushed. That's where it started. They had to get a face of it.
People apes.
So just because you're talking about it, that what they don't understand, Colin, is that the movement starts with a spark. But the way that they look at it, if you don't do it, it's not gonna get done. And they don't understand that movement happens from the grassroots. It might be another face of the product of the Afristan. They don't understand that because they don't see the vision. Look, you got to think about where they come from. They come from fetching water, fetching sticks for fire. You know what I'm saying? And goddamn pounding fucking hard ass potatoes out the grinder to fufu to dip in some motherfucking salt. They don't see the.
I watch a pound of
Hey,
come on, man. 10 hours on that. That's a better way.
Oh, that's definitely it is, but that's it's the truth at the same time. Let me explain something. I understand that by us being in America, since we have seen the way white people are, that it actually has made us smarter to the point that even though we have to work with them, we still look at them side eye. When African immigrants come over here, they look at white people with their eyes wide open, like there's nobody greater. Like oh my God, we get food stamps, we get this, we got clean water. You know, we ain't got to go we ain't got to go fetch water. We ain't got to pour water on the shower runs continuously. You know what I'm saying? The electricity stay on continuously. That's what I'm saying is, Big Black, is that the way that we think as America, we think more forward thinking. You get what I'm saying? So that's why if we go to Africa, we're going to try to build up. You get what I'm saying?
We're going to build the most modern society. So we know what our people want. And
I got to give it to you, man. You're an exceptional person because I wouldn't deal with these people for 5 minutes.
Definitely nicer than me.
You're nicer than I
Big
ever
Black
would
is
be.
basically
Because tonight,
Pan-African wake up call.
Tonight was a wake up. Tonight was a wake up.
Shout out to Big Black. You always balance, my brother. I like you, Big Black.
Tonight was a wake up call for me because I truly understand now that if I'm talking to one African, any African could say anything they want about me, about my mother, call me a cotton picker, call my wife a whore and say I'm a baby daddy, and I'm all of this stuff, and it's okay. It's an individual.
But if you say something,
if I say like
dry
my
your
man
eyes,
said,
mate.
it's
eyes.
okay when they do it. It's a problem when I do it.
Yep.
Right.
Dollar Bill, you gotta say it right. It's cool when they do it.
It's cool when they do it.
It's cool when they do it.
You know, let's go say it now. Say it right.
But Dollar Bill, but this the thing though, Dollar Bill. See, I can't get mad at the African standing on business. It's us that's not standing on business. That's why I told you when I jumped on the platform today why I was so upset. Because y'all let that shit pass. I just don't let disrespect pass at all.
I try. Let me tell you what I get accused of all kind of shit. And tonight was the end of it for me. I didn't start no mess. And see, the young lady still wants to say, I started the mess. It was him who put my name in his mouth. He had my name in his mouth tonight. He said, I kissed him. You see, you don't even see, first of all,
they ain't hear that part.
You don't never tell a man that he's kissing another man's ass unless you want your ass whipped. That's what he did.
Dollar Bill, first of all, I didn't even say that.
I don't want to hear your ass. You did.
You know,
you admitted.
First of all, I didn't say that. The thing I said was that you said you're not an African, or you said you are African, and other people said they're not African. I was just drawing that comparison. So if you want to be butthurt about it, be butthurt, Dollar Bill.
I'm going to say you're a lying-ass African.
Whatever you say, Dollar Bill. Like I said, Colin, I want you to hear this. You know, Dollar Bill is older. He could be my father. And he's talking shit now. He's talking shit to me. When I respond to it, now I'm the bad guy. So you got to tell them. You want respect, you got to give it.
Dollar would probably have
Nigga,
5,000.
you don't have to respect me, because if I was around you, I'd make you fucking respect.
No, the only reason
I'm sure, Dollar Bill. I'm sure you will. I'm sure you'll make me respect
I
you.
surely would. And if I
Yeah,
did,
you
my
will.
son
You
would.
will.
Trust and believe that. If
Listen,
I
Yeah,
did,
yeah,
my
yeah.
son would.
come here.
Yeah, he will. I'm sure.
Talk too much shit. You talk all that cruise shit. It's America.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Dog.
Pan-Africanism.
Yeah.
Pan-Africanism, Collar. Let's be
Hello,
real.
this is not good. It's on. It's because it's on your show at the end of the day, and it's just bringing down the quality of your show.
Yeah,
well,
yeah,
why
we
is
gotta
people? You know
stop
what?
this
You know
fight,
what?
folks.
The quality is down because these Africans are complaining, and they're not the people that you talking
Oh,
to
Dollar
anyway.
Bill, please don't even go
The
there.
Africans don't
Because
want. They all they want to do. If
watching
you
Color way
Africans,
before
all you
you,
want to
so
do is
please don't
complain.
do that.
Why don't y'all go to a
Please don't
place
do that.
where people
Because
are kissing your behind?
I've noticed whenever you're on the panel, there's always these issues.
Well,
I've
you know
noticed that
what?
now.
That's where it is.
And that's for real.
Shout
You
out, brother
understand? Because I
Benjamin.
speak for my people. I speak for
Dollar
my
Bill.
people. I'm tired of my people being hoodwinked and bamboozled by people who are telling us lies.
Hey, Dollar Bill, where's the African channel that where the African channel that we running to tell Africans about how to talk about Black America? Where's that channel?
It don't exist.
But what I'm saying is that they come to this channel because Collar let them do it, and I have no problem with that because the knowledge.
man.
Hold on, because Collar ain't trying to run no echo chamber. Collar's not trying to run an echo chamber. But what I am just gonna do. What I am going to do is that if I feel like Collar is being disrespected, his knowledge is being cut, I'm going to come up here and say something. It ain't that I'm wrong. I'm just not going to let it go for it.
This man wrote a book.
As you should, Hustle Smart. I agree with him.
This man wrote a book. This man brought people to Africa. This man who's making good money in America, who could use sleep. I know some nights I miss sleep from my job. This man is running a business, right? And doing what he has to do. See, I have no problem. Let me tell you, Collar's always going to be my friend. And I don't have to come on this platform. If I feel that, like you said, that I'm doing anything to destroy his platform, I'll go on my own platform. I have no problem. And then I wouldn't give you Africans. I wouldn't give you Africans 5 minutes on my joint. You understand?
Great. I never said that you personally brought the quality down.
My whole thing
I'm referring to the back and forth. That's what's bringing the quality down. Not you in particular.
I'm gonna stay supporting the brother. I'm going with Africa. I'm going to Africa with the brother. I believe in what he's doing.
Young folks are working it out. You know what I'm saying?
And I'm a soldier for the brother. I'm not gonna let anybody do anything to him.
That went to Nigeria.
Yeah, and neither would I. You're not the only person that has Collar's back here.
Like 3 million
I got his back. I'm a man. You can't do what I do.
Do you know what, Dollar Bill? Just don't speak to me. How about that? Don't speak to me.
Folks are doing Pan-Africanism. Don't even know they doing Pan-Africanism.
Hey, you know what though? I think this show was good, Frenchie, for the fact that it was a coming. I'm not religious at all, but I feel like this show was a coming to Jesus moment. Now, I don't think none of the other shows is gonna be like this, but this definitely putting it all out there on the table. And you know what I'm saying? I never try to tell Collar how to handle his show. You know, I would never sit up here and tell him what to talk about, what not to talk. I let Elvis do that. You get what I'm saying? Try to guide the conversation. I'm not I'm not gonna do that. But what I will implore Collar to do is that let the disrespect be known. Not just combat it far as, hey, I can stand up for myself so the people to know. You get what I'm saying? Because I agree with Big Black. Maybe they don't know. You get what I'm saying? Maybe you let it go on. I understand that, but
they
just for the
us.
I understand that, but just for I'm saying just for the sake of playing devil advocate, I just think college should just let not in general sense, specifically where he think is disrespect. And then if it keeps going on, then Collar deserves everything he get. But if Collar never says anything,
I think Collar is trying to give people an opportunity to speak.
Yeah,
like
that's
I said,
true.
He's a nicer person than I am.
Yeah.
He's a person that's giving people opportunities. I wouldn't give people 5 minutes You understand? Because see, I know how they get down. And
I
they're
agree.
saying that I'm stoking the diaspora wars. I'm not stoking anything. I
Nah.
deal with Africans on a regular basis, and every African who knows me knows that I have helped them, and I continue to help African kids, men, women, and children. I don't have to because I see myself as an African, but they not boss over me.
First thing Dollar Bill, first thing first, is a reason why I watch Colin more than I watch Brandon show now. You get what I'm saying? Because his show is not an echo chamber. You get what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, Colin can't do everything. You get what I'm saying? So clearly, if you see a problem, just address a problem. That's all I'm saying. That's the only reason why I jumped up on it. I've been listening to this show for 6 days, but today it came to the top of the hill because of that lady. When Colin played that video, she said all that shit she had to say. And when she got ready to when she came up on here, instead of Elvis saying, hey, you know what? You said a lot of stuff about Colin. Now, let me tell you something. I'm going to be perfectly honest with y'all. If Elvis would have said to her, hey, you know what? You said a lot about Colin. We want to keep it the same way he addressed Colin before she came up here. He addressed Colin before she came up here as if Colin need to be the respectable one. And then the video, hold on. This is the last thing. But when she was on her platform, when Colin played the video, all she was doing was calling him a coward. She said that he wasn't even a man, but he didn't address none of that. But he wanted to address Colin.
Because we all know Colin's a man.
But this is what I'm saying. As an elder, that's when I'm gonna step in. You get what I'm saying? Because that ain't being fair. So what I'm saying, if he would have been fair and said that the same way he said something to Colin about, hey, don't do this, Colin, don't do this, talking to Colin like he a child or something. I know Colin don't feel that way, but that's the way if anybody look back at it, you would feel like Elvis is Colin Handler. And I know that ain't the point, but that's what it sounds like.
But you know what it is?
You don't tell no grown man how to talk.
Colin's the kind of person that allows people to express themselves. He lets them express themselves and hang themselves. And you know what? Like I said, I'm the kind of person here, whatever Colin needs me to do for the situation, if he just need me to make videos and be an engineer in the back, or I can do it. I don't have to say a word. You understand? Because tonight has been another eye-opening night. And now I see clear now how Africans truly are. When you say something to one African, you say it to all Africans.
But
so
you're
now,
stereotyping, man.
No, I'm not stereotyping. They showed me tonight. I'm from Missouri. They showed me. And so now, when everyone who goes on the Afrodamas show that says the blacks, they're all of you are on my list. Because you are somehow culpable of calling us the blacks. So anybody who uses that, I know you my enemy too. If you want to play that game, then we can play that game.
Dollar Bill, how all of a sudden the blacks, just the word black, is owned by Black Americans?
First of all, he's talking about he doesn't even spell it correct.
Because
is this my issue, right?
No, that's Ahmed.
Ahmed, right?
That question is disingenuous. That question is disingenuous.
Let me say something, please.
Okay, go ahead.
This is why I don't want to get into debate into a lot of things, right? Because Americans, just as a system, it could be somebody from the continents, somebody from here. Like once you get into this country, for a couple of years now, couple years now, you get some distractions. There's too much distraction in this country. Instead of building together, we get so emotional with with distractions, this and that. You said this, you said that, you said that. I've heard a lot of things about Black Americans saying about Africans. I've heard a lot of disrespectful things Africans saying about Black Americans. At the end of the day, there's not development. There's no building. There's not.
We can't develop with them.
There's
no development with those people. And I'm going to tell you why. Listen to me.
The other day.
Can I say something for a second? Let me respond to that.
in this country, we only thought about people in terms of their skin color as being black. We didn't care where you came from. If you were black and you identified yourself as black, we saluted you, we respect you, we supported you. That means that we put you on our movies. That means that you were one of us. And when people say Africans say disrespectful things about African Americans, they got it twisted. They owe us. We don't owe them. We were the ones that paved the way in America. They sent us into slavery. They didn't pay the way for nothing for us.
Damn, that was a good point. Because I was gonna say, wasn't y'all
we
really
don't owe
fighting for
them
them
any
heavy
explanation.
in like the 80s?
They have
Yeah,
nothing
okay.
to say.
Let me get to a point.
We were the one. Let's just sit for a second. We were the ones on the front line, and our blood is in this soil. They're not in this soil. So they're the ones that are coming here talking shit about us. We would never listen. We made Harry Belafonte one of us. We made Cicely Tyson. We made Cicely Tyson.
Shut up. Stop cutting off his knowledge. I gotta hear this. Let him finish. Dollar Bill talk.
We
Dollar
accepted her as a queen. We gave her Tyler Perry gave her $1 million just to appear in a program. That's how much love we got for everybody who comes from another place, who comes with respect and dignity.
I get that.
We are not going to take the fucking blatant disrespect anymore. You want a war? There's 48 million of us. You want to rumble? Rumble. But you're not going to win.
When you tell Elvis that you're not us, I get that part 100% because of the history. The history goes deep. You're not saying like he cannot relate to y'all. You're saying about the history of the country.
It's the fact that, like we said, look, there's like a value. So like Dollar was just breaking down, right? When back in the days, right, when Ethiopia was going through starvation and whatnot, you know how many fights we used to get with white boys back in the days, joke clowning Ethiopia. Remember that, Dollar Bill?
Oh yeah.
Because why? Because you're making fun of Africa. Because the bottom line, that's our ancestral homeland. You know,
they call us monkeys.
Yeah,
and so when I hear
money,
another
monkeys,
black man
like that, you know,
come to this country and call me a cotton picker and disrespect my mother and my grandmother and my great grandmother coming out of slavery, I don't give a shit what I call them.
And also,
he don't deserve no respect.
Also, another thing, people understand something. We are not ashamed of our ancestors that were slaves. They did what they had to do, and the bottom, because they persevered, that's why we're here. You know, so when people start, Chuko always says, "Well, that's better than a slave name, a slave ancestry."
But hold on. Y'all always have these Africans always come to y'all show, calling all type of names. There's no development, and then also y'all have certain Americans in this show. I've heard a couple of y'all shows. I haven't finished the whole show sometimes, calling Africans all type of names that's not even true at all.
But now on the panel, look, in the chat room, but I don't let nobody look. I do not let
somebody
nobody
said something
on this panel.
Somebody say something saying that
come up here and starts talking about African women and whatnot. Guess what? He's blocked forever. He's
back and forth. There's no development.
So I don't let people disrespect African women.
There's no development.
Well,
you being a black person, calling another black person a cotton picker.
Look. The bottom line is this: I can't control what people say in the chat room. But I don't let nobody come up here and disrespect Africans that's talking to me. You're not gonna sit up here and tell me this shit about well, you can voice your frustration, but some people with that ADOS FBA shit, you know, like that what you call that four righteous chick and whatnot, you know, she's crazy, you know. Talk about look, the bottom line is I seen her fingers. She got those little fat fingers, you know, black, you know, like she been making some potato salad so much shame. Yeah.
You can't come to this country and they try to attack black Americans. You can't. I'm sorry. You can't keep doing that. You can't keep doing that. Africans need to understand that. Leave these people alone.
It's like a mutual thing. Let me tell you something, right?
Alone.
Like I said, I don't think it's Africans' fault, right? Because
some of it is their fault.
In the end of the day, man, you know who I blame? It's the white man. Why? Because he knows what he's doing, right? they prep these people before they come over here to be disrespectful to us, be dismissive of us, or not identify history, or not. I know what they be telling me. Oh yeah, well, blah, blah. Look. What America needs to be honest, right? Is with Africans when they come over here. Do you know that we only exist because we took the blood and the strength of your continent and made us America? America was born out of the degradation of the Black African American, you know? And so therefore, after all that blood in the soil, all that sin, all that thing like that, they got a nerve to put a nice face on themselves and tell Africa that is a land of the free and everything. And Africans,
that's BS. You know that, man. That's BS, man. Come on, now. That's
I know.
BS. That's BS.
Africans
Anybody that comes to this country
they
think this country is like
myself,
Cinderella.
We see that as betrayal. You know,
blind, stupid. This country is far from Cinderella.
Hey man, y'all, I appreciate y'all letting me come up here and talk, man. Shout out to Carla, shout out to the host, shout out to everybody on the panel, man. Big Black, I hope you got your I hope you got your awakening, bro. You get what I'm saying? That's all I'm gonna say to you, bro.
Big Black is a
I ain't no awakening, man.
We still need Pan-Africanists out there. We still need Pan-Africanists.
I agree on the bill, man. But let's be real. When somebody talking about your people, sometimes it can get frustrating, man. Let's be real, and stuff fly out. You know, Elvis. As far as how he deal with it, I wouldn't let it linger. I wouldn't stay on and let it linger on and just interrupt him. I'm gonna be real about that. But hey, I'm not the one on the panel.
Well, I don't think Elvis doesn't talk about Black Americans. I give that. My problem with Elvis is he's disrespectful to me and Dollar Bill. And the way he comes across and everything, that's the problem I have with Elvis, you know?
I don't mind. He disrespect me. I'll cuss him out.
Yeah, but Carla, your end goal is to call a nation, right? Build up a nation.
Hey, but appreciate it, Carla, man. You know what I'm saying? Keep doing your thing, man. All right, y'all, brother, man. Y'all be safe out there, man. Y'all be safe.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Sip, come back. Sip Police, come back up.
Hey, Dollar Bill, man. You got to email me your address so I can send you some stuff.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. I'm going to definitely. And then I'll put my daughter's name, too. Because I'm
gonna send you my address too, Colin.
I wanted her to.
Shit, man.
I want my free shit, Colin.
No, I don't think so. You know, I only got Bomani only sent me a couple things, man. I said I got.
Me and Dollar gonna split.
You know.
Oh man, wow, man! It got me. Oh man. Tonight was something, man, crazy because I never.
What did I do to Chantel? What did I do?
Mystic Dime, if you're listening, I apologize to you. You were 100% correct with what you said. 100%.
What did you say?
Yeah, shout out to you, Big Black, and shout out to Mystic Dime.
What did we say? What did Mystic Dime say? She was
with her assessment on Dollar Bill. She was 100% correct.
What did she say about Dollar Bill?
See how you sneak this in me again?
It's
you
not
said that I called you a name. That's not
true. Dollar Bill. I want to know, what did she say about Dollar Bill?
I could care less. She could say.
You'd have to go back to a couple shows before when she was last on.
Whatever. I could care less.
I mean, the last time
I have never said anything mean to her or to you. And if you
yes, you did. Yes, you did.
To someone else, to you, then that's fine.
You said. Oh, do you know what? It's okay.
No, because I never said nothing to you. You
did.
Lied on me.
Yes, no one lied on you. There's timestamps. There are timestamps. No one lied on you. There are timestamps. You called Africans shit slingers. You did. It's live. It's recorded. You didn't just say Mike. You didn't just say Mike though. And you've done it more than once. You did it when you argued with Chukwu. You did it when you argued with Chukwu.
When I argue with Chukwu, that's calling all Africans a Chukwu. Came from a shit-slinging country. That's him?
Okay.
Or that's me talking to Chukwu, or that's me talking to everybody?
You bring all Africans into it, Dollar Bill.
How can I bring all Africans in it? How?
You do.
Oh.
Okay, so that means when what's his name called me a baby daddy and the other one called me a cotton picker, he brought all African Americans in it.
Was that right? What he said? What Mike said to you was not okay? What Mike said was disgusting.
No, you can't have it both ways. If Mike said that, if I said something to Chukwu or Mike,
he spoke to you in particular. He didn't say African Americans are cotton pickers. He said, Dollar Bill, you are one. He didn't say African Americans are.
Oh, come on, that's semantics.
That's semantics.
Words have meanings.
Oh,
He spoke
that's
to you
semantics.
directly. He did not
That's
say African
semantics.
Americans.
Yes, he
He
did.
didn't say
Yes,
African
he did.
Americans.
I
He
got
said
many
dollar
things. He
bill.
said your
He
baby
said
the
dollar
mamas.
bill.
He talked about African Americans in the worst way. He even talked about it with Kala, and he even goes on the show and talks about African Americans and calls
And
us
if he
baby
does that,
mamas
then that's
and all kinds
wrong.
of
No one's going
nasty
to
things.
excuse his
Don't say
behavior.
that I said
No
all
one's going to
Africans
say
are
that's
shit
right.
slingers.
Just
I didn't
because he's
say that.
African, he
That
has a
was a
right to say
lie.
that. No, it's wrong.
A lie.
If
Dollar
he is
Bill.
doing that,
Say
then
that.
it's wrong.
I
You're
didn't
just
call you
aggressive
no
for no
name.
reason. You've
And
got
you,
this.
and you know
It's
what?
weird,
Mystic
man.
Dom can say whatever she want to say about me. She can say all she wants to say about me. She's the one that sneak dissed me. I didn't say anything about
No,
her.
you're always arguing with the women. It's weird, and you've got this pent up aggression
How
for
am
us.
I
It's
arguing
just
about women?
strange. Yeah, you've
No, it's,
cussed
you know what it is?
out. You cussed Marie,
Who
MP,
Marie? Who's
Mystic
Marie?
Dime, Chantel,
When
and
did I
now
cuss
myself.
when did I
You're
cuss
always just
Mystic Dime?
arguing with us.
When
It's
did I cuss
weird. I
Mystic?
don't understand
What?
why you've
When
got
did
such
I
an issue with us.
You
It's
know what
weird.
it is? You know what it is? When did I cuss Mystic Dime out? When? What did I cuss her and say to her?
Hold up, Jughead. Hold up, Jughead's trying to come on. Jughead, something. Oh, here we go. There we go. And you guys, I'm going downstairs. Make me a sandwich.
I'm tired of people lying on me,
Y'all
man.
basically have fun.
You lying on me, Frenchie, and that's horrible.
It's on tape,
You're
Dollar
lying on me.
Bill.
I'm
It's
going
lying
recorded.
on
It's
me.
there. You can't
You're
deny
lying.
it. It's
I
there.
wish y'all
okay.
would hug and make up. I'm going downstairs.
No, there is no
always
hugging and
trying to
making
be
up with
nice.
Dollar Bill because his true colors have
No.
come out tonight. There's no
My
hugging and
true
making up with
colors.
him.
Are you
Yes.
saying stuff that you saying?
Yes. Your true colors have come
Okay.
out tonight. Yes.
You
Now,
see?
the whole thing, I guess Dollar Bill is saying that when he called him a shit slinger, he said it directly to him, or did he say it to his whole people? Like Africans are. What did he directly say about the shit?
I said all Africans are shit slingers.
Dollar,
Is that what you're
Big
saying?
Black, I promise you, if he had just said to Mike or Chuku, you are in particular, I would never have made that statement. He'll always say, you Africans, you come from your shit-slinging countries. Like, come on.
Okay,
Is he,
Even
so then
Kala
who's he
said
talking
that
about?
they came from
Is he
shit
speaking
slinging, that you
directly
come
to
from.
these people or is he
Even
making a
Kala said
generalized
some people
statement?
from shit.
Like,
You
are
came
we
from a shit
really, we're not
slinging country.
ignorant on this panel. Dollar Bill's an
You know what it
educator.
is,
He knows
man?
words have meanings. So why is he acting as if he didn't
Unbelievable.
generalize people? He did.
I did not generalize anyone. I was talking to a specific person. He was saying specific things to me.
You were.
And now you're going to try to make it. You know what? Mystic Dime hates African American men. Tell her I said that.
No, she doesn't. No, she doesn't.
She does so. That's why she went to Africa to lie on the damn ground, to be with Africans.
No, she does not hate African American men. She doesn't.
Yes, she does. Yes, she does. Yes, she does.
She hates
I don't
people.
think she does. I don't think she does.
Yes, she does.
This idea.
Why? Because she has a conversation.
Yes, but why would she leave America to go to Africa to sleep on the floor with some Africans?
You see?
When did she? What?
There you go again. There you go again. Listen, Dollar Bill. Right?
Look at her thing.
The problem.
Look at her. Look at. No, I'm not making shit up. Look at her.
This is the problem with certain Americans.
Hold on now.
Look at her. You want to pull up her thing and show how she said it herself. She said it herself. She complained about African American men. She talked about how they couldn't, please her in terms of you try to date this one and that one, and African American men don't ask you, and that we're doing this and that by talking. And I said to her, I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about African American women in general who go to these places. That's what I was saying. And then I said African American men who go to Dominican Republic and to Colombia, but you didn't hear that though. You see, what y'all want to do?
When you're making the problem with generalized statements, people are going to feel attacked.
Did I tell
and they're going to want to defend themselves.
Elvis told a woman that he was going to kill her and eat her.
Oh my gosh, we all remember that. And
But you got
Elvis
no
was
smoke
wrong.
for him. How weird is
what?
that?
Elvis was wrong for what his color. Was I not in the comments in that day?
Elvis said that, I thought of a
When
Sean
Elvis said
Tell's
that, I wasn't clapping. I was like, Elvis, please calm down. What you're saying is wrong. I was even in the
You got all of
comments.
this nicety for Elvis, but you got all this smoke for me.
Frenchie criticized me like everybody else.
He even spoke about your country one night.
She calls me a sodomite,
Do you not know that
defender.
me
She
and
says all
Elvis have
kinds of
actually
things
gone
about
at
me.
it? Like, if you knew,
So
you wouldn't be
please.
saying that.
But I don't hold it against her.
Yeah. French almost killed Elvis. Elvis almost tried to eat French.
Yeah,
They
but
got
I'm just
over
saying,
it.
but the way you're trying to put
Elvis,
it
I'm
on
trying to
me,
eat my girl.
I hadn't said nothing to you until I felt
Yeah,
that
but
you were
Dollar
lying to
Bill.
me.
Yeah,
You
but
were lying
Dollar
on
Bill.
me tonight, and I
I
had to
didn't lie on
respond.
you.
You
Dollar
did,
Bill, I
sis.
did not lie on
You
you.
did. You were
I
wrong.
didn't.
You lied on me. I never.
Dollar Bill, if I go back and I look at the timestamps and
Go
I
back
was
and look
wrong,
at the
I will
timestamp.
publicly apologize to you. But I don't believe that
did
I was
not.
wrong. But if I go back and have a listen and I was wrong,
First of
I
all,
will
let me just
publicly
say this to you.
apologize.
First of all, let me just say this to you. If a person says something about your mother and then talks about your people, I don't care what I had to say to him after that. All is fair and love and war. That's what it is.
I think we all need to dial it back. I mean, even I have been, you know what I'm saying, caught in
So you can't keep defending men who are fighting against other men. You can't do that.
Who
see,
am I
what women
who am
do
I
is
defending? Who
you're
am I
defending me against Chuku and Mike about what I said. I did not come to you and say anything about
defending you.
No, you're defending people. You're defending other people who I'm saying. In fact, the other night you were having an argument with somebody else, and I jumped in and said, no, don't argue with Frenchie. And tonight you just said, Dollar Bill called us African shit slingers.
But Dollar Bill, I defended you against Mike.
But why would you say that I called your slit? I'm calling the people I'm arguing with. Do you really think that I'm calling every African a shit slinger? Do you believe that?
You said it in the heat of the moment. You were angry. It came out of your mouth, though, is my point.
That was
You were
just unfair,
angry.
Frenchie. Frenchie, you were being unfair.
So, Dollar Bill, if I find the video and I find the timestamp and I send it to Color and Color sends it to you, then what?
I love you. I think you're a sweet sister, but I think tonight you were totally unfair to me.
I want to be fair to you.
All right. If I was unfair, then I
It
will
wasn't you that
apologize.
made
But
the
I thought.
statement about Martin Luther.
Huh?
It wasn't you that made the statement about Martin Luther.
Because
I went back, I listened to a colleague guilty as fuck.
Oh shit! You owe my $100.
It's not.
Who owes who money? Me?
Jonathan, what did you say with Color earlier?
You owe me $100, Dollar Bill.
Oh, you $100 for what? I said something about Martin Luther King?
I'm being right. All right.
Huh?
It wasn't you that said something about Martin Luther King.
Nah, he owe you $1 bill.
You owe me $100. I think all of y'all owe me some money because y'all just like pay me.
Not done. Dollar bill.
Listen,
So much
never
pain in this
said
life.
nothing to Mystic Dime.
The young man.
In fact, I come on here and I tell Collar, stop talking about heavyset
When
women.
did I just change the subject?
No, I'm just saying, why did, but why
Mr. Dime, she said she don't like African American men.
She did. She doesn't like African American men. And she don't.
Everybody loves me.
And
now,
so
Dollar Bill does protect big boned women a lot. So I will say that.
Like, I didn't even say. I'm
saying.
You got to understand, Frenchie. I'm an African man. I'm not from the continent. I'm an African American man. When people say things to me, like I told Mike, but what you didn't hear, when I spoke to Mike the next time, I said, yeah, he called me a monkey. I call him a monkey. That's not me calling everybody a monkey. Do you understand that?
That's just
and so when people are arguing, men are arguing, you can't say, oh, he's calling all Africans this. This is some BS. We're African people. Stop treating us like we're white folks.
I'm not treating you like you're a
you
white
are
person,
when you make a statement and say that I'm calling Africans. If I'm calling you a monkey, I'm calling me a monkey too.
Not true.
Okay, then you called yourself a monkey as well. Then I guess.
Shut up, Elvis.
But you said it, Dollar Bill.
And I even said,
Dollar Bill, if I find the clip,
call me a monkey. Did you find that clip too? because my mother's my nickname. My
When
mother
you
used to
call
call me.
African
Shut up,
slingers, are
boy.
you calling
Shut
African
up.
Americans
Shut up.
shit
I'm in
slingers,
Africa.
Dollar Bill?
You damn right. There's some shit slinging niggas
All
here.
right, Jonathan, you guys are shit slingers, man. Carla, you guys are shit slingers.
Think I'm like I'm a different species or some shit?
All right,
Like
nigga, hold on a second. You ain't gonna
like
call
there's
my people
there's
shit
a guy
slingers.
was telling Colin
You
today
ain't been too many decades long shit in
who
hell
cooks
alone,
bear.
nigga.
He cooks
You
bear
got us
claws.
fucked up.
He cooks
Yeah,
bear
so I
claws.
guess now what we should
Pussy.
take from it, anything that Dollar Bill says about African, he's actually saying it about African Americans.
I'm an
So all the
African. What the
Africans,
fuck am I?
anytime he insults African, he's insulting
some white
African
man.
Americans.
Nah, Dollar Bill, you may be throwing shit at people in your spare time. That don't include all of us, brother.
Some shit at somebody.
Because he's being disingenuous. You guys know it. He's
I'm
not
not
talking about
disingenuous.
African Americans. He's talking
Have
about
I-
Africans,
You
continental
know we
Africans.
ain't
You're
shit
lying.
slinging, Dollar
Have I
Bill.
not-
Don't do
listen,
that.
Have I not ever said that I wasn't an African? So if
You're
I call
saying that when you say disparaging
no
things to
one claims
Africans, you're
being
saying it about your people, which is not true, and you know that.
No one claims being
you know what?
more
Let
than
me
Dollar
explain
Bill.
something to you. I come from Gullah Geechee people. My mother's
They don't
darker
shit
than
sling. Dollar.
my mother's darker than Frenchie. So stop with this white man bullshit that you're trying to put down on me. Miss me with that shit.
Do your people sling shit, Dollar Bill?
People who don't have money will do any goddamn thing.
Oh, there you go, Jonathan. I guess the African Americans, when they don't have money, they'll start slinging shit.
I'm
He
gonna
did
tell
say
you
he was Panamanian.
Listen, I'm not Panamanian. I'm gonna tell you where people
You
sling
said
shit.
earlier, brother.
No. I'm gonna tell you where they sling shit. So if somebody asks you, people in prison sling shit and piss. They put it in the bag and sling it at each other. Okay.
Now hold on, Dollar Bill.
That's true.
Come on,
man. You are talking about the mental inpatient people.
Plumbers.
Those are not people, brother.
Plumbers.
Whatever they are.
They're a different kind of species, okay?
Yeah, I know. Everybody.
They are people that need help. We do not make
Yeah,
fun
they need help, but not everybody who does that needs help. Some people are
those
doing
are
it.
usually white people.
Some people are doing that because they figure that's white people do shit too. So that's what I mean. I don't understand the African mind that says, "Oh, you said something about me, like you're talking about all Africans."
There you go again. See?
Dollar Bill. This is something else about Black
It's
Americans and Africans.
How
We are very close to. We are very close.
Jonathan, you got an earpiece. You got an earpiece in. Your mic is kind of.
My mic.
Listen, you cannot take us away from our DNA. You cannot be the authority and the last word and the savior, okay, of all everything that is African. You can't do it.
Who?
You or Elvis, any African from the continent.
Well, I'm African. If I feel like you're speaking badly about Africans, I'm going to defend them.
Well,
if I feel like you're speaking poorly about African Americans, I'm going to defend them. I'm going to defend anyone that's black.
I don't have a problem, but I'm just telling you that if somebody says something nasty to me, I don't care where they come from, they're going to get it.
And you have a right to defend yourself, Dollar Bill. I'm not negating that. It's just when you're mad, you don't realize that you say...
I hate when people are saying, like Elvis did the other day, oh, when I was talking about the African mind, I'm not just talking about continental Africans. You don't get to take my ancestors and put them in a box because we came over here on a boat. Do you understand that?
Dollar Bill, you're being disingenuous. You said, let me tell you, you always say, let me tell you how these Africans think. Let me tell you how these Africans think. And you're not saying the African Americans. You're not including African Americans in that when you say these Africans. You're not, we know that. Don't try to backtrack, bro. We know what you're saying.
You are a liar.
When you talk about Africans on the continent, you say these Africans. You're not referring to African Americans. Stop it, man.
Okay, thank God.
African Americans.
Yeah, you good now, Jonathan.
They're African Americans who have the
So
same.
y'all telling me them cheap ass, punk ass AirPods don't work good?
They have the same, mentality. They're African Americans who have
Dollar
the same
Bill, you are not gonna lump us up.
Right.
No, you
and he knows he never meant to lump you guys
that.
with the Africans. You know that.
This is the hypocrisy of you, Elvis. You want to turn around and delineate, but you one of those Negroes that get angry when somebody delineates. Or maybe you like it.
What are you talking about? I'll say I'm a continental African. You take umbrage to that. When you said I'm not an African American,
Carla, you there?
I don't take umbrage to that.
I have no problem with you calling you a continental African. I said I'm an African American.
I'm trying to get somebody on.
I'm a continental African. There you go.
That's fine. That doesn't mean anything to me.
Oh, yeah. Okay then. So when I say that, you always say, "What am I, a Martian?" Okay, yeah, I'm not African then. You always say that, bro.
Yeah. You don't get it. I don't know.
How long y'all gonna be having this argument?
I don't know.
Y'all been arguing for hell long now.
And I'm just like, I cannot believe
He's trying to walk back all the insults that he put on Africans, trying to say that he included African Americans in it. And Jonathan is not having it. I'm sure Big Black is not having it. When you say they're shit slingers, they live in mud huts. When you say African live in mud huts, it's not African Americans you're talking about. Don't say that shit.
Did I argue with
Okay, first of all, I just want to say something. I've been to a mud house in Nigeria. They're not as bad as I think they are.
When we first got together,
I get it. I'm just saying when he say those things, he's not talking about African Americans. He knows that. He knows that, but he's trying to backtrack and say, "Oh, I'm talking about everybody." And that's a damn lie.
Nah, but you do have to understand that Dollar claims to be an African. He says we're all Africans.
He is African.
When he says,
I get it, Jonathan. But when he's mad and insulting, he separated himself from the people of the continent. He's not including his people down in South Carolina, back there in Africa.
That's not true, Elvis. Because when we say that African people, they allow their 12-year-olds to get married or 7-year-olds to get married, of course we know it's not all African people, right?
No, but what I'm saying, he's not talking. When he say African people, he's not saying his people too are doing it. He's separating the African people on the continent who are doing this.
Elvis, you don't know Dollar Bill. This nigga might be going into his bathroom, taking his shit, getting drunk, picking it up like and throwing it. We don't know Dollar Bill like that.
I'm not throwing shit. I'm not.
Now he's a very talented person with using the AI, but he may be playing with shit on the side too. You don't know. That's just how Dollar Bill.
He's confessing it fine, but.
Does that mean all Africans are playing
Dollar Bill,
shit?
please put that shit down, dude. Please, bro. Going to
Elvis,
Dollar Bill. Dollar Bill be going to the school, pointing at the students and shit. They be running.
Dollar Bill, when you started doing this, I kept telling you, I said, Dollar Bill, what's going on with you? Why you keep doing this whole talking shit against African? Because I was surprised. I kept bringing it up. And every night you come on, you'll start a conversation in one place and it will end right back on talking shit about Africans. I keep saying that. So I don't like starting shit. I'm not the one that come in and start talking shit about people.
Said I was kissing somebody's ass. You the one that said I was kissing somebody's ass.
Yeah, you know what it means. It means I can say you're sucking up to Kala. I can say you're being a lap dog. I can say in many other ways, but you get the point that you agree with everything he says and you're there to back him up. That's what I mean.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Kala, you there?
That's the word that I use.
Did y'all kiss and make up while I was gone?
Hell no.
Ain't nobody kissing Frenchie.
Hey, man, I go downstairs,
knock him out.
Have some cookies my sister made and whatnot. I say, hey, when I come back, everybody's gonna be loving each other. No such luck, huh?
I love you, Dollar.
I don't know, man.
There you go. Baruti is making a point here. Baruti said Dollar Bill said that. You know what? I'm done with Africans. I'm selling all my African masks. I'm selling all the artifacts that I have from Africa. I'm done with that. He wasn't talking about being done with his African American people. He did say that. I mean, we know now he's dishonest and he's lying now. That's what he's doing. He's trying to backtrack. Who caught you, bro?
It's because when you're upset, when you're angry, you don't realize what you're saying in the heat of the moment.
Yeah, we all get like that. We all get like that.
No.
Let me say this, right? You understand that Pan-Africanism is real tenuous and very delicate and stuff like that. Because you know what Elvis says this. We get shit from black people in America, right? With our Pan-African stuff. And we were willing to take the blows and whatnot because we thought, y'all just don't know. You knew what I knew when I used to study Africa one night. And I said, yo, in 10 years, right now, I was supposed to be living in Nigeria right now. In Port Harcourt or Lagos.
God
right
forbid.
now.
Yeah, I guess he's talking about his own people when he said God forbid about Nigeria. I mean, come on.
No, what I'm saying is this though. So I basically like my friend Vince, right? One of my best friends, right? Every time I see him, he got that smirk on his face, like whatever happened to Africa, right? You told me you was out of here, back in my Black Power, fuck America days and whatnot, black, blinking the black,
black, and
black
green.
national. He looks at me like now, like, yeah, because I know I can look on his face, like he's like laughing at freaking. Yeah, I knew your black ass wasn't going nowhere, And so therefore, after I got suffered that indignant and humiliation, right? The last thing I want to hear is from Africans talking smack. That's what I do. I sometimes I go overboard and I give Africans a smackdown.
But Kyla, can I say this, right? Majority of the people that watches your show on a nightly basis are not in a comment. They're usually watching, maybe listening, and you have a couple of us on the panel. So if one person says something disparaging to you or to your group of people, you think it's in your best interest as a host to disparage the entire continent?
I'm not disparaging anybody.
No, you do that. You do that often, Kyla, and that derails the conversation.
It happens.
I count on is people being smart enough to separate me. Like I told you about Afrodamus, right? When he said that about black, I didn't get offended, because like I know he's talking from a position of hurt and anger. And if he says something about black,
Kyla sympathizes with y'all. I don't.
So bottom line, I know that bottom line is like when Africans say something. Now with Chuko, my problem with him is he's always picking on poor black people. That's why
I like Chuko. I just think he's he's just taught to hate himself.
He always talk about Pookies and Boquisha and hood people, and I'm trying to tell him that look, you can't just look at those
like
type of people and say I don't like those people because look, bottom line, if people are poor and misfortunate, I always have a heart. And I basically look at people.
I'm definitely not one of you, Ross Moyes. Definitely
look at people like with empathy and stuff like that. They go, let me tell you something, man. As I told you about this area called Lincoln Park in Portsmouth, right? Rough area. You can see the drug deals out on the street. You have dudes on the lookout. You can see it's so obvious, right? Dangerous area. Every night, man, you don't want to be at nighttime. You're shot, right? But yeah, I had to go in there a couple of times, right? And you go in there, and the deep in that neighborhood, poor as it is,
you're a liar, Miss Chantel.
Guess what? You know what you see?
Liar.
Oh, listen to me. This is what you see. You see black people in there having Bible study, singing the praises to the Lord. When people have nothing, no money, dirt poor.
But good people.
Good people.
And he's gonna talk about. But you know what? He's been taught to hate himself.
He's
I can imagine. I can imagine what his poor African American mom had to deal with living with that Nigerian. I could imagine. That probably was real horrible.
So when people start making disparaging things about things, all they're doing is repeating white supremacy talking points about the underclass and the Pookie.
I'm glad my father's not Nigerian.
Demonized. I'm not gonna let that happen.
I would have a messed up name like Chuko.
Yeah, it's the same thing though when you're calling Africans monkeys and shit slingers.
Because most of
that's the same thing when Africans are calling me. When Africans are calling me cotton pickers,
if somebody
calling
says
my mother
about me,
and wife a
America,
whore,
right? I don't get offended.
That's what
right?
the same thing.
In general, I don't get offended.
How about that?
I know it's not true.
But that's okay with you.
People sit there and
Dollar Bill, stop it. Honestly.
That's okay. Cotton
Just
pickers is
so
all right.
It's exhausting, bro. It really is.
I'm calling Africans all this stuff. Africans are calling
you
Akata.
Akata,
have a name for Africans. Don't mess with the Akata. Having a name for Africans.
Alabama is a grieving merchant, bro. He really is. He's always agreeing.
You go, don't mock the That's why I don't like.
I
don't like
Bruni.
That's good.
They got about 10 different names. What do they call us in your country?
You don't.
Which Africans are you referring to? Again, with the generalizations. Which
in
Africans?
Ghana, they call us the Ibroni. Okay. And Nigeria.
Are you talking about
Nigeria? Sorry. The Akatas.
Do you mean a specific name for African Americans? Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, exactly.
No. I'm sorry, my people don't. I'm so sorry. No, we don't.
Maybe you don't know about it. I'll ask somebody else who knows. maybe on the
Okay,
other
well,
side.
go right ahead. I've never ever heard
But I know
any
African
Cameroonian,
Americans
apart
don't
from
have
Jude,
accent.
I do want
Judia,
to
or whatever
clear
he's
up
called,
one thing though.
disparage African
A
Americans. Never.
Nakata is what Annam is. He left
Stay
Nigeria.
away from the Yakatas. Do we got a song like that? Stay away from the Africans. Do I have to stay away
now
from
why
them?
we make a song like it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government.
Stop it. You know, you're
Why
gonna get upset.
why we make a song like that?
Well, you're the one that brought it up. I never said anything about it. You the one that said, "Oh, he's calling Africans this and that." But what are Africans calling me? Calling my mother names, my deceased mother names, calling me a baby daddy.
Yes,
But
they
that's
did, and
okay.
they were wrong for that. No, it's not
But
okay.
I was wrong for
Dollar
saying
Bill.
anything to them. I should say nothing. I should say, yes, sir. That's what I am.
Color.
Yes, massa.
Do I not sometimes defend Dollar Bill? Because Dollar Bill's making out like I've never defended him.
Why are you bringing it up like I'm calling all Africans?
You do.
But why did you come up tonight and say I'm calling Africans this? How do you
Hold
think
on
that
now,
sounds?
Frenchie. You don't defend me.
How do you think that sounds, Frenchie? Do you think that sounds nice? I would never say.
It probably
French,
doesn't. It probably.
I wouldn't say Frenchie says if somebody gets on your nerve and you call them a name or whatever. I wouldn't come up and say, well, Frenchie's call all African Americans. That's not cool, Frenchie.
But Dollar Bill, I even said if I go back and have a look and I was wrong, I will publicly apologize to you. I have no issue with being wrong.
I'm just
but from my
hurt.
recollection, you did say that.
If it's one of these guys, I have no problem. But I just feel kind of hurt that you would say that. And I'm sorry if I cursed, but I just felt that was my hurt. I'm like, why could my sister gonna say that? Does she really in her heart believe that I feel that way? Do you really
I don't
feel
know, because when you're angry, no, I feel like you say it out of anger. I don't think you genuinely mean it. I just think when they piss you off, you just kind of lash out.
I have so many African people. Do you know every morning I watch 3 little African girls leave school and wait for them to get to the corner every day. I just don't understand that you would really think that I'm that way because I got into an argument with a man. Come on.
No, but Dollar Bill, I think highly of you. That's why it's really disappointing when you make certain statements.
That's when you said, that's what Mystic Don feels about what she says about Dollar Bill is right. That's kind of hurting.
That was really petty, and I shouldn't have said that. I do owe you an apology for that. That was really petty of me. I shouldn't have said that. So I do apologize.
I apologize to you too, because like I said, I don't care what I say to these guys. I really don't. But
I demand a full apology.
No, I'm not giving you that.
You don't get no apology. Hold on, Kyle. Because everybody's addressing the issue with Elvis. I got an issue with Elvis now, Kyle. I watched your Wednesday show. When y'all was talking about the great Dr. Bill Cosby. Now, Elvis, you out of hell no. You out of all people know that white women are the biggest liars that have ever existed on this planet. Tempo, these white.
He knows that was a lie out of government.
40 years later,
they would have crucified that man.
You believe that shit, Elvis?
Jonathan, are you being serious or are you trolling for real?
Hell yeah, I'm being serious. I was.
You have to agree, Big Black. You think he was innocent and they just spin all that shit on him?
Of course he was innocent. That's why he's out of jail.
Your ass. I was getting mad at you, Elvis. I was about to hit Collar up like
we all like Bill Cosby, but bro, personally, he definitely made some mistakes.
Nigga, fuck
all of us here on this
Bill
Cosby is a father, Black America is a father. He's a father figure to Black America,
No, I get that.
White female lying ass heifers. What's wrong with you, Elvis?
This is
the government pays them people.
That accusation is around the time Emmett Till died.
They've been white hoes.
You say it's around the time. When did Emmett Till die, Big Black?
Big Black, you drinking Crown Royale?
Right. That was like what, 1950s? And you said the accusation is around the time he died, bro. Come on.
Look, this happened in the 70s.
I'm sure it was a
problem. In the 70s in Las Vegas and California. Why was it brought in Philadelphia?
Say that again, Colin.
no, what they call statutes of limitation, all stuff like that.
Yeah.
All that was thrown out the door because they wanted to get rid of Cosby because Cosby is in their way. You know, Cosby, what he stood for, despite all his faults, he stood for was the black family, the patriarchy in the black America. And so, but ever since Cosby went down, black American males, well, that's the rise of Obama and all these sissy ass black culture and whatnot, you know, liberal sissy.
Obama.
He's a self-made
No, you got to go
man.
for it. You got to go harder than that, Carla. The mere fact that they knew that technicality existed before they even put him in prison is bullshit.
Bitches was in the 70s. All she had to do was say that, and they would have brought an electric chair to his house.
I think he won on appeals on the process, not on the law. You know,
but what he was
like lawyers will say, the lawyers are on your side.
No.
He won appeals on the technicality, bro.
The whole thing was
he wasn't exonerated.
Yeah, the whole thing was illegal.
Elvis, you think that during those time period, a black guy could get away with raping all of those white women?
And they won't say nothing because they're like,
you think so, Elvis?
In my career.
I don't know, Jonathan, but certainly, right?
Elvis, no. That's what's so dangerous. Oh, this is what's so dangerous about
hell no.
Black people.
Some of this happened in the 90s too, Jonathan, and even in the 2000s.
Elvis, the 80s, the 90s, the 2000s. They were literally going after black people. You think that was
I mean, again, I'm not trying to justify anything. But he's not a regular person like you and I, right? He's somebody who has a lot of money and a lot of power, right?
Elvis.
So he's not a regular guy.
Elvis. That Jeffrey Epstein dude. They let him get away with hell and shit. You trying to tell me Bill Cosby got more power than Jeffrey Epstein?
I mean, we're talking about what we've seen in the public. I'm not making any accusation up on Bill Cosby. We saw what happened.
We all
a lot of
know
women
that was
came
a lie.
through.
But Elvis,
it was a lie.
He could have sued them, right? He could have sued them for libel, slander, or whatever they wrote or said about him. And won if he had the evidence.
That story about Donald Trump taking the steering wheel of the driver was a lie concocted by Liz Cheney. So you believe that, you know?
I mean, kind of let's leave politics out of it. I see you always run back to that. Let's leave it. We're not discussing Donald Trump. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's not about Donald Trump. It's about
out of curiosity, though, Elvis. Out of curiosity, after hundreds of years of white women lying on black men and black men being killed, thrown in jail, everything. You think that Bill Cosby is the one black person
who got away with
it to all of those white women? And those white women he's such an influential nigga as they are hanging niggas during that time period.
I mean,
that's
Jonathan,
the one nigga that got
you guys said, I mean, again, like you said, if you think he's innocent, fine. He's innocent, right? My biggest thing with Colin was he was being a hypocrite. And I said Colin was like, he's for the black family. He's for, I said, well, he was sleeping with white women and cheating on his wife. That was my point I was making.
How you know he was cheating on his wife?
Hold on. Elvis, you're a Christian. I'm a firm Christian. The very God that said, do not kill, slaughter a whole bunch of people on the earth. Are you going to say God's a hypocrite? The very David that David, the one of the most righteous people, had a nigga killed.
King James.
And took his wife.
Not killed, Jonathan. You're using the wrong word. Words have meaning.
The Bible that you guys.
David, he murdered him. I think his name was Uriah. He murdered him for his wife. That's murder, right?
Took his wife.
No, he didn't murder him. He sent him to
Solomon betrayed the Lord. Had all of those wives, but the Bible still calls them righteous people. You know that.
No,
right?
Solomon was not righteous. And David was righteous. Solomon was not righteous.
Yes, he was.
Brother,
are you out of your mind? God was angry with Solomon in the Bible. Did you read the Bible?
He wasn't righteous.
Elvis, at the end of the day,
he just had too many wives.
He did not. The Bible said that he took on the religion of his concubines.
Yeah, that's why.
And that's an abomination to the Lord. What are you talking about, man? He wasn't righteous.
He was still considered to be righteous.
Don't really know the Bible.
He was still considered to be righteous. At the end of the day, Elvis. At the end of the day,
I came from a whole.
Hold on a second.
I can't hear you, Big Lad. These guys are bombarding me with questions. Say that again.
About borrowing you a question.
Elvis, if you
Dr. Bill Cosby is one of the greatest
Jonathan, I
black
can't, baby, I come to the mic, bro. Jonathan's talking over. I can't hear you.
Yeah, you ain't gonna talk that black. Dr. Cosby is one of the greatest black men who has ever lived on this earth. Don't disrespect that.
$100 million
on the behalf of no white bitch.
You can't
Jonathan,
say because
I don't condone race.
Don't do it.
So any race, white, black, Asian, if it's sexual assault, and he was convicted of it, I'll say he was convicted of it.
You were, first of all, I want you to be like, you wasn't there.
I was not mean to you, Frenchie.
You wasn't there.
And so you wasn't there, so how do you know he's innocent by default?
No, not you, Dollar
That's
Bill,
the way
not
the
you.
system works. That's the way the justice system works.
I'm sorry if I was. I'm just.
But I want to hear what Big Black is saying. What are you saying, Big Black?
I'm like,
we didn't get Jughead on.
So let's say this. Let's say if Bill Cosby married like those girls.
Don't let Elvis
wife,
influence you with his nonsense.
So if he married those girls, would he be still?
If I hate Africans, I hate myself.
You said that again, Big Black. I gotta get it, but it sounds so funny.
I said if I hate Africans, I hate myself.
You said he cheated on his wife, right? With another
right, Camille.
Right, not the ones that.
How you know that?
He didn't cheat on his wife.
Kala even admitted that he cheated with those white women.
Hold on a second. This is the problem with niggas, right? You can sit there and be like, well, he's married, but he has other women. You don't know.
No, because Jonathan, his argument wasn't that he never had these encounters with these women. It was that it was consensual. So that's an admittance of adultery right there, Jonathan. Come on, man.
No, I actually no.
Yeah, that was his defense. That it was consensual.
Elvis,
what do you call
rather than it being unconsensual?
Unless you are Elvis, unless you are.
What is wrong with you guys? Elvis, leave me alone, man. Let me rest. I got a headache.
Pissed off at you listening to that shit. I want to rip up the damn phone.
Yeah, I get it, Jonathan. You're angry, but I'm telling you, even in the best case scenario, right? He's not guilty of sexual assaulting those ladies, but he was cheating on his wife because he admitted that in court by claiming it was consensual. That's what I'm telling you,
Elvis. That don't do a damn thing.
It does a damn thing about cheating. That's what I'm saying. Consensual means you agree that you had sexual relations with these ladies, both adults consenting to it.
What happens is when you look at a person, you expect them to be the most innocent and not to make a damn mistake.
Well, that's my point. If you said he cheated by mistake, I get it. But now you say he never cheated. That's what I'm saying. That's what me and Kyle was arguing about. That he was propagating black families, but he was cheating with white women. That's the point I was saying he was a hypocrite over.
They put him in a maximum security prison. You think that was justice?
Kyle, I mean, come on, man. Why are you guys trying to ask me all these questions about the American legal system? Come on, man.
You got this.
I just told you I thought he was a hypocrite for cheating with white women when he was propagating black families. That's a
fuck the legal system, Elvis. I just want you to stop caping for white people.
You one of them white purists. I think you. Yeah,
that might be a dollar bill because after hearing
I'm one of those
that white people are smarter than black people, that kind of hurt my
white purists. I don't even understand what you're talking about. What does that mean?
I don't mean that you think
white
you
people
white.
are the dumbest people that ever existed.
You think like white evangelicals, man. I used to think it's just
how so. Calling out hypocrisy on somebody's part is that's being what white?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
The way you look at it, it's like you in a 700 club.
Kyla was the one that played a 700 club video talking about.
No, I'm saying, are you in the 700 club?
You made it about.
That's what it's about, Kyla. Come on, stop it. That's what it's about.
Talk about abortion, but I said okay. I wasn't watching it for that when you was going on.
Well, that's what it was about. What are we supposed to get from it?
I know, but the bottom line, the very fact that I dared to even say something about abortion, you like typical like black liberals gonna whip you and like roll. You're another Rolling Martin.
I'm telling you, he's Rolling Martin and 700 Club.
I'm unapologetically a liberal. You can't change me on that. That's why I said. That's why we disagree. When it comes to politics, we disagree, and people think I just come here to talk shit to you. You got a different point of view. I got a different point of view. I'm not somebody that's going to get bullied into being more conservative. Nobody's going to beat me down because the majority of the people on the platforms are conservative. It's not going to happen.
I told you,
Elvis has been colonized by the liberals.
What you do is you like debate me,
There's no such thing. I'm a
I think
liberal.
that's
I'm
what
a
you
liberal.
like to
No,
do.
the fuck you
I
not,
try
nigga.
to be cool with you, Elvis.
Be
Even when
liberated
we
in who
weren't
you are
talking,
and
I
what
was
you
trying to
believe
be
in.
nice. I said, Elvis, I try to give you your, try to be nice to the brother. Every night I was trying to reach you, and you
All
said,
right,
I'm
fellas. I'm gonna end the
trying
live
to reach
stream.
out,
All right,
trying to be
everybody
nice.
out
Where
there.
you
I said I was
going,
coming to
Carla?
I'm
Minnesota
in the live stream. Hold on.
and
I'm gonna
everything.
Carla, get a bottle
yo,
of wine.
y'all can say,
Get
yo,
a
you can
bottle of
still
wine
I
for
got
the
wine
round.
over here. I got
almost
some
7
wine. One
hours.
of my
Yo,
parents
7
got me
hours,
some
bro.
wine.
I got it's been long enough. I'm gonna
Might
end
as well
live,
go
but you
10
guys can
more
stay on.
minutes.
You guys
Yeah, I
can
gotta
stay
go
on.
see my dad. My son is up.
I'll be back. I'll be back tomorrow.
Good morning, guys. Good morning. Take care.
Damn, Jughead ain't said word. It's calling
Damn,
you.
Jughead, you ain't going
Y'all
nowhere.
stay on. You can stay on.
Jughead ain't said one word, man.
Okay, I'm just ending the
Man,
live. You
Good
can
morning,
stay on.
guys.
Jughead, man.
Jughead, you ain't going nowhere.
I love Jughead.
Good morning from
We
you.
gonna